very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome tonight. It's a great pleasure for those of us who've been involved in organising this event to see you all here tonight and to just be welcoming people from all parts of Australia, notwithstanding Virgin's aircraft's 2.5-hour computer delay, I gather, and just to anticipate this weekend. Starting tonight, when it seems to me we have the chance to remember, to affirm, and to imagine. To remember our churches and our own journeys over the last 40 years, to affirm each other as fellow travellers, each on our own quests, each stumbling forward, finding their own way, and to imagine where we might head from here. So that's the underlying context, I suppose, to remember, to affirm, and to imagine. And I really don't think I could launch us any more effectively into tonight's reflections than by drawing from a thrilling summation of our present times and dilemmas offered by Cardinal Martini in his last pastoral letter to the people of Milan last year. This is what he said. "This is not a time for taking stock, but for a more profound attention to God's word and to promise to listen to what the Lord is saying to our church. Trust and cast wide the nets." Now, we are going to hear from 4 people tonight who I think will, in effect, try to do just that. They've been asked to reflect on our theme of the weekend, Vatican II, unfinished business. Lucky them. In the spirit of the times, we've set no rules, so they can be as personal or as prophetic or as conceptual or as theoretical as they wish. They just can't be boring. We won't allow them to be that. And look, I'm sure they won't be, because as Cardinal Martini also added in his pastoral letter, this has been an extraordinary adventure in the last 4 decades. Do you want to leave now, any of you? It has been an amazing adventure, the last 4 decades in our church life. Here are just some very small insights from a range of contributors, which I personally found very helpful. Bishop John Heaps, writing in last December's Mix, "The whole climate of the council was not of law but of spirit. The council fathers saw the wisdom of co-responsibility on all levels." Father Edmund Campion, who never forgets the role of history in his overviews of the contemporary church, is pretty open-eyed actually about the gains and the losses. One of the unintended consequences of Vatican II, he suggested, was a devotional vacuum, he wrote in a recent Mix, the evaporation of much of the popular religious culture which had sustained ordinary Catholics and given their lives a spirituality, what he called a lush overgrowth of things like holy water, guardian angels, miraculous medals, the 9 First Fridays and so on. Yet at its deepest level, the Christian community, he said, was a Eucharistic people. Its most profound story is written when it's at Mass. And the change to the English Mass represented a truly seismic shift deep within the community. Father Richard McBrien is a professor of theology at Notre Dame University in the US. He also likes the help of history, and he reminded all of us in a recent article that crisis has been the church's fellow traveller since the very start, right back to when Peter baptised the centurion Cornelius and his whole household without imposing circumcision and Jewish dietary laws, which caused utter uproar. In fact, he suggests, history reveals the church has often emerged from a crisis spiritually stronger and healthier than before. He has a confrere, Robert Keeley, I think it is, it might be Kylie, I shall ask someone who knows, the local professor of English and American literature at Harvard, who speaks a little more bluntly, as we've been hearing lately from the angry, loyal Catholics of the USA. When we're reminded that the church is not a democracy, we need to remind the reminders that the church is not supposed to be a dictatorship, that its basis is love, and that love implies equality before God. Boston's agony is a sign, among many perhaps, that the church is now leaning on our shoulders. Who's to perform the repair and how? Martin Luther would urge us yet again to do so in opposition to Rome, but that's not the Catholic way. Francis of Assisi, Teresa of Avila, Dorothy Day all risked Rome's disapproval, but they pursued radical reforms while never giving up hope in the tradition, continuity and culture that had formed them. Marvellous words. Which I think brings us right back to Vatican II. and its unfinished business, with its calls not easily heard by any of us, I don't think, individuals or hierarchy, for deep consideration about what it means to grow spiritually as a person and as a member of the Catholic Church. So this is what I'm going to ask our speakers to address now. I'll ask them all to speak for about 10 to 12 minutes. Then we might just have a very quick powwow ourselves. We will be doing what we did at the town hall meeting. We'll be having written questions. There will be a plate, in effect, not the usual plate. There will be people coming around. That'll be tomorrow night. There's a plate tomorrow night, but not tonight. People coming around with baskets to collect your questions. They'll then be sifted down here by a panel of eminent sifters who sifted on and survived on the Statement of Conclusions night. And they will be handed up to me and I will put them to the panel. So we're trying to make this, given the numbers, as interactive as we conceivably can. But bear in mind, of course, we've got a whole weekend to meet and greet and liaise and discuss, which is, I think, an incredible privilege. Now to our speakers, Bishop Geoffrey Robinson, Robert Fitzgerald, Morag Fraser and Father Michael Whelan. And I might ask Father Michael Whelan to address us first. He's the Executive Director of Catalyst, as you know. Is that wrong? All wrong. Bishop Robinson. See, I wasn't here, that's the problem, as we know. I will invite Bishop Robinson to address us first. He's been an incredible contributor to the Australian Church and to Catalyst, game in formulating new guidelines to counter sexual abuse, also in education matters where he's been incredibly vigorous, and in governance generally. He's an auxiliary Bishop of Sydney, and it's my pleasure to welcome him now.
Good, thank you. There are many ways in which one can approach the Second Vatican Council, and I hope you'll appreciate that when you've heard it particularly, that what I've decided finally to say comes at least as much from my heart as from my head. When numbers of bishops come together, they are at ease with discussion of pastoral issues, but much less comfortable with discussion of profound theological issues. This is true whether we're speaking of a meeting of the Australian Bishops in Conference or of the Synod of Bishops in Rome. And I believe it was true also of the Second Vatican Council. The Council opened up perspectives, raised questions, indicated directions, and made many beautiful and inspiring pastoral statements. But it frequently did not give the clear theological foundation on which to plan confidently for the Church of the future. All too often, a tension between different theological positions was part of the Council's treatment of a topic. This was certainly true of the Council's treatment of collegiality, of conscience, and of marriage, among others. It is one of the reasons why we must entitle this forum Unfinished Business. It's important to understand that these tensions were present in the Council itself and in the documents it produced. Opposing groups within the Church can quote different statements to support their own positions. It is not therefore surprising that these tensions are still with us. Despite this, I am an optimist about the final outcome of the Council. But in large part, my optimism comes from the least likely source imaginable, the crisis concerning sexual abuse of minors that has engulfed the Church. It is my hope that somewhere around the year 2100, an historian will be able to look back and say that serious change took place in the Catholic Church in the century between 1960 and 2060. At first, It was the Second Vatican Council that caused changes in most aspects of the Church's life and had a quite profound effect on the way in which Catholics lived their lives. Eventually, the historian might say, the changes of the Council seemed to come to a stop and go no further. It was then, in the 21st century, the historian will say, that the issue of sexual abuse forced further change. Serious change in an organization as large and ancient as the Catholic Church requires an immense energy. And it was the issue of sexual abuse alone that had that level of energy. For it was this issue that finally caused vast numbers of Catholic people around the world to rise up and say, this is not good enough. There must be change. And so our future historian might report, a further series of profound changes came over the Church in the first half of the 21st century. They were mainly in the two areas of sex and power. They did not come without fierce opposition, but the energy for change arising from sexual abuse was so great that eventually they did come. Human development came to be put beside spiritual development, and the two began to walk hand in hand. What was spiritually healthy and what was psychologically healthy began to shed light on each other. Sexuality was distinguished from sex, spirit and matter were reunited, and joy in all of God's creation began to spread. The gifts of women began to be better appreciated. Power came to be seen as service, as Jesus had intended, and collaboration and empowerment became daily more common. Now, before anyone is carried away, it's extremely unlikely that our historian will be able to report that everything became as perfect as this. But I hope that she will be able to report serious progress. In bringing about these changes, I am not calling for a revolution or battles in the street in front of cathedrals. The matter of abuse is complex and sensitive, and it does not allow of instant and sweeping solutions. Will you allow me to say that sentence again? The matter of abuse is complex and sensitive, and it does not allow of instant and sweeping solutions. The whole church must work together, but the immense energy for change that the issue of sexual abuse has aroused must not be lost. It must grow stronger, and it must be harnessed and used effectively. I cannot speak of the whole issue here, but let me give at least a few examples. I would like to see a massive request from the Catholic people of the whole world to the Pope, asking him to put in motion a serious study of any and all factors within the Church that might foster a climate of abuse or contribute to the covering up of abuse. I would like to see an insistence that obligatory celibacy, attitudes to sex and sexuality, and all the ways in which power is understood and exercised within the Church at every level be part of this study. I would, however, want a truly serious and scientific study, far deeper than anything I have so far seen in newspapers or heard around a table. As a second example, I would like to see a massive request/demand that the collegiality the Vatican Council spoke of be used to the full in responding to this crisis. If collegiality is not fully used in an issue so important, so down to earth, and so crucial, then the Vatican Council is truly unfinished business. This surely means the Vatican listening to the needs of each country and not imposing the foreign solutions they have imposed. For example, establishing a statute of limitations of 10 years for bringing forward an accusation of abuse, or insisting that all cases must be heard by a tribunal consisting solely of priests and then referred to the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith in Rome. As a third example, I would like to see the 32 diocesan bishops and 150 leaders of religious institutes in Australia give up some of their independence for the sake of all of us acting as one on this issue. However, I realize that in the Catholic Church, people treasure any independence they do have and are very slow to surrender it. I also know that in the 19th century, bishops rode roughshod over the rights of religious, especially women religious. So a number of religious today can be very resistant to any suggestion that comes from a bishop. As I said, the issues can be complex and sensitive. I certainly do not wish to see the question of sexual abuse take over this forum dedicated to the Vatican Council, but the two cannot be separated. Sexual abuse is the most crucial issue facing the Church today in 2002. If the Council does not help us through this crisis, then what did it achieve? My thesis is simple. The Second Vatican Council was the greatest event in the Church in my lifetime. It has inspired my life over the last 40 years. But because its theology was frequently far from clear, it is unfinished business. And two of the areas that absolutely demand further work are sex and power. For these two issues, the crisis of sexual abuse alone gives the enormous energy that is needed for further change to occur. We should respond to the crisis of abuse for its own sake and the sake of the victims, but we should also seek to use its energy creatively, sensitively, and intelligently in order to take further the unfinished business of the Council.
Thank you, Bishop Robertson. That was really very inspirational. Robert Fitzgerald, am I right? No, the next speaker. I'm significantly admonished. Robert is another of Catalyst's patrons, as Maria mentioned, and he rather neatly straddles various arenas. Among various appointments, his day job is as Community Services Commissioner, where he has oversight over government services to vulnerable people. So he really sees right into the nether regions of those particular institutions and isn't afraid to call a spade a wretched shovel. He's also a strong Catholic who gave great service to the St Vincent de Paul Society as president and to ACOS, and is very generous with his time to both speak to all sorts of groups and also to listen. And it's my great pleasure to hear how he perceives this theme of unfinished business.
That's right. Good. Thanks very much, Geraldine. I must say it's yet again a great joy. 1999, the statement of conclusions in the Town Hall. 3 years older, 3 years larger in my case, but certainly not 3 years wiser. Otherwise, you'd never accept these daunting invitations. As I've said in many forums, and particularly tonight as Marie went through the list of people that are here tonight, are reminded of that quip which I've used so often, that teaching is the wonderful art of imparting knowledge, but without actually having any. And in many senses, that's me tonight. Tonight we come not to remember Vatican II, for to do so would be to look back at a historical event. Rather, we come to celebrate and re-embrace, I hope, the ongoing spirit that was unleashed by that council. I'm reminded of a quote by Paolo Totaro, the Foundation Chair of the Ethnic Affairs Commission in New South Wales, some 20 years ago. He said this about multiculturalism. He said, "For us, multiculturalism had to do with the basic freedoms, with the right to be equally treated, regardless of the culture one was born in or had chosen. It was neither a point of arrival nor of departure. It was but one moment in the tortuous passage towards a more civilised humanity, where a moral code of compassion and inclusion would operate and inform the laws of the state." Well, these words ring true for me for Vatican II. Vatican II was neither a point of arrival nor of departure, but it was one moment in the tortuous life of the Church and our own personal journey. But extraordinary, what a moment and what a legacy. And that moment is incomplete, and tonight we come to live it and to celebrate it. Many have said that Vatican II was a revolution. Archbishop John Quinn said, "In the best sense, a revolution, setting the Church on a new trajectory, profoundly touching all aspects of life." Indeed, going on to use that metaphor of windows and opening a new light, he said, "It enabled the Church to see her own internal life in a new way, its strengths and its weaknesses, its fidelities and its infidelities, to look out and see beyond itself, to see the world with its joys and hopes, its promise, its contradictions, its torments and its tragedies." And indeed, for the Church itself, all of those are real. Joys and hopes, promise and contradictions, torments and tragedies. And the last 40 years have contained all of those things. But they were vastly inspiring aims. Archbishop Rembrandt Weekland said they involved a pastoral thrust. They implied updating the institutions of the Church, bringing them into the 20th century. They demanded ecumenism and a quest for unity. They saw a new evangelisation. They were fresh and embracing aims. Today, do we feel that those aims are fresh and embracing, as real in Australia today as they were then 40 years ago? One of the most fundamental parts of Vatican II for me was, of course, the new way of looking at church. The notion of we as a pilgrim people, a people of God, a people in communion with each other, a people equal in the Church itself. That equality led to many other concepts of collegiality, of subsidiarity. It led to the notion of co-leadership or co-responsibility for the Church at last. And in a sense, the current Pope, again, in his apostolic exhortation, Ecclesia in Oceania, says this. He says, complemented and illustrated in the understanding of the Church as the people of God, the community of disciples. Church as communion recognises the basic equality of all Christ's faithful, lay, religious and ordained. The communion is shaped and enlivened by the Holy Spirit's gifts of offices and charisms. Today, however, the unfinished business is truly embrace that truth. It is to truly embrace the truth that we are a communion of people, that we are in fact equal in the shared leadership and responsibility of the Church at large. How in Australia have we embraced those notions? To what extent do we really accept the notion of shared leadership and shared responsibility for the Church in this country and throughout the world? Indeed, it went further. Vatican II celebrated the notion of legitimate diversity within Church. And again, John Paul II, in his recent encyclical, or 1995 encyclical, Ut Unum Sint, said this: "Legitimate diversity is in no way opposed to the Church's unity, but rather enhances her splendour and contributes greatly to the fundamental fulfilment of her mission." Do we accept that? And yet we know that there are many, both in Church and outside, that struggle with that notion. The struggle is not with diversity. The struggle is by those that refuse to accept its legitimacy. And as a consequence of that, the tensions grow and mount. But I'm reminded of one of the Gospels of St. Luke, and in particular the story of Jesus entering the house of Zacchaeus. And it was a story of hospitality. And the Gospel is one of welcome and acceptance. And yet it is about something else. Brendan Bird, in a reflection on that Gospel, said this. He said, alongside Jesus and the other principal characters, Zacchaeus, there was a third party, a they who observe and comment, The third group invariably has difficulty with what is going on. They reject the exchange of hospitality, they mutter and they murmur. In our own church, there are those that mutter and they murmur, but they do more than that. Archbishop Joseph Dunn, in a book, No Lines in the Hierarchy, said, after Vatican II, for a brief moment, the doctrine of collegiality, for example, looked as if it might be taken with real seriousness and expressed in structures like the Synod, which would actively encourage participation, openness and genuine communication. What has happened to that inspiring vision? He goes on to quote Edmund Hill in a book called Ministry and Authority, where he says that many were naive to hand over its implementation to its most committed opponents, who, being anything but naive, have done their best to neutralise it ever since. They that mutter and murmur have done much more. It is our challenge tonight, in relation to the unfinished business, to once again reassert that we are equally responsible for and equally part of the leadership of this great church. It is that notion that is central to the post-Vatican II church. Yet in Australia, how have we embraced that? A second feature of the Vatican II was the locating the church within the world at large. It recognised that the mission of the church was also a social mission. It recognised the human person at the centre of the world, and it sought to bring the church into close dialogue with all human persons and their experience. In the words of David Tacey from Melbourne, it is to ensure that the human experience is in constant dialogue with the Christian event, the birth, the life, the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. In a real sense, the church is located within the world. How do we respond to that? Again, John Paul II, in the apostolic letter at the commencement of the millennium, said this: "Now it is the time for a new creativity and charity, not only by ensuring that the help is effective, but also by getting close to those who suffer, so that the hand that helps is seen not as humiliating handout, but as a sharing between brothers and sisters." Father Peter Maher, in a recent Mix article, said that we must respond to this challenge with raw honesty and integrity. But in many senses, what Bishop Robinson has talked about tonight is also important to us, for that is about the church in the real world. For we as church must always acknowledge our wrongdoings by seeking the truth, accepting the guilt, expressing the sorrow, and rejoicing in the reconciliation. It must never defend the indefensible. It must never excuse the inexcusable. It must always be willing to expose itself and its flaws to the world at large. Our church cannot afford to be removed from the world, nor arrogant in its encounters. Humbly engaged it must be in order to bring the kingdom alive in our world today. How do we in Australia bring the human experience into dialogue with the Christian event? What are the hallmarks of our encounters in this church within the world itself? Just as Vatican II is unfinished business, so too in our land are the issues of poverty, inequality, reconciliation, the fair treatment of asylum seekers, and the inclusion of the most vulnerable. These issues are our issues. These are issues of the church in the modern world and its time. In relation to the third area, that of Christian unity, the new quest that was sought by Vatican II, let me simply say here that I think this is perhaps the most profound issue for me. Pope John Paul II, in the encyclical Ut Unum Sint, which was about the call for Christian unity, said that he was convinced that it was his particular role, responsibility, to renew the quest for Christian unity, but also in so doing to examine the very role of primacy, that is, the very role of the Pope. And he said this: "And heeding the request made to me to find a way of exercising the primacy which, while in no way renouncing what is essential to its mission, is nonetheless open to a new situation. It is a great challenge, a revolutionary challenge. But what has been our response here in Australia or throughout the church? I fear it has been silence and indifference, never spoken of. Yet it is as revolutionary in many ways as many of the documents in Vatican Council itself. Just imagine the moment when another church embraces ours or we embrace another church. Imagine what that would mean. Indeed, until that occurs, Vatican II will never be a finished business, for it is that event that will truly change the nature and the structure of our church. It will, in fact, embrace the diversity. It will strengthen the life and the mission of the church itself, and it will forever change it. How strong is our commitment to Christian unity in our local church? And are we ready for what it will mean? Ladies and gentlemen, it is a hopeful agenda. There was much discussion at the Vatican Council about the signs of the times. John the 23rd had used that term previously in his encyclical Pacem in Terris. But today, that spirit is alive in our world today. There is no doubt at all that the signs of the Spirit alive in our world are real. It's for us to see them, but it's for us to do much more than that. There was a quote, which I'm not quite sure where it was from, that said there are also signs of the living Spirit among us. We know that God loves us now no less than God loved previous generations of believers. Do we believe that he would abandon us today? Do we believe that he loves us no less than those who existed in the church before Vatican II? Did he love those more in previous generations? Of course not. We must believe in that hope. We must put out into the deep, as His Holiness has called us to do in one of the recent encyclicals. He said this: "Let us go forward in hope. A new millennium is opening before the church, like a vast ocean upon which we shall venture, relying on the help of Christ." He goes on, "The Son of God is at work even today. We need discerning eyes to see this, and above all, a generous heart to become instruments of the work." Vatican II is unfinished. There are many aspects of it tonight and throughout the weekend that we will challenge. But let me conclude by these comments. Let us not forfeit the hope of Vatican II, but be inspired by it, guided by it, and indeed liberated by it. Let us not listen to those that mutter and murmur, nor allow them to distract us from the unfinished challenges that are our shared responsibility. Let us go into the deep with confidence and courage in the knowledge that God loves us no less than those that came before us. And let us be the signs of the Spirit at work in today's world, not simply spectators in search of other signs. Let us live the moment. Let us finish the business.
Where's the commitment in Australia and what will it mean? That's what I'm left with from your address and exactly what I think we'll be asking this weekend. Thank you, Robert. Morag Fraser has immense talents in the area of the media, culture, friendship and motherhood, which is a great range. She has come to the attention of many, I suppose, with her clear-sighted sense of purpose, which I admire so much in developing Eureka Street, the must-read journal that in its own way does so much to imagine where we might head next, not only as a pilgrim church, but as a nation growing and developing. Morag and Eureka Street really do achieve that quinella, I think, very, very effectively. And above all, Morag is very constructive in her insights. So it's with great pleasure that I welcome her up from Victoria to address us tonight.
Wouldn't it be nice if I could say I just came across from Victoria? Thank you, Geraldine. I'm very grateful for Geraldine's quote from Cardinal Martini, "Trust and cast wide the nets," because that's what I think I would like to do. And not just talk about the church, but what we might call unchurched. I can't be the only person in this room who has children or grandchildren or brothers or sisters who are nominally Catholic or who's intimately connected with people who are not part of the church, but with whom we are vitally connected. So that's what I want to look at. When Michael asked me to do this, nearly 12 months ago now, I think, I'd hazard to say that we were living in a different world, not just Michael and me, all of us. Those of us in the West, I think, are familiar enough with the phenomenon in church terms of a shrinking people, a retreating Christianity. But the secular world, a year ago, 18 months ago, the world of bull markets and burgeoning information technology and buoyant stocks and so-called participatory capitalism, it was still pretty glittering, wasn't it? It was turning like a mirror ball at the Palais de Dance, sort of refracting its own brilliance back to itself. well, no more. I don't have to say the words, Enron, WorldCom, you can go through the list yourself. And I don't think it was just the events of September 11th that affected that change or made the difference to the way in which we feel about particularly the Western world now. I think the Western world so long saw itself refracted through the prism of American expectation, and it no longer seems quite the same. The facade, it feels that the facade's come off, and what was underneath is now what we see. The West has been so long insulated by its own wealth from actually acknowledging the underside of its own life. Now, that wealth is seriously destabilised, but so is our sense of ourselves in the Western world. And to live in this world now, to live well in it, you need a capacity for what I'd call a kind of creative hope, the kind of inspiration that came out of that council, certainly did for me. And at this point, at a point when old certainties, I think, are no longer sustaining for us, all of the cultural certainties that we have about the civilization that we come out of, I'd like to sketch an odd convergence that's been presenting itself to me while I've been rereading these documents. It's the sort of thing that I think we can use as a springboard for the kind of completion of this agenda. We'll never complete the Vatican Council, but it's a way of moving forwards, always that evangelical thrust that way. The convergence goes like this, and I'll start with a personal story. I was a very newly minted matriculation student when the Vatican Council was called, and the church and the school that I grew up in had many of the hallmarks that you'll all recognise of an established institution. Both the church and my school were residually tribal. They were confident, they were orthodox, and they were expanding, 50s and 60s. It was a bit like the United States under Clinton, or Ireland or India in the height of the dot-com revolution. But it was also, as you remember, a time of huge social turmoil. And I remember being in a dentist's chair when Czechoslovakia was invaded by the Soviet tanks. I can remember where I was, as you will, when people landed on the moon. I can remember worrying whether my brother would be conscripted to the Vietnam War. All of these things going at the same time as this huge ferment was coming from Rome. To do them justice, I must say that the nuns, the lay people and the priests who taught and tutored me were infected with the energy, infected in the best possible way of those times. And when the council was called, I don't think they were surprised it had been coming. And they were primed, I think we all were, primed to imagine a church which wouldn't divorce itself. Finally, we would be of the world, wouldn't divorce ourselves from the world, which would be fraternal. And I mean fraternal the way the French would mean it when they used that troika of liberty, equality and fraternity. Collegiality is the word that Bishop Robinson used, but fraternity will do. They were ready, those people in the 50s and 60s, to imagine a church which might at last recognise and use the gifts of all of us. I mean, every woman in this room must understand with a certain wry humour how we all know what we've been able to do all these years. Most of us have gone on doing it, just most of the time no one noticed that we did it or acknowledged that we did it. If we'd stopped doing it, they might have noticed. There are precedents for this, we might try them. Those gifts of men and women, religious and lay, those people who taught me and you, I thought, imagined a church that might be unafraid of the human body. And Bishop Robinson's very articulate and forthright delineation of the circumstances we find ourselves in because we did not do that, says, I think, all that I would want to say tonight, but I was very, very grateful for it. Thank you very much for it. All of those things about the body, the poor leakages of the body that we couldn't stomach, the female body which causes such fear in men still does. We thought we might actually be able to take that on. It hasn't happened yet. It'll be a very long time coming. But even with those demurs, those people gave someone like me, a very wide-eyed young woman, and to many like me, an indelible awareness, these beginnings, these stirrings, that an ancient, creaking, barnacled institution could truly be committed to those lodestars of youthful idealism and aspiration, to peace and to justice. When I was rereading the documents, they're the words that leapt out at me. Just think about what peace entails in the whole of human and social organisation. And if you had to achieve peace in Palestine and Israel at the moment, what would that require of human beings? What complexity of social response? Think about it. Those words are wonderful. Justice, what that requires. It's just about all we need, peace and justice. Those words were there and they did leap right out. Now, here's the convergence that's been presenting itself in a rather inchoate fashion in my head. 40 years ago, the Catholic Church, in a very clarion voice, recognises and says that centralised power with its attendant corruptions, systemic injustice with the wars that breed and feed upon it, are inimical to the human spirit. It recognised and it said that, and it also said that the will of the Church and of the people of the Church, the people of God, that phrase that we can now use, should be bent towards peace and towards justice. The theology may take working out, but they were such inspiring sentiments. You can live by that. And today, 4 decades later, in the world that we would call secular, there's a rehearsal going on of exactly the anxieties and the fears and the insecurities and the opportunities, think Chinese for a minute, that the Church rehearsed and confronted that time, at the time of the calling of the Vatican Council. That world, the secular world, the world that the Christian Church for so long shunned, is now searching, I think, in very public ways for reassertions of values of probity and of spirit. I've used that word quite deliberately, that the Church was looking for 40 years ago. And I think it's not just correct to interpret the agonies going on in Western capital markets as just greed manifesting itself. I think people are aware that the Western world has gone seriously wrong. Our communities have fragmented, less so in Australia than the United States, but in the United States, if you've lived there, you can see the fragmentation of communities. People do not join things. People can walk past people on the streets. They accept a level of difference of treatment of human beings that I find scandalous. Most of us would. And yet there's an impulse in that Western world that finds itself so deracinated and so disconnected to re-establish and to rebuild connections that have been allowed to decay during those past, particularly the last 2 decades, less so in the 70s, but the 80s and the 90s. Let me just read you a very brief story. It's an American story, as so many things have to be, because America is so essential to what happens to us. It was published in the year 2000. I'll tell you where it comes from in a minute. Before October 29, 1997, John Lambert and Andy Boschmer knew each other only through their local bowling league in the Ipsy Arbor Lanes at Ypsilanti, Michigan. Lambert, a 64-year-old retired employee of the University of Michigan Hospital, had been on a kidney transplant list waiting for 3 years when Boschmer, who was a 33-year-old accountant, learned casually of Lambert's needs, and unexpectedly he approached him to offer to donate one of his own kidneys. I'm not going to attempt an American accent. Andy saw something in me that others didn't, said Lambert. When we were in the hospital, Andy said to me, "John, I really like you, and we have a lot in common, and I have a lot of respect for you. I wouldn't hesitate to do this all over again." I got choked up. Boschmer returned the feeling. "I obviously feel a kinship."
I cared about him before, but now I'm really rooting for him. This moving story speaks for itself, but the photograph that accompanied it in the report in the Ann Arbor News reveals that in addition to their differences in profession and generation, Boschmer is white and Lambert is African American. That they bowled together, played 10-pin bowls, made all the difference. In small ways like this, and in larger ways too, we Americans need to reconnect with one another. That's the simple argument of this book. The book is a remarkable book called Bowling Alone. John and Andy learned their attachment by doing that very social thing, bowling together. But the man who tells the story, Harvard political scientist called Robert Putnam, who was out here visiting last year, makes a point of telling that story because it's different from the norm now in America. Most Americans who go bowling, God knows why they do this, who'd go 10-pin bowling on their own? Hands up anyone who would do it on their own. So this particular story of these two men who made such an intimate connection, one kidney to the other, did it because they had this small social connection with one another of a kind that America no longer practices. The story has its point and its edge for being the counterexample in this book about disconnection. But the wonderful thing about Putnam's analysis, it takes place over time, is he sees in America that 2 or 3 times since the turn of the century in the First War has disconnected and then put itself back again, together again. It's built up associations, it's fragmented them, it's put them back together again. And the whole book, written, as I indicated, in 2000, that is before September the 11th, is one of those passionate pleas for a reconnection. Now, it's entirely construed in secular terms. The man speaks the language of sociology. He's the man who's the chief exponent of that phrase, social capital, that we hear so much about. But essentially, the drive is spiritual. It's a drive for a spiritual connection. It's a drive for community, connections between people of the kind that the Vatican Council also pushed us towards. And that's where things begin to converge. What we understood as absolutely necessary for our spiritual, psychic, social and church health, the Western world particularly, but so much of the rest of the fragmented world, Afghanistan would be a point, now is beginning to learn that it needs to. There's lots of other analysis from other political scientists. Will Hutton in England is another. Always the emphasis on connection, on change, on reform, and it so closely parallels what the Council developed for us that you begin to start thinking, well, there are opportunities there. There are opportunities for a church that's been through this and the members of that church, the people of God, to make their connections with people churched, unchurched, whatever, our children, our friends, the sort of things that we've learnt through that rather agonising period that we've been through over the last 40 years. So much of the Western world is now having to go through itself, developing trust, planning for the common good, devolving responsibility, connecting, respecting what was bread and butter, all the sorts of things that were bread and butter for the Council. It's the necessary corrective in a world that I think has become sick of itself, glutted on its own superfluity. Now, that standoff, that old traditional standoff between church and world, which is residual still, it dissolves in face of those shared imperatives, or it could, and that's some unfinished business that we might attend to. That's the new evangelism. Let me just finish with one little story which I think is emblematic of the way in which, despite our turmoils and troubles, people get on, and they pick up that spirit of that council and they work with it. It was a Melbourne night, it was in a hospital. It was a group of people called together to talk about specifically refugee issues, but it was quite broad. We're also talking about the reception and reconciliation process in East Timor, in which lots of people in and out of the church have become involved. People have come together, they've connected through that process. There was a lot of anger, a lot of righteous anger, some not so righteous anger, but the emblem, the symbol that I want to leave you with was a 70-year-old nun. I think she was a mercy nun, I may be wrong about this, who listened to everything, sat back and said at one point in that wonderful Australian way, when we're talking about the ways in which refugees are handled, as we say, how can this be? It just can't happen in Australia. I'm going to do something about this. But she already was doing something about it. And the last thing she said to me was, who would have believed it when I joined the convent 55 years ago that I'd be going home tonight to my house, which is where she lives, with 3 absolutely gorgeous young men. She had 3 Afghans that were living with her. And that's my life now, she said. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for pointing out that intriguing symmetry, which hadn't really struck me, Morag, that secular world searching for a spirit that in a way the church was searching for 40 years ago. I think that's a very interesting theme to take up. And our final speaker is Father Michael Whelan, who's a very robust thinker on matters of theology and its overlap as well. I think that's one of the things that I've learned a lot from in discussing with Michael over the years. Its overlap with other secular pursuits like sociology and psychology and literature. He invariably does far too much in his life, but he never stops trying, and he seems to genuinely believe in the truism that he's used many times: life is a mystery to be lived rather than a problem to be solved. So with that in mind, could I ask you to welcome Father Michael Whelan for his take on this issue?
Thanks very much, Geraldine. When I thought about our topic, unfinished business, I thought of 3 challenges, and I would like to share those with you. The challenge to rethink, the challenge to reform, and the challenge to renew. First of all, the challenge of rethinking. I recently went to Google. You all know who Google is. Google.com, and I asked Google.com to find instances of cor ad cor loquitur, John Henry Newman's motto, for me. In 0.1 of a second, it had found 605 websites. The human reality I inhabit today is very different from the one I inhabited along with the Catholics and others of my generation back in 1962. In particular, I can, I do, and I must think differently about things. I have different perceptions and expectations about what is possible and about what is necessary. I ask different questions of myself and my world. I think differently about myself as a human being, as a male, as a Christian, as a Catholic, as a priest. I have no doubt that the Spirit of God is to be found in the midst of this process. We must take the initiative in this rethinking, therefore, and forge a vigorous conversation in which we deliberately facilitate the emergence of truth, no matter what it costs us. And it will cost us, but it will also liberate us. Paradoxically, this conversation, so oriented towards an unfolding present and a future still out of sight, must also be deeply conscious of the past. It demands a rediscovery of the riches of the authentic gospel tradition and an attentiveness to the experience of the church and the lessons learned down through the ages. In the work of rethinking, we might even discover, for example, that it's possible to think with your stomach as well as your head, that rationalism has brought mixed blessings, that imagination has been diminished, and that there are ways of thinking found in the great mystics that will liberate us beyond belief. Our rethinking may at times mean new language, new concepts, new names, or thinking in new ways about old language, old concepts, and old names. Part of our rethinking demands, for example, that we clarify what we mean by words like tradition, magisterium, and infallibility, that we return to the Gospels with a keen desire to hear them afresh, that we think anew about the incarnation and what is actually on offer through the mystery of God infleshed in our world. The second challenge, reforming. When I went to the seminary at the beginning of 1965, a few months before the council ended, I participated in a little ritual of reception. Together with the other 11 postulants to be, carrying a folded soutane, a surplice with lace trim, and a biretta, all neatly arranged and held out in front of me, I processed into the chapel where the seminary faculty had gathered with the student body, about 50 altogether. We and our new garb were blessed. We left the chapel and returned, clad in that new garb, including the biretta. I could spend some time speaking of the barely subdued hilarity that accompanied that little ceremony. However, my point is simply this. On that day in February 1965, I was part of a form of Christian living, manifest in the particular clothing, ritual, custom, church architecture, and so on, that was already beginning to change. I suspect no one knew at that time just how much change was already underway. Again, as with the challenge to take the initiative of rethinking, we must also take the initiative and engage in an intelligent process of reforming. If we don't take the initiative, we'll not only miss the opportunity of being part of something liberating and life-giving, something we can happily bequeath to the coming generations, but we'll run a grave risk of simply becoming victims of the whole process of change and perhaps making others victims as well. So many of the forms of the Catholic Church we had inherited as we came into the middle of the 20th century had more to say about the demands of past eras than they had to say about the demands of the 20th century, let alone the demands of the gospel as such. And although much has been reformed over the past 40 years, not always happily or well, and not always unhappily or badly, much still has to be reformed. And in this reforming process, we might get some surprises. We might discover some ancient forms, such as meditation and Lectio Divina, that have a wonderful richness, perfectly suited to our time. We might also appreciate as never before that with institutions as with human beings, dying is part of living, and the changing of forms is part of God's plan. It's critical that this process of reforming be allied to the process of rethinking. And there's one particular thing that worries me in this regard. It's the phenomenon of reductionism. Reductionism manifests itself in varying ways, but it's always an attempt to reduce reality to manageable proportions, and thus bypass, ignore, or actually dismiss the subtleties, complexities, ambiguities, and paradoxes that make reality so rich, so life-giving, so incomprehensible, and so enchanting. The following three examples of reductionism are common enough, sometimes more or less implied, sometimes more or less explicitly stated. Firstly, there is a reductionism that sees the teaching authority of the Church largely or simply in terms of the prerogatives of the Pope and the Roman Curia, particularly the Roman Curia. This form of reductionism, for example, tends to have little regard for the authority of the bishops gathered in synod, or the bishop in his own diocese. It also tends to have little regard for such concepts as communion, collegiality, and subsidiarity. Secondly, from time to time I hear it proposed that anyone's opinion is as good as anyone else's opinion. This form of reductionism, for example, tends to have little regard for the authentic tradition or scholarship and implies a certain arbitrariness, as if there were no deposit of faith or no objective truth. Thirdly, there's a reductionism that sees the challenges for the Church primarily in terms of structural change in political forces. This form of reductionism, for example, tends to have little regard for the power of the Spirit in it all, sometimes working in the strangest and most unlikely people, events, and things. This kind of reductionism also tends to run ahead of grace. We're all vulnerable to the temptations of reductionism. It promises security. It allays our anxieties by creating the illusion of control. But we must never forget that reductionism is more an expression of anxiety than faith. What is demanded of us is a deliberate movement towards surrender and abandonment. We would do well to turn to those mystics I mentioned earlier to learn more about this. The third challenge, renewing. The most crucial part of the unfinished business is what I am calling the challenge of renewing. You and I, individually and communally, must become new people. The real work's not going to happen out there unless there is real work happening in here, in the hearts and minds of each of us. This is the intensely communal and personal work of conversion of heart and of mind, the daily submitting to the power of the Spirit of God that we might become a new creation, conformed to Christ. It's also the work of facing what must be faced in ourselves, of being willing to address with compassionate honesty the most fundamental of all questions: what's going on? More particularly, what's going on with or in me? No amount of rethinking and reforming will do us any good if there's no conversion of life underpinning it, manifested in it, and flowing out of it. Or to put it another way, all our rethinking and reforming must be also and at the same time renewing. And so, the rethinking then becomes an effective opening to the Spirit of God, not just a change of ideas or personal agenda, or still less simply abandoning the old thought patterns. And the reforming then becomes a process in which we allow the Spirit of God to lead us where we must go, not just a problem-solving program or a series of political maneuvers. Finally, my concluding remarks. Not everyone is going to be a leader in rethinking or reforming, though we must all be open to both and seek to respond to the challenges there to the best of our ability. However, everyone is a leader in the work of renewing. No other human being has quite the journey of conversion that I have, and therefore no other human being has quite the same gift to bring to the life of the church. You alone can lead us along that way that is yours, peculiarly yours, your way of conversion. I referred at the beginning of this presentation to Cardinal Newman's motto, one which we would do well to meditate on at this time. I shall conclude with a few words from one of Cardinal Newman's prayers, words that I would encourage you to take to heart as they describe beautifully and simply our Christian vocation, especially in this time of unfinished business. I have a part in a great work. I am a link in a chain, a bond of connection between persons. Thank you.
Do want to thank our sifters led by Professor Tim O'Hearn, Margaret O'Hearn, Ron Perry for the intellectual effort to sort through and to try to give me some patterns that might be developing in the questions. Now, could I put the first question to Morag Fraser? What are the unique gifts, Morag, which the Australian Church has to offer to the Universal Church in the process of rethinking, renewing and reforming?
I could be wicked and say the frankness of its priests that was so criticised by Rome, but I won't say that. I think it does have something to do with the social robustness of Australian Catholics, who do tend to say what they mean by and large, and a much beleaguered priesthood which seems to me to be made up of men who have a very direct capacity. I don't have a great deal of experience of other large Catholic groups, but I was thinking about Australian priests as I've known them, and Australian and American priests or English priests, quite different. And I'm just talking about priests there, that's for a start. It would be true for the kind of social and personal robustness you get through Catholic lay organisations, people who get about and just do things. I was at a St Vincent de Paul night the other night with a large number of people who just get on and do, who create the kinds of connections that keep an ongoing organisation, that don't demand a great deal by way of either recognition or fanfare, but just do. Now, how Australian's that? Pretty Australian, I think, Shirley. Yeah. It's just robust common sense, a lot of it, and an inclination not to be too concerned about the ways in which you're being scrutinised. Just do it. I mean, Rome becomes very irrelevant sometimes.
I wonder if anyone else in the panel would care to think about that. Are there any particular gifts of the Australian Church? Michael? No?
Can I would say egalitarianism is a very, very significant feature of Australian life, and it's very much a part of the church, and I think it has much to offer the church. Can you hear me? If I need to speak right into it, I'm sorry. Egalitarianism, I think, is very, very much a feature of Australia. I think it was condemned in the Statement of Conclusions, yes. But I think it is a profoundly wonderful thing, and fits hand in glove with the whole notion of collegiality, communio, and subsidiarity.
Yes, and now a question for Bishop Robinson. While I share in Bishop Robinson's hope for the changes that might result from the sexual abuse scandal, I wonder if it's not too much to hope for global change. Can the Bishop comment on the extent of the crisis? Is it a first world problem mainly? And if it is, can it truly have the earth-shattering effect on the entire church that he hopes for?
Obviously, it's come out into the open, first of all, in the Anglo-Saxon countries. It started in Canada, then the United States, and then here in Great Britain. The evidence would show that it is present in virtually every country. And indeed, I've seen writings of St. Basil, the founder of monasticism, complaining about older monks and younger monks. I've seen writings from the 10th century. I've seen Margaret of Navarre spent most of her life picking up the thesis after it. And yes, there have been cases in other countries, but it's on a par with a lot of other subjects. I mean, for example, homosexuality was not recognized as a fact in many countries, and it's still making very slow headway in many, many countries. That's why I keep saying, some people would like to say, we're over the hump and now it'll get better. Forget it. We've got a long, long, long way to go. And the revelations will keep coming here. There are even waves of it that I can foresee, let alone in other countries. Possibly to bring about the profound change I'm talking about, it almost has to get a lot worse before it can really get better. I'd hate to say that. By a lot worse, I mean by it coming out in all other countries. Dare I say, particularly in Italy. They were, when I was there, they were about, I would say, 15 years behind us. When I was there in 1998, there was a meeting of psychiatrists in the November of that year. We were there for the synod. I read in the paper there was a meeting of psychiatrists, and they admitted there was no one in the country specifically trained to interview small children in 1998. Now, they've since remedied that. There was no one in 1998, which gives you an indication of just how far they had to come. And, there's a lot more to come out. Furthermore, all sexual abuse is first and foremost an abuse of power. And this is why I say there's so much more to come. Abuses of power of all kinds. And if, for example, this is not an attack, it's just a straight comment. If sexual abuse is overwhelmingly a male problem, females can also abuse, but in other ways. They won't abuse sexually, or only a very small number of them. It does not mean they are immune from abuse. Look even here in our country at some of the things that happen in the orphanages, where you created impossible circumstances, where you ask one person, male or female, to look after 30 small children 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Morag, what would you say to that? But they did, and because you have children that came out this evening. I'm afraid there's a lot more to come. I wish it weren't so, but it is.
Robert.
I think it's really very interesting, but the church, in a sense, should have been able to read these signs, because if the church is truly of the world, it's reading the signs of the time and the changes in the world. And if you actually look about this issue, it follows exactly the same pattern as domestic violence, child abuse generally. 60 years ago, 40 or 50 years ago, we had the same issue about domestic violence. It was hidden. It was a family matter. It wasn't to be reported and police didn't respond. But then power imbalances changed between men and women. And have no doubt about it, the change in the balance between the two sexes actually led to extraordinary changes, including around domestic violence. And then it moved to the right of children. And today we hear people say, well, children have all the rights and no responsibilities. But let's be very clear. Up until 30 or 40 years ago, child abuse and neglect was also hidden, and it was starting to be moved forward. The same patterns are occurring in church as it is in society. And the same patterns will happen in the third world countries as they are in the first world country. And I think one of the things that the church should understand is that it has to become much better at reading the changing social times of the community and the world at large. These are predictable. The fact that the church is in a scandal around sexual abuse was predictable. Not how it would happen, not when it would happen. The second thing I would say, in Australian context, social policy in the last 100 years has always followed the same pattern. And one of the key ingredients in Australia in social policy has been litigation. I would like to think it's about changing the hearts of mind and people. But if you look at all of the major social reforms in Australia, they have occurred largely with the intervention of litigation and then a response by governments and then a change of hearts and minds by people. And it's been predictable. The same thing is happening here. Litigation, the outing of poor conduct and so on and so forth. So again, we can say just in Australia, there is a predictable pattern by which social change happens, and it will apply to the church no less than it applies to other organisations or institutions throughout the country. What we have been profoundly bad at doing in Australia is reading those signs and then saying, yes, they will apply to the church in some way, shape or form. We wait for the flood to hit us and then look surprised by it. Maybe, as Bishop Robinson said, this is the wake-up call that we have to have. Having said that, humanity has a great way of rushing on and forgetting past history. Maybe this event won't be the cataclysmic change that Bishop's talking about.
Yes, there was a great line, I think, in I think it was one of the tablets I was reading, that John Wilkins' paper, that the American bishops' mistake, I mean there were lots of mistakes, was that they actually sought, this is going right back to 1992, because I think Father Komonchak points out, some bishops did in fact in their diocese, several of them, employ all the codes that were envisaged by the American Church way back in the early 90s, and then some notable ones didn't. But there was a great desire to close the problem down rather than seeking to understand what had happened, which I think is a very useful distinction. A very, very useful distinction, actually. I mean, it is that sort of, I mean, it's true in secular life too. There's a problem-solving mentality, and then there's a genuine understanding that seeks to flow. And I agree with you, Robert, completely. I think that I suppose understanding comes sort of down the line after a lot of codes have been set in place. It's a sort of rather depressing commentary on human behaviour, but it does seem to be that the stick has to be wielded and then gradually people seek to understand what is happening. But I would hope, I mean, that's one of my dreams for this weekend, that there can be actually levels of understanding meeting the Bishop's great desire for not simplistic or sweeping solutions. Now this to I suppose the panel as a whole, but I'll put it first to you, Morag. For most young people today, Vatican II is unstarted business. Many neither know nor understand Vatican II and its teachings. How can we start the business when many teens do not attend church and most parents now send them to Catholic schools for academic education rather than Christian education?
The reason I chose those two words, justice and peace, was because I see young people animated by notions of justice. You see young people congregated in social movements, environmental movements, refugee movements, lots of young, very young people at the moment deeply involved in justice movements for refugees in Australia. You have to go with the issue and do the education about Vatican II backwards, Geraldine. I think you've got to catch people's enthusiasms at the age at which they have them, and you catch the conscience of a 16-year-old or a 17-year-old by
putting them in contact with something about which they can do something. I've watched young people in justice groups in a couple of Catholic schools I've had to do with, where they've been allowed to commit themselves to a task that put them in circumstances that were not familiar, where they had to meet people outside of their class, caste, just general comfort zone, and be with them for a while. They had to organise things that had to do with their own circumstances. Let's say it was drug abuse or violence within the family. Get young people involved in that way, and then you can work back into the more theoretical constructs of something like the Vatican Council. But scratch any kid, and there's a spirit wanting to do something there, and I think you do it that way. You do it the way, was it Cardinal Martini who has young people come into the cathedral and talk to him about what they're doing, what they think, where they are at the particular moment, rather than trying it the other way. The formal structures and the formal namings of their being at church doesn't mean that they don't have a conscience and that they don't think and that they don't wish to do good. They do. You've just got to give them the appropriate opportunities, or put the appropriate opportunities in their way and then let them do something with them, which they will do.
Bishop Robertson, with your educational work, did you form a view on this?
Well, it is difficult to explain this to young people, simply because they have no idea of the church before the council and don't believe you when you tell them. You tell them about what used to be in seminaries and novitiates in those years. They think you're making it all up. It couldn't be true. Whereas many people here know it was all too true. And that is a great pity, because I've always believed that in assessing any movement, you can do it in one of two ways. You can either say, how far has this group or institution come from where it was, or you can say, how far short is it of where I think it ought to be? Now, the second is the usual way people judge things. It's not perfect, therefore it's bad. Two problems with that. My concept of what is perfect can be quite different from yours. But more importantly, it's an unreal one. The real judgment is, how far have we come? If we judge Vatican II that way, it was an extraordinary success. I mean, it really did bring about quite massive change. That historian I'm talking about, I hope, will have several chapters on just how big was the change from where we were, because a good historian will have to start with the church before it took place. And then, so, it's very difficult, I find, though, with young people to explain that, because they just don't know and don't believe.
Robert, any?
Well, yeah, again, I just think we have to read the signs of the times, again, if I can use that expression. It is an absolute mistake to believe that Vatican II caused any decline in people's attendance at church. If it were true, why is it that every other Christian church that did not have a Vatican II have a decline in exactly the same way in its population, and only recently the Pentecostal movement or the evangelical movement has changed? It is also true during exactly the same period of time in the First World, there was a massive decline in membership of every club, Apex, Lions and Rotary, and a disengagement by our generation completely from everything. And again, it is a very dangerous thing for us in church to simply say cause and effect, Vatican II and effect, if you don't actually understand that the same things were occurring throughout the world. Why I make that comment is read the signs of the time today, as Morag said. Young people are questing for the spiritual dimension to life in a way that we have never seen. Now, you can either do as Pope John Paul II said at Randwick, calling people to come back, or you can do what I think is required, and that is to go out and to journey where they are. And they are out there. And in fact, the church is not weak. It does have lots of young people involved in it, but they are forming different faith communities, and they are doing it differently. And it is that diversity that we have to legitimise. You cannot stand back and say, come back to us. It will not happen. You have to go out to where they are and journey with them. And then the question is, what are they going to journey back to or with you to? And I just want to reflect, I didn't use this in the speech, but Cyril Haley, a Columban priest, I hope he's not here, he said, he is. Cyril? God. Well, Cyril said this once, and I don't know when, Cyril, so I don't have to, it said, there is one mission, the building of a kingdom which is not the same as the consolidation and expansion of the church. We do not pray thy church come, but thy kingdom come. The church must reflect the gospel teachings of Jesus Christ in order that it can bring the kingdom. And that is the message to the young people, that we preach, we bring the kingdom. And hopefully the church facilitates rather than hinders that event. But the signs of the time are clear. Young people are questing for the Spirit. Are we prepared to walk out? But if we stand back and say, come to us, they will not, certainly not yet.
Yeah. Now, this is a question for both Michael and Morag. I found myself reacting to Father Michael's call to surrender and abandonment. I think that is a very male articulation of response. As a woman, I feel I need to assert and claim power. Would you care to comment?
No.
Now, don't be a wuss, please.
No, I'm not an entire wimp. I'll say something. Look, the notion of abandonment and surrender are, if you like, key themes in all the great mystical traditions. And they apply to males and females, and they demand great commitment, great courage, great energy, great activity to be that passive. I think sometimes by introducing the gender divide, we miss the point that the greatest truths, the greatest Christian truths, are beyond gender, are beyond those kinds of distinctions, and the sort of focus there is a self-transcending focus. One of the things that has upset me as I reflect on my own attitude to renewal over the years, or the unfinished business, and some of my peers, is we get too caught up in the things that don't really matter. You know, I've been part of 6 chapters of the Marist Fathers in the Australian province, and I really have to scratch my head and wonder how much we ever achieved. We spent a lot of time arguing about things, and we published lovely documents, but what really matters? And we spilled blood on the floor over things that didn't matter. So to get back to the point, I think what I was trying to point to there was something that is transcultural and indeed trans-denominational, even trans-religious, that invitation that is in the heart of every human being to yield to the claim that the divine has on us.
Morag, do you want to...
I don't know what to say because I have no or very rudimentary mystical understandings. The only way I can interpret your language at all, Michael, is to think of it in musical terms. And if you think about mystics like Hildegard that require, as you say, a great deal of energy, it's not abandonment. It's a displacement of self that I think happens in ecstatic or mystical states. But we're so dogged by the sexual overtones of the language of mysticism in English. I think it makes it very difficult to talk about ecstasy and abandonment without importing all sorts of things into the language. So I can understand why the questioner wanted to assert rather than abandon. But I think you're right. It's not a gender issue, but it is a language issue.
It is a difficult. I think it's something that women are really wrestling with, myself, at this particular time in history, as to discerning that yielding is probably required, but how to do that in a way that doesn't feel like the old submission, I think. I think it's a really interesting part of the journey that women are on.
Well, we've been ill-served by some of our great women too. Well, what's Hildegard's phrase, that she's a feather on the breath of God? No, she wasn't. And she was as purposive as anyone, who ever wrote. And it's a female sort of fallback position. Oh no, I don't do anything. It all just happens through me. That I think we have to come to terms with in Christian feminism, Christian theology, probably, because this, we are always active, but that displacement of self is another business, and it's got to be worked at.
It's very interesting. Thank you for the question, because it is quite rich with possibilities. Now, look, there are a couple that are similar.
to just a dozen people, and they're all over 60. It seems to me we focus a lot on numbers, on age, and I don't want to say they're not important, they are. But part of the whole process is to recover the sense of God in all this. It is God's church, it's not ours. God, I like Joe Komonchak's phrase actually, God's gift, our task. Now this might say more about me than it does about anything else, but I don't worry about that. I do my best. I hope it's a generous, intelligent best, and I leave the rest to God. I love Julian of Norwich's phrase, all will be well, all manner of things shall be well. Now, she's not a wimp, she's not passive, she's not just saying, well, fold your arms and be a quietist. She was a tough lady. She was a gutsy woman, but she knew where the power lay. And sometimes we can get caught up on our idea of what should happen and forget that we're really not praying for the church to come, we're praying for the kingdom to come. And that might in fact mean the demise of what we have seen as church. Possibly.
Well, maybe Robert, it's a very good follow-up question to Robert then. If abuse of power is at the heart of the church's current crisis, how can we, the powerless, really do something constructive about it?
Well, abuse of power is at the heart of some of the issues, and part of what I was talking about was that if we truly believe in the people of God, if we truly believe in that equality between the lay, religious and the ordained, then in fact we would see that the power is shared across those three groups. But I think a couple of things. Firstly, I'm not actually sure that you want the power, because with the power comes the responsibility. It is not right to say that they have let us down. It is not right to say that all of the tragedies in the church are they. In fact, they are ours. And in a sense, I'm not sure that we really want the shared responsibility and the shared leadership. That it hasn't been given is one issue. But in fact, Vatican II said it wasn't about being given. It was in the gift of baptism, not the giving by others, that in fact that shared responsibility for the church, that equality as a person within the people of God was given. Are we ready to claim it? Are we ready to really accept the responsibility that goes with it? Are we really prepared to share it equally with others? And I think that is an uncertain question. I think the laity, for example, is big on activity, and we're hugely active in our parishes. But I wonder whether that's the same as about actually accepting responsibility for the church, for the young people that are out there, the journey out, and so on and so forth. So I think that's a very important question. The second thing is, one of the things that one always learns is you presume power. One of the great myths in life is that people have power or have influence. More often than not, they assume it. They claim it, and they propagate that they have it. And in a sense, that's a very important thing. Religious women did it. Whether they had it or not was immaterial. What they asserted was that they had it, and they succeeded. And so it's very important to understand that power and influence is about presuming. It's about claiming it, and it's about exercising it with wisdom and justice. So the other thing too is I think you can claim it today. My last point is that I think the structures of the church still remain a major impediment to that equal sharing. And I don't think they will genuinely change until we actually embrace the concept of Christian unity. I really do believe that the most fundamental change to church will come when the first church either embraces us or we embrace them. And at that moment, I think it will be profound. It will be so revolutionary that the structures will have to change. Maybe I'm wrong, but I actually believe that that will be a moment. Perhaps it'll occur from another reason, but I'm not sure that I see that reason or that event occurring at this stage.
Just very interesting. I was at a dinner last night and we were reflecting on why the Catholic Church in the last census, for instance, in Australia, is now effectively the only major denomination, and a lot of others are drifting away. And this particular man, pardon me, who'd become a Catholic about 18 months ago, said
It's very obvious to me. It's very obvious to me. He's a very successful man, this man. And we all paused and he said, they're the only ones left who believe. It was a fascinating comment. Absolutely fascinating comment. This man also had been totally bewitched, I think is the phrase. No, it's probably the wrong word. Delighted, bewitched sounds a little sort of shallow, but completely captivated by the Mass, which was what drew him in, so that there was something, it was very interesting, it was something, deeply non-cerebral, is what I really got from him, that had attracted him in a discerning man with a lot of options and possibilities. But this phrase, they're the only ones who really still believe. And I think a lot of us wonder quite what we do believe in the Catholic Church. I didn't sort of proffer that, but he had a deep confidence about that, which I just think is worth reflecting on. Bishop Robinson, is one of the most frustrating things since Vatican II the obsession of the Curia and the papacy with its own centralism? Are there moves among the episcopacy to redress this dilemma of a lack of true collegiality and subsidiarity?
Firstly, a comment that's relevant on your previous question. Be careful before you say you're powerless. It's easy to do that at every level. I've spent countless hours listening to priests say we're powerless, the bishops have got all the power. Now, I'm an auxiliary bishop, I could tell you all about lack of power. And so could the bishops as a whole talk about lack of power because Rome and the Curia and the Pope decide everything, and the changes that I see as necessary in order to meet this problem with sexual abuse, many of them we cannot make here in Australia. We just cannot do it. Only the Pope can. And you can feel that as, okay, we're totally lacking in power. With it goes responsibility. Peter Ingham sitting there, and I remember when he was ordained a bishop, and I remember saying to him, congratulations, you've just become guilty of every act of abuse that's ever taken place in Australia. and I was right, wasn't I? Yeah. As to what the bishops are doing about it, it is not an easy question. There is an immense loyalty to the church, first of all. But following from that and inseparable from it, a loyalty to the Pope. It is there, it's a very powerful force, and it does make bishops very slow to stand up. I've met that over this, pardon me getting back to, I'm not always a broken record, getting back to this issue of abuse. We had a meeting in Rome in April 2000, and we presented all our needs to the people there, cardinals, archbishops, a whole room full of them. And we represented 570 bishops, and the 570 who had most experience of this problem. And we were ignored. We really were. I've mentioned a couple of things. They put in that statute of limitations. You must bring your accusation within 10 years of the crime. Most people need 20, 30, 40 years before they are able to. And that just cuts them off before they get there. There must be a tribunal entirely of priests, no one else allowed. How many victims are going to go into a room full of 6 priests in black suits to tell their story of abuse? Now, we said those things to the people there, and we told them we represented 570 bishops. Collegiality died that day for me. It had been sick for years, but it died in front of me when we were ignored, just told to go home, and they would decide, and they did decide, without reference to us. I've tried since then to get people
we had a meeting recently in England, and I said there, let's ignore the cardinals and the archbishops in Rome, let's go straight to the Pope on this one. And I know he's elderly and ailing, but I said, that's not my problem. That's his problem. He's the boss of the church. He's got all that power. If he can't handle a question like this, that's his problem, not mine. And I want to go to him and say, I want some of our leaders, the cardinals, to go into the Pope, past all the cardinals, and say, this doesn't work. We've got to have changes there. And you alone can do them. But it takes... But I have to add, it's very, very difficult to get bishops and cardinals to do that.
What happened? What was the end of the story? Like you said, you put this up. Did I hear you correctly? You proposed this to go direct to the Pope?
Well, they have decided that together we will work out a process, a procedure that should be used.
Right.
See, our present one, the Towards Healing document, we've done it as well as we can, but it has no teeth. We cannot, at the end of it, even having found a priest certainly guilty, we cannot dismiss him. Why? Because we'd have to go through the congregation with the doctrine of the faith, who will throw the case out because of the statute of limitations, or because our process wasn't set up in the proper way and consisting solely of priests. I mean, that's why. So we're working out a process, and then the idea is, if they'll take up what I suggested, that the leaders of all our English-speaking countries will ask for an audience with the Pope.
I see.
Now, whether that will happen, I can't tell you.
Thank you. Morag, you're wanting to...
Oh, I'm just very interested, Bishop, in what the loyalty consists in. It's an admirable quality, but it sounds wrong.
I believe that it is taken too far. I mean, I believe in loyalty to the Pope, and because I believe in loyalty to the Church, and I believe in loyalty to the Church because I believe in loyalty to God. But that can't... Look, the dilemma for me that I've found in this, and I'm sure you can understand, I've been wrestling with this for a long time. It becomes almost a choice between loyalty to, certainly, let me say, the Vatican, rather than pick on the person of the Pope. It becomes a choice between loyalty to the Vatican and loyalty to victims, and if that's the choice, it doesn't take me 2 seconds, doesn't take me a fraction of a second. I'll use that phrase that anyone in Rome hates, I'd do what Jesus would do.
Now, this is related... No, I suppose it's not. No, move on. It's moving us back to attitudes, I suppose, in the broadest sense, to sexuality. Marriage in Vatican documents is spoken of as somehow a lesser way to God than the religious life or the priesthood. When God spoke to us through his Son, he chose the womb of a woman as his altar, and married life was crucial to the growth and nurture required. Why do we continue to venerate single life and virginity or celibacy to the detriment of the way we speak of married life? It seems to be at the base of the questions raised by Bishop Robinson. I wonder, Robert, would you care to, as a married man, would you care to speculate on this?
I suppose we come back to that, how do we judge any movement? By where it's come from or how far we think it's short of the perfection. The Vatican Council actually came a long way from where we were before. When I first went to Rome, would you believe, I went in 1955 as a student, and shortly after there was a big meeting of religious in the Vatican. It was called a meeting of the states of perfection. And I can remember people being particularly mystified by quite what that meant. No, the Vatican Council quite seriously did do a fair bit to redress that and to talk rather of vocation. And so people can be called to this vocation, priesthood, religious life, or people could be called by God to marriage. And then that was the call for them. So some other state was not superior to theirs for them. And that really was a big change. But it's, there's still a lot of the earlier stuff has continued. I don't deny that at all. But, if it's the Vatican Council we're really talking about, I believe it did make some fairly large steps forward on that subject.
Gary, can I make the point? I don't feel lesser. I don't feel my marriage is a lesser vocation. And I don't need to be told that by anybody. I don't need to wait for the bishop or the pope or anyone to tell me that my vocation is equal to and shared with Bishop Robinson or with the religious here today. And Vatican II should have done that for us. It should have said that this gives us the guidance, us, the people of God. I think the tragedy is that we're still waiting to be told what is valued and what is not. We're still waiting to be permitted, we've been given permission to feel this way. Claim it. Claim it as a right. Claim it as a right of baptism. For me, my vocation as a married man is equal to and different from each of the others in church. And I do not need to be waited to be told that by anyone. And so whilst there are things that occur that annoy me and anger me, the one thing it will not do is stop me from claiming that. And that is the message of Vatican II. It was genuinely putting it back into your hands, the people of God. It is about you claiming what is given to you in that gift of baptism. So if you're sitting there and feeling that the church doesn't value it, I say get real. Do you believe your vocation as a married person is equal to but different from those others? I do. I hope you do.
Hear, hear.
And claim it.
Yes, God. Thank you. Morag, yes.
I will forbear, Robert. There's still a problem here, though, isn't there? In a church that over many years has, whether rightly or wrongly, I don't understand this, has valued extreme states and extreme celibacy or castration or martyrdom or all kinds of. I deliberately include martyrdom because I think some of our attitudes to martyrdom are perverse. I think we encourage people to do things that put their lives at risk for reasons that don't justify that sort of extremity. We don't value life enough. And I think there's a streak of self-punishing. There's a streak of a kind of sexual aestheticism that's partly erotic in the whole Catholic attitude to celibacy that we haven't quite worked out. And you may claim marriage, Robert, but and good on you, so do I. But there's something that our religion traditionally has valued that I think is deeply unhealthy at some level.
Yes, I think that's the very difficult area to go in. I completely agree with you, and I think it's that the few numbers of saints who are married is something that causes incredible anger in me. It's funny, it really gets
Virgin
my
martyrs.
goat.
Yeah.
That's the sort of dispassion that the ABC favours. Just stepped momentarily out of character. Now, there are a couple here which I think are very similar. Can the complex church of the 21st century ever regain the Jesus-like simplicity of the early church? And there are other people talking about the church of the Acts of the Apostles, characterised by the Spirit, the presence of the Spirit, and moved by the story of Jesus. All movements die unless they institutionalise. However, to flourish, institutions need to retain the spirit of the movement, which is this is a trick, isn't it? Michael, how would you answer that?
One of the contrasts that Archbishop Quinn, or comparisons that Archbishop Quinn made when he was talking about the change that confronts us, is with the change that confronted the Jewish community when it was faced with Gentile converts. I think he was underestimating the change that faces us. You're talking about over 1 billion human beings spread throughout the world virtually, almost every culture. I think the Christian churches, whether you talk about the Catholic Church on its own or all together, is forever a most complex, multicultural, social, political, historical reality now in a way that it never ever was. Having said that, however, the simplicity of the gospel has to remain the boiler room, has to remain the heart of it. The reality of Jesus Christ is always the measure of our life. We are baptized into Christ, and that's what makes us partakers of this institutional reality, our being partakers of the body of Christ. I think it's possible to live within the simplicity of that relationship with God in Christ by the power of the Spirit, at the same time live amidst an institutional reality that is highly complex, at times even chaotic. I would suggest the only way we can thrive in that kind of chaos is to have a centre that's beyond it, a centre that's not subject to the ephemeral kind of forces and dynamisms that political, institutional, cultural realities are. And that's not to disconnect the Christian reality from those things. We are incarnational, they are there. We are part of that. But our security, our power, our energy, our focus comes not from those forms, but from the reality of Christ.
Anyone else like to? Yes, go ahead, Rob.
Well, I'm just reminded of that phrase that was used in the mid-1800s, and it says, the primitive church may have been poor, but at least she was free. And in many senses, the stripping away that is occurring of the church's arrogance, which is being stripped away through the issues that Bishop Robinson's talked about, the reduction in the numbers, both in formal church and in religious orders, in a sense is doing that for us in a very physical way. Not universally across the church, because there are parts where the church is in fact growing. But in a sense, I think that is exactly what's going to happen. as certain things are stripped off the church or away from it, it takes us back to a new level of poverty. And I think that probably is going to be the saviour of the church. There was the gathering of brothers here a couple of years ago in this building. There was a session called, From Abundance to Scarcity. And in a sense, my take on that is that it's a liberating moment. In scarcity, one becomes liberated. In poverty, one is liberated. And so too for the church and for us collectively. So in one sense, I think it is occurring, and it's occurring in many different ways. And out of it may become a poorer, in some senses, church, but I think actually a richer and more freer church. And I think that's where the great sign of hope is. Back in the 1860s, it was because the church had amassed not only wealth, but had become totally ingratiated with the royalties and the wealthy in Europe. Ironically, in Australia, we were still a frontier church, a very poor church. Which were the stronger church? I hesitate to say that Australia, the frontier church, the one with least, we did our most. In many senses, I think we're starting to see that again.
Brace yourself, Robert. In the last 20 or 30 years, the number of seminarians has increased by about 75% throughout the world. It's declining massively in Australia and other Western countries. I think we need to be prepared for the possibility that the stripping down that we are finding will not perhaps lead to the kind of simplicity and vigour it may. I hope it does, but I wouldn't like to be naive about it.
Well, in fact, we've got about another 5 to 8 minutes before we stop. So I've got a final question I'm going to ask everybody, but there's some patterns. What is the role of those among us who have left the priesthood in the process of renewal? Which is a really difficult one, isn't it? I mean, what do you think, Michael?
Look, it struck me when I began my studies at Toongabbie, the parallel group that went through the Diocesan Seminary began at Springwood in 1966. 96 young men began their seminary program that year. Now, I think that the church at that time, and I've heard Geoffrey Robinson say this, and I think it's a very insightful and useful comment to remember. The Vatican Council wasn't called because there was a crisis. It was called when we were at the crest of the wave. We were hurtling along like the bullet train. Now, I think a lot of people, young people, in their idealism and their desire to do something wonderful with their lives and wonderful for people, the only option was to go to the novitiate, go to the seminary, so that a lot of people actually went through the seminaries who discovered that that was a station along the way, and that was part of their education, part of the way God dealt with them and led them onto something else. I see it as all grist for the mill. I went through my own weighing it all up in whatever it was, 1982, and I started to think to myself, well, I went to the seminary in 1965 as a 17-year-old boy, fresh out of Ballina High School. And what did I know about anything? What did I know about celibacy or obedience, or poverty, or any of that? Yet I made those commitments, life commitments, let me tell you. And as a 30-year-old, a 35-year-old, I started to say to myself, well, do I still want to do this? I mean, did I just sort of get into this, drift into this for whatever reason? And I threw the pieces into the air. And one day over a period of a fairly anxious 12 months actually, came to the conclusion in my guts, not just my head, this is me. This is where I belong. Now I can well understand another person saying, no, this is not me, this is not where I belong, and I'm going elsewhere. I have every sympathy for that, and I think it's all part of the whole reality that we are.
Yes, Morag.
Four of my very close friends are ex-priests, and about another three. And one of the great things that people who've been trained in the priesthood can do is educate. And one of the preconditions for their doing that happily is the whole process of laicization be done with grace and a certain amount of dignity, so that their attachment remains both easy and warm and full. And when that's the case, I draw on these men so much because they know lots of stuff. They've also had experiences of life in various phases and different ways, but also they have a lot of theological education, a lot of historical education, and in this particular case, and I won't name names, but you can probably guess who they are, they use it too. It's a public resource. And I think it's terrific that we now live in a time when that public resource can be publicly exploited in the best possible way, and they're made to feel that they're still part of a church, which would lead me to think about all sorts of other subgroups that one could have, that where people remain attached to orders that they belong to, even though they're not full members of things like that. There are all sorts of subsidiary ways of belonging to the church that can feed and enrich its life.
Which, of course, that whole question of laicization with grace is the very thing that is, shall we say, might be a victim of the what's happening in America at the moment, as various people have written about. You know, such is the nature of the crisis that demands a palpable response. That there could be some, there could be some natural justice denied, and I know that in England there's some concern there too. Now I'll just do one more before I ask a general catch-all question. Conservative forces within the church hierarchy, the world and Australia, appear to be reasserting their authority and deliberately slowing down or preventing change. If this is true, as very many Catholics feel it is, how can the laity reassert their right to participate in future decision-making within the church, at least to have their voice heard, which is a sort of a variation on ones we've had before, and it leads to some of the one I'm going to ask everyone at the end. But Robert Fitzgerald, would you care to have a go at that?
How good if I know? It's a real challenge. I'm reminded of the quip that a conservative is a person that loves a radical 100 years after they're dead. So it's true. I think it is a huge. I don't have the answer, so let me just make that comment. All I can say as a layperson trying to influence, and it is influence rather than exercise power. It is to use every opportunity to do so. And so in all of the roles that I've had and all the areas that I've had, I believe that I have both a right and a responsibility to influence the church both today and into the future. And it isn't power, it is about that. So again, for me, the only way that I can deal with it is, given that I'm not on any councils, I'm not on any bishops' committees at the moment, I'm not on anything, yet I try to influence it. I use every opportunity with a very clear view that that's part of our right and our responsibility. As I said before, the structures don't seem to me to be yet open, certainly not universally across Australia and even throughout the world. And I'm not even sure that some of the structures that have been put in place, the pastoral councils and so on, necessarily are very effective, although some are. So again, Geraldine, my point is I think you just have to use every opportunity that you can until such time as we work our way through the structural considerations. And I really, when I started by that quip about, I really don't know, it's true. That doesn't abrogate or diminish my responsibility to have a go. And it doesn't stop my right to claim that I should have an influence. I just have to use different forums and different techniques to achieve that, because there are very few formal ways that that can be achieved, either in the parish or within the diocese, that I've experienced previously.
After most of the major councils that have taken place over the last 2,000 years, there seems to be similar phenomenon. A smallish group leaves the church entirely in protest against the decisions that were made, as the Lefebvres did in the case of the Second Vatican Council. Usually also, history, I believe, would say there comes a backlash, a movement within the church of those who don't wish to leave, but don't like a number of the things that happened, and you have that, as it were, the contest between the two forces. But I believe history would also say that councils are extraordinarily powerful things, and I would not underestimate the Second Vatican Council. I said much earlier in my own talk, there is a lack of clear theology at times under certain key issues, like collegiality is a classic one. It did not solve the questions. It raised them, but didn't give us the solution. It ended up with the theory of two holders of supreme power, which is a very difficult concept to sustain, and it really needs to be resolved. But that's a theological question that must be resolved. Otherwise, a council does have force. And in the meantime, what can you do? Well, I hope a few of the things that have been said this evening are the answer. Young people, and all that Robert was saying about the need to get out there with them, instead of saying, come to us all the time. The changes in religious life, where the numbers have gone down, but the level of commitment among young people hasn't gone down, I don't believe. It's simply not taking that form. They are not joining religious life and won't. But they are finding new forms of it. And that, to me, even in the direct question, former priests, former religious, I believe, have a very powerful role there in working at that edge of the church, if you like, and in the ways that we can find into the future. But we all have a role there, and that is where the power of people lie. Look at your Mary MacKillop's and many others like her. They weren't powerful people. They were out there on the edges, experimenting, doing things that had not done before. She got excommunicated for her pains, almost a condition of sainthood in the Catholic tradition. And but she did powerful things, and I think that is open to us, rather than always looking for the power in the structure.
Can I just make one thing, because we may not get to it? I think it's very important that many of us believe that the church is reverting in some ways to the church of the first millennium, and that is a community of communities. One of the greatest things that you can do as individuals, and I can do, is to actually nurture those faith communities where we find them. I think one of the most exciting things about church at the moment is, and it's linked to the youth, is that we are seeing the re-emergement of faith communities throughout the country. Every one of us, as people of God here, have a responsibility to be nurturing those communities where we find them, in our family, in our streets, in our schools, in our communities. And that really probably is more powerful than anything else, than any formal structure. And we see that throughout Australia. I have never seen more small communities being developed, as I said in my talk. And if you could be the centre of those, or a facilitator for those, or an encourager for those, that would be extraordinarily influential in a very practical way for the church into the future. It may not be part of a formal structure. It may not have a title. But that's, I think, where the Australian church is headed, to a strong community of communities in all shapes and sizes. And it will need former priests and religious. It will need current priests, religious, but it will also need all of us here to be actively at the centre of encouraging and helping to develop those small communities. And that, I think, will have the greatest influence on the church that we could possibly hope for. So again, don't wait for the structures to change. Grasp those opportunities that exist out there in the community of faithful.
In fact, final question, which is related to that, and we've had several like this, so I'll summarise it by one. What is the real outcome of our discussions here this weekend? Where will these collective answers of wisdom be taken to effect real change? So I'll ask each of our panellists tonight. First to you, Michael Whelan.
A practical response to that. The proceedings of this gathering this weekend will be published in written form and in audio form. So that's one practical outcome. Now, I hope that that has a ripple effect and draws people into conversations around the country. I don't look for any major structural change. We're not going to, I don't think we're going to take up a petition and march to Canberra or polling house or whatever. I hope there's an energising effect on every single person here, and that people become very realistic and feel connected with other baptised people who are keen to live the gospel in their own particular way. And if I can go back to that phrase of Newman's, to which I referred earlier on, that you are a bond of connection between persons, something realistic, something very close to home, something that is doable. There's nothing so demoralising as setting yourself tasks that aren't doable. If you must beat your head against a brick wall, pick a brick that's going to move. And I think that applies to the way you participate in the church and how you go away from this weekend.
Morag.
I genuinely don't know. I mean, there'll be an effect on individuals. You'll listen and you'll absorb and transmute what's said. I have unease about our discussions about individual initiative and assuming and doing things while you have supervening structures that I think are bad role models and don't encourage. So that leaves me with a sense of tension, I suppose. Maybe that's something that people can discuss and it's not something we're going to be able to resolve, but maybe discussion at least vents anxieties and makes you feel that you can act in other areas. But that's as much as the moment I could say.
Robert.
Well, I think it is genuinely to be a people of hope. You see, one of the things that if you deal in the areas that I deal with at the present time of social inequality and disadvantage and have for a long time, you could become depressed. You could allow yourself to lose hope. You could allow yourself to become the victim. We are not victims. This church is not dead, nor is it dying. I actually hope that we would go from here with that confidence, the confidence that Vatican II gave us, the confidence that I think the church continues to give us in many different ways, and to, again, to use the word, to claim our place in that church. From that, much will follow, much will flow. I look around here and I see faces that I know very well. And every one of them is doing something exciting, absolutely exciting in their own communities. It's terrific. I'm inspired by that. So I really would hope that you leave here with a sense of hope, not looking through the world through rose-coloured glasses. I've never done that. Not something that is fanciful, but something that is based in the reality. And the reality, I think, is what Vatican II gave us. And I think that that is something that we should celebrate, nurture, and then spread. So it is that real sense of practical hope, if you can use that expression.
I think that we've thought of the Vatican Council this evening largely in terms of a beginning. We've seen what it did and what's happened since. But there's also a very, very powerful sense in which every council is a conclusion. That is, it's the result of a whole lot of things that have gone on beforehand, and I don't just mean in the year or two of preparation before it, I mean for many years beforehand. Some of the great things that came out of the council were the changes in the liturgy. They'd begun many, many years before, and there were great pioneers in that field. The lay apostolate, you go back to your Cardanes and people like that, and many others who'd worked for years and years beforehand, and virtually in every field, even in, say, marriage, which I quoted as one of the fields where you ended up with compromise, and you did. There's no doubt about that. In the Vatican document, there in those articles in Gaudium et Spes, it is compromise. But that it got that far was the result of much work that went on by individuals for many years beforehand. And so in a very real sense, we need to start looking forward to Vatican III, whenever that's going to be, or whether it's called Vatican III or whatever it's called. It's the preparatory work we do now, all over the world. Everybody together, but also certain charismatic figures. We are preparing for future change, and it will not happen without us. You could call Vatican III tomorrow, and it would not happen unless there'd been this powerful move and this powerful amount of work in preparing for it. And that, I think, is a great hope. There never will be a perfect church. We can take that for granted. 100,000 years' time, they'll have their problems. There's no shadow of doubt about that. Someone said that the great mistake God made was to bring all this beauty into the world, but then to give it into the hands of human beings. What a stupid mistake. And if you like, it was. I mean, human beings were always going to mess it up and always will. So there never will be a perfect church, but we can hope in a far better one, and we can work towards it.
Thank you for those marvellous questions, and I hope I haven't done all, I'm afraid, but I've tried to do justice to some key patterns. Just a couple of final little things. Apparently, Archbishop Cannellini, the papal nuncio, wrote in the mix we asked him to contribute last year on his thoughts about Vatican II. And there's a lovely little insight here he has. During the preparatory phase of the Second Vatican Council, and it's very pertinent to what the Bishop's just been saying, John the 23rd asked the then Monsignor Pericle Felici, in charge of the preparation, how things were going. Very well, Mons Felici answered. The inputs are coming from all over the world, everything's organised by themes, officials are working on the elaboration of the preparatory documents. Quotes, if everything is going so smoothly, it is not good news, observed John the 23rd. If there are no difficulties, it means that it is not something valuable. And the final remark also, again, I think hope-filled, in Father Ed Campion's piece in the mix, he comments on the incredible contribution that Archbishop Gilbert Young from Hobart made, and how he ought to be remembered with great affection as being a very constructive contributor. And he in fact is quoting the late Derek Warlock, Archbishop of Liverpool in England, who died in 1996. among his papers was an unpublished essay on his personal spiritual journey, and in this essay he recalled a dinner in Rome the night Patrick Keegan of the Young Christian Workers addressed the council, the first time a layman had addressed an ecumenical council since the Emperor Constantine spoke at Nicaea in 325. Anyway, at this dinner, Archbishop Warlock remembered, and this is his quotes, Archbishop Gilly Young of Hobart made an inspired speech about the caravan of God trundling forward, some pulling ahead, some pulling back, some hanging on like grim death to the sides. And as Edmund Campion says, he was a bishop for a grown-up Vatican II church. So it can be done, this hope. I must say, borrowing from the secular world, which is what I've personally felt as a motif that a lot of us can, that is one of the real gifts that the lay people can bring to the church at this time, is that a lot of us have been through tremendous changes and have been
typhoons of change and have somewhat emerged, battered and bruised, but actually in its own way quite liberated. And that very experience can be brought to the service of the church right now. And I must say, what I would like to see, in a way, out of this weekend is an assembly of the sentiments, which is what you do after good secular conferences. Like, I don't mean a manifesto, but I mean some of these sentiments that are being expressed, to see the patterns in them. That is the genius, actually, I think, of seeing the patterns and then extracting from our repertoire of the marvellous English language marvellous summaries which can then be taken forward. You might say, well, what does that achieve? I actually think sometimes the new words that can be spoken out of crises can be immensely invigorating. And one must never, ever, I think, give up hope in the power of the written word to unlock resistance in ways that are quite mysterious. So that's something I would like to see, and I'd like, in a way, us all to think about the business of how we would assemble this, to write it down in a way, to distill it in a way that was constructive and useful. But I would like to thank, I think our guests tonight our panellists have given us an enormous amount of food for thought and a real springboard into the weekend. So would you care to thank, please, Bishop Robinson, Morag Fraser, Robert Fitzgerald and Michael Whelan. And I would also like to pay tribute to Sister Carmel Pilcher and her group who organised the marvellous liturgy, which I saw from outside. And I would also like to thank all responsible for the beautiful flowers around, which I think will last all weekend and also delight us. And to welcome you, of course, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. There will be a prayer, and then Father Joe Komonchak will address us, after which the day will unfold. It should be a very exciting day. We're all very much looking forward to it. Thank you for coming tonight. And
before I introduce our special guest, Father Joseph Komonchak, let me outline briefly the way this morning is structured. Father Komonchak will speak for roughly 1 hour. Then there'll be a break of 45 minutes for morning tea, and then roughly 45 minutes for open forum. There will be microphones available on the floor. And then Mr. John Wilkins will make a response. We've been just a little overwhelmed by the numbers of people coming to this conference, and we may be ambitious in anticipating that 45 minutes is enough for everybody to have a cup of tea, but let's give it a go. On the 11th of October 1962, Pope John the 23rd, a prophetic man, gave the opening speech to the council. In part, he said, "In the daily exercise of our pastoral office, we sometimes have to listen, much to our regret, to voices of persons who, though burning with zeal, are not endowed with too much sense of discretion or measure. In these modern times, they can see nothing but prevarication and ruin. They say that our era, in comparison with past eras, is getting worse, and they behave as though they had learned nothing from history, which is nonetheless the teacher of life. They behave as though at the time of former councils everything was a full triumph of the Christian idea and life and for proper religious liberty. We feel we must disagree with those prophets of gloom who are always forecasting disaster as though the end of the world were at hand. One of the triumphs of the council, I think, was to remind us all that each of us is a vocation. You and I may have been accidents on the parts of our parents. We may, under no circumstances, be considered an accident on the part of God. We are here because God infinitely, lovingly, wisely intended it. One of the gifts that God gives some of us, a few of us, is the gift of the intellectual vocation in our midst. Might I suggest at least two roles for the intellectual vocation? On the one hand, it is to shield the community from bad thinking. Bad thinking leads to misplaced energy and often destructive behaviour. On the other hand, the intellectual has the role of guiding us in seeking the truth, expanding our horizons and bringing freedom into our lives as we encounter the truth. Our guest today, Father Joseph Komonchak, has come all the way from New York via Washington, D.C. He was born in 1939, in case you're wondering, and ordained in the Archdiocese of New York in 1963. Joe is a diocesan priest. He's not a Jesuit. He earned his licentiate in sacred theology from the Gregorian in Rome in 1964, and his PhD from Union Theological Seminary in New York in 1976. Father Komonchak is currently a professor in the Department of Religion and Religious Education at Catholic University in Washington, D.C. Apart from the many theological articles and books he has published, Father Komonchak has been teaching special courses in Vatican II for some 25 years and is the editor of the 5-volume English version of the History of Vatican II, currently being published by Orbis Press. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Father Joseph Komonchak.
Thank you very much, Michael. John Wilkins and I, yesterday, were given a tour of the bowels of the Sydney Opera House. And at one point, we were permitted to stand on the stage and to look out. And I'm having a little bit of the same feeling of being overwhelmed by your numbers today. I'd like to congratulate you on your numbers. Last night, there was a certain amount of talk about being powerless. Well, this is power. And if you can bring this many people together for a commemoration like this and for a rededication, then you are powerful people. And your gathering here, as also the Catalyst for Renewal, is one of those forms of Christian association which the Council legitimated and whose legitimacy is enshrined in the Code of Canon Law. We're here to discuss Vatican II. Excuse me, I have to get a prop. And today, before I get into my talk, which is going to be a kind of survey of interpretations of the Council, a bit retrospective today and more prospective tomorrow, I'd like to ask you to do a few minutes of reflection on what is meant by the term Vatican II. It seems to me that there are at least three things that can be meant by it. The first one is that Vatican II refers to the 16 documents that can be gathered in a little book like this one, which represent, these 16 documents, the result of 4 years of discussion and debate, of conciliation and compromise. They represent what the Council Fathers decided to say and to do. And in that respect, they represent a kind of objective criterion by which one might measure whether something... They offer a kind of objective criterion by which one might measure what the Council said or did. So if you're working in pastoral ministry and someone comes to you and asks you if you might preside over a funeral for their pet parakeet, and you say, well, I'm not quite sure, and they want to say, well, didn't Vatican II authorize this? You are able to pick up the book and say, would you please show me? For some people, that's all that Vatican II means, and I'll indicate that as I get on into my talk. A second meaning of Vatican II is what happened between January 25th, 1959, when John the 23rd announced his intention of convoking an ecumenical council, and December 8th, 1965, the solemn closing of the Second Ecumenical Vatican Council. And this you might call the Council as experienced by participants and by observers. It is the sort of thing that our 5-volume History of Vatican II is trying to recapture. Who were the main protagonists? What were the main moments of encounter or of conflict? And it represents, of course, an absolutely necessary first step in trying to understand the Second Vatican Council historically. A French theologian named Paul Vane has spoken of an event such as the French Revolution as an aggregate of little facts. An aggregate of little facts. In other words, a word like the French Revolution encloses a multiplicity of events and occurrences. That is something of what our history is trying to do. It's important, I think, to recognize also that as experienced, of course, in this second meaning of Vatican II, the Council was different things for different people. An important event occurred in the first session of the Council when a text prepared by Cardinal Ottaviani's Theological Commission was tabled by an intervention of John the 23rd. I suspect that both Cardinal Ottaviani and Cardinal Bea, who at the time was the head of the Secretariat for Christian Unity, both of them experienced the event. I suspect that their emotions on the day that John the 23rd reversed and tabled this text were considerably different. So an attempt at an objective history has to give proper weight also to all of the participants and to their experiences. A third meaning is I think a necessary next step to a genuine historical retrieval and appreciation of the Second Vatican Council. I'm not sure if it was Mao Zedong or Zhou Enlai who was once asked, "What do you think of the French Revolution?" And he replied, "It's too soon to say." Well, he had a point, of course, because if you want, the circles of significant events, consequences that began with what we call the French Revolution, of course, these circles continue to move outward. And every generation gives its own new interpretation of the French Revolution. On this level, one would try to speak of Vatican II as an event. This aggregate of little facts comes up to being an event. Now, what is meant by an event as distinct from simple occurrences? The historians speak of an event as a rupture, kind of the end of one series of taken-for-granted attitudes or behaviors and the beginning of another. There's an American sociologist named William Sewell who is trying to construct a historical sociology. He defines an event as a sequence of occurrences that result in transformation of structures. A sequence of occurrences that result in transformation of structures. I think I would probably nuance that myself and say that it's not simply a transformation of structures, it's also a transformation of attitudes and behaviors. Now, to try to conceive of the Second Vatican Council as an event means that you have to place it in a series. Church history did not begin in 1962 with the opening of the Council. Church history did not end with its close in December of 1965. To place the event of Vatican II in a series means that you have to go back and to try to place it in a kind of plot, if you want. When a historian writes, historians have plots as well, like as novels have plots. And this is a more difficult task, I think, but it's also the one that, in a sense, is lying behind the easy language with which we can speak about Vatican II as an event, and not simply a set of 16 documents. It means having to go back and to talk about the Church as it was before the Second Vatican Council, talk about major decisions taken at the Council, and to consider the 40 years that have followed since the Council opened. In other words, it's the effort to place this privileged moment in the experiences of most of us in a context, in an historical and ecclesial context. That context is, in some respects, one that we have known, or at least the older ones of us, those of you whose hair looks like mine, a series of transformations in our everyday Catholicism. James Hitchcock, an American theologian, says that the Second Vatican Council was the most important religious event in Western history since the Reformation. That's a pretty good claim. A French sociologist historian, Émile Poulain, argued that the Church changed more in the decade after Vatican II than it had in the previous century. Pope John Paul II regularly refers to the Council as the great event of the 20th century. If you want simply to evoke how rapidly things changed, you might think back to the reactions that followed the publication in the summer of 1968 of Pope Paul VI's encyclical Humani Vitae. I was asked to do a paper on that for the 10th anniversary of Humani Vitae, and as I was working on it, it suddenly dawned on me, my God, Humani Vitae came out 10 years after the death of Pope Pius XII, who in 1958 asked to, as we are unfortunately asked sometimes, where will the Church be in 10 years? Who in 1958 could have anticipated that the sort of transformation in Catholicism that would make it possible for there to be these kinds of reactions to Humani Vitae in 1968. something happened. A great deal of what happened was officially authorized. The Mass and other sacraments underwent reforms that often, for example, in the introduction of vernacular languages, went far beyond what the Council had mandated. Other changes saw the near abrogation of the law of Friday abstinence, the reform of Lenten fast regulations, new orientations in catechesis, the establishment of diocesan and pastoral councils, the spread of lay ministries, the encouragement of ecumenical conversation and cooperation. From a theological or canonical perspective, none of those changes was revolutionary, but many of them had more dramatic psychological and sociological consequences than the word reform suggests. The everyday self-consciousness of Catholics was altered, as were the ordinary processes of the Church's internal activity and its action in the world. But once the genie of reform was let loose by the Council, it proved impossible to keep it confined within officially approved limits. To cite only some examples, you can multiply these. The decline in traditional popular devotions, the abandonment of distinctive clerical and religious dress, the political activities of clergy and religious. My God, the nuns are picketing. Women's abandonment of hats in church. It's always very curious. It seemed as if, as I look back upon it, at one Sunday all the women were wearing hats or veils, or if nothing else, tissues on their heads. And the next Sunday they were no longer doing this. And no decree went out from Rome saying women no longer have to wear hats in church. More seriously, the massive departures from the priesthood and religious life. Some of us are old enough to know what a traumatic event that was. The abandonment of Gregorian chant and its replacement by Protestant hymns. My God, we're singing "A Mighty Fortress is Our God." Or by music that imitates popular musical styles, what my father used to refer to as hootenanny masses. The collapse of the unitary neo-scholastic method and language of theology, replaced by no single paradigm, so that it often becomes difficult for theologians following one sort of approach, method, model, to understand others. The spread of dissents and habits of confrontation in the Church, particularly after the publication of Humani Vitae. The movement for the ordination of women. The spread of a habit of, well, I already mentioned the habit of confrontation. Now, you can multiply other changes along these lines. These are simply a set of them, to indicate that there were some, none of these was authorized by Rome or by the local bishop, but there was a great deal that was going on, and often enough explained or justified in the name of the Council. In any case, growing up Catholic in the post-conciliar period has become such a different thing that a teacher now has to explain many of the symbols and rubrics, gestures and rules that once characterized a quite distinctive Catholic subculture. I was teaching a graduate class not too long ago and was going through some things about pre-conciliar Catholic culture, reading a wonderful stream of consciousness paragraph from Gary Wills. And he refers to a monstrance. And I look up and see incomprehension. So I said, "You don't know what a monstrance is?" And they said, "No." So I go over and draw a monstrance on the blackboard. And I said, "It was used in benediction of the Most Blessed Sacrament." And I got more incomprehension, so I had to explain that. Life is different for us Catholics, and in all of those respects, I think all of that has to enter into an attempt to go back and to understand in context what it was that happened. And there's something like a battle for Vatican II that's going on, to use the title of a very good title of a very bad book, to try to understand this, and anyone who tries to understand Vatican II now includes not only what happened between 1959 and 1965, but also what has happened since. Some of it good, some of it not so good. So the interpretation of the Council is bound up also with an interpretation of what has happened since, and indeed of where we are today. I say all of this because there are generations of Catholics who have no clue as to what Vatican II is. They hear it. I have undergraduates who take the course because they said, we've heard about Vatican II since we were young, but we have no idea what it is. And of course, generations have passed. We now have 2 generations of people who weren't alive when Vatican II took place. One of the things I have my undergraduate students do is to go back and to interview some Catholic old enough to have remembered the church before Vatican II. And the first time I did this, I said, for example, interview your parents. Hand goes up. My father was born in 1957 and my mother in 1961, so I don't think they're going to... I said, oh my God. You have to ask your grandparents, so... We often encounter students who will shout out in the middle of a class, you mean they used to say Mass in Latin? Okay. And then there was the Irish nun who told me that she was teaching a high school class, and she mentioned Vatican II and looked up and saw incomprehension. And she said, well, come girls, you must know what Vatican II is. Everyone knows what Vatican II is. Nothing. Come, she said, certainly somebody should know. And finally a timid hand went up and she said, would that be the Pope's summer residence? I said, at least she didn't say, is that the sequel? So. Now, I'll get into my text now by saying that I want to try to clarify the nature of the battle that is going on in the Church with regard to Vatican II. First, by offering a brief description of 3 typical assessments of the Council's work and impact. Secondly, by offering brief criticisms of each of those. And finally, by proposing at least the general lines of a more adequate approach to the question. So I'm going to offer 3 interpretations of Vatican II that I think are going round. There's an element of the ideal type here, so these don't necessarily apply exactly to any single figure, and I'm only going to relate these to one figure. First, the progressive view, or the progressive interpretation and evaluation of Vatican II. This interpretation of the Council rests upon a rather sharp dichotomy between pre- and post-conciliar Roman Catholicism, dramatizing the break which the Council represented. The contrast depicted almost always disparaged the preconciliar Church, which is described by such adjectives as clericalistic, triumphalistic, paternalistic, patriarchal, irrelevant, privatistic. The cliches at the time of the Council were those of the fortress mentality, or the Church as ghetto. More recently, Eugene Kennedy has illustrated this view with his description of preconciliar American Catholicism as obsessive-compulsive. I've always wanted to say to Dr. Kennedy, if the preconciliar Catholic culture in the U.S. was all that bad, how come you came out so good? Okay. Pope John XXIII is the great hero of this drama. Stories of good Pope John are still repeated, perhaps most typically the one about his supposed reply when asked what he hoped the Council would accomplish. He walked to a window, threw it open, and said, "I want to let the Spirit into the Church." Reflect on that a minute. The implied image, of course, is that the Church in 1960 was like the field of dead, dry bones in Ezekiel's vision, awaiting the life-giving wind of the Spirit. The Council itself is represented by the progressives as a great battle between the forces of good and evil, cowboys and Indians. The progressives versus the conservatives, with Pope John leading the first and Cardinal Ottaviani, the head of the Holy Office, leading the second. When John XXIII was succeeded by Pope Paul VI between the first and second sessions of the Council, this view maintains things became murkier. This new Hamlet-like Pope began to tame down Pope John's imaginative and prophetical hopes, made too many concessions to the conservative minority, and thus made the Council a much more ambiguous achievement. It is possible, however, the progressives think, now to go back to the conciliar text and to uncover beneath their letter the true and authentic spirit of the council, by which is meant, perhaps, what can mean various things, but sometimes it means what Pope John originally intended, or what the council would have achieved if it had not been compromised by the stubborn opposition of the conservatives and by Pope Paul's hesitancies. What Vatican II would have been like if no conservatives had been there. Sometimes I think it means what Vatican II would have been like if I had been running it. Okay. A reading of the Council's documents is thus often offered, which describes the major doctrinal texts, such as the documents on the liturgy, on divine revelation, and on the church, those three powerful ones, which in a oversimplified division are said to describe the church's inner life. They see these documents on the liturgy, on revelation, on the church as representing the beginning of a process of liberation, while the later world-oriented texts, such as the documents on religious freedom, on non-Christian religions, and on the church in the modern world, they say, represent the real, still advancing direction which the Council originally intended to follow and which the Church, to be faithful to Vatican II, must continue to pursue. So what I'm getting at here is the decision as to which Council documents do you place at the center, if you want, of your hermeneutical interpretative effort. If the Church has experienced various difficulties, tensions, or even traumas since the Council, the progressives go on, this is to be blamed principally on the foot-dragging of conservatives, particularly in Rome, who, while a minority at the Council itself, remained in power after the bishops all went home, and have since done all they could to rein in the spirit-driven impulses invoked and unleashed by Pope John. These forces finally kept somewhat in check under Paul VI, have been allowed free rein by Pope John Paul II, and we now have to fear an attempt to restore the unfreedom and irrelevance of the pre-conciliar church. I suspect this view is familiar to you, and you're now wondering, how can there be any other views? The second view, interpretation of the Council, I will call the traditionalist. This view at first appears to be the polar opposite of the progressive view, but closer examination reveals that it works with a very similar dichotomy between the preconciliar and postconciliar church, except that now it is the former, the preconciliar church, that gets all the good marks, and the period after the Council, all the bad ones. The virtues of preconciliar Catholicism are glorified in almost every area of church life, in its worship, devotions, discipline, doctrinal unity, but especially in the attitudes and strategies that it adopted towards the modern liberal world. This world tends to be interpreted by the traditionalists apocalyptically and catastrophically, not simply as secularization, but also, in their literal senses, as the alienation of church property and the apostasy by which whole areas of human life, which had once, in medieval Catholicism, been inspired and directed by Christ's teachings and laws, now had been wrenched from Christ's grasp by a humanity that was vaunting itself at the expense of God. The great villains in this dramatic capitulation are Popes John XXIII and Paul VI, along with the liberal bishops and theologians who abandoned those attitudes and strategies, the ones with which the popes of the previous 150 years had enabled the Church successfully to resist liberalism ever since it had displayed its satanic origins and features in the French Revolution. The great representative of this view, of course, is Archbishop Lefebvre. Archbishop Lefebvre was not so much upset, well, he certainly was upset by Vatican II, but his main cause of his upset was the French Revolution. There was. As a statement where he said that at Vatican II, the three principles of 89, meaning 1789, were introduced into the church: freedom, equality, and fraternity. This tendency, while finding much to deplore in the doctrinal text of the Council, concentrates its fury on the Declaration on Religious Freedom and on the Pastoral Constitution on the Church in the Modern World, Gaudium et Spes. For these texts, in fact, accept some of the basic principles of liberal modernity and accommodate the Church to the society and culture which it has constructed. In extreme representatives of the traditionalist view, and such as Archbishop Lefebvre, and even farther to the right than he, the sede vacantists, the council is even suspected or accused of literal heresy. It would be important for you to know that Archbishop Lefebvre does not represent the extreme right. Okay, there's an extremer right. You can go on, if you go on and type Google into your, type into Google Pius, in quotation marks, Pius the 13th, you will be led to a website of a man who calls himself the head of the true Catholic Church, and who himself arranged, because he said that we have not had a legitimate pope since Pius XII, John the 23rd, Paul VI, John Paul I, and John Paul II have all been heretics, and therefore are not genuine popes. He has said that therefore the laity have to rise up and elect their own pope, and you'll never guess whom they elected. And he has taken the name, on his website it says Habemus Papam, and it gives his name. He's become Pius the 13th. And if you want to get in touch with him, he can't disclose where the new Vatican is because of potential threats, but if you send an envelope to a certain post office box, you will be able to get in touch with the new pope. And this, you'll never guess, but this post office box is a tiny little town in the state of Montana. Okay. Now, on this traditionalist view, the Council itself cannot be exempted from blame for the widespread apostasy, capitulation to modernity, which is visible all around us in the Church. The confusion and chaos which have followed upon the Council are simply the inevitable working out of the liberal principles indulged in by the Council Fathers, the fulfillment of the prophecies articulated at the Council by the conservative minority. In some respects, they say, Pope John Paul II represents a healthy reaction, an effort to restore the Church's internal discipline, but for many representatives of this view, this welcome effort has been compromised by the same Pope's endorsement of the conciliar texts, and by such dramatic events as the meeting in Assisi of representatives of the world's religions, when the head of the Catholic Church engaged, as Archbishop Lefebvre saw it, in common worship with idolaters and heretics. And in fact, it was the Assisi meeting that finally decided Archbishop Lefebvre to ordain his own bishops. That was the sort of the straw that broke the camel's back. The reformist view, thirdly. Obviously, there's a great deal of room between the two views I've just outlined, and most people probably are dissatisfied with the easy certainties of either progressives or traditionalists. A particular effort at a middle position is the one offered by Joseph Cardinal Ratzinger. In a series of essays, but particularly in the Ratzinger Report, that interview that he gave around 1984, the present head of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith has offered his own revisionist reading of the Council, at which he took a rather prominent part. Ratzinger shares with the traditionalists a rather pessimistic assessment of developments in the Church since the Council. The bright dreams and hopes with which the Council began have not been realized, he says. Instead, the decades since have seen a long process of decay as Catholics have surrendered some of the most central and most precious elements of their life and capitulated instead to the views and values characteristic of the bourgeois world of the West. Blame for this decline is placed chiefly at the feet of progressive theologians, who have so stressed the conciliar goal of adaptation to the modern world. The other goal of spiritual renewal. Ratzinger does not agree with the traditionalists that what he once called the anti-modern neurosis of the preconciliar system represents an eternal ideal, so that the Council's sole goal was the spiritual renewal of the Church. Ratzinger does not agree with that. But he says the Council sought to break out of that narrow, special world of preconciliar Catholicism by an appeal to the deeper and richer resources uncovered over the decades before Vatican II in the great tradition of the past, the theological achievement enshrined in the doctrinal text of the Council. The mistake of the progressives, he thinks, was to regard this achievement, the achievement of Vatican II, as only a halfway measure, an inadequate break with the past. They typically appeal to the later, world-related texts on religious freedom, non-Christian religions, the church in the modern world, finding in them the real onward thrust of the Council's intentions. Here the emphasis is placed on engagement with the world, and its criterion is the code word relevance. This effort is not in itself mistaken, becomes a problem only when it is separated from the effort of continuous spiritual renewal at the springs of the church's life, and thus is left powerless to resist certain accommodations to meet the changing demands and challenges represented by the world. This is part of Ratzinger's vigorous critique of the tendency to separate the Church Council's spirit from the letter of its texts. This excuses the progressives, he says, from the need to confront what the Council actually said and did, and permits them to justify their latest enthusiasms by vague appeals to the Council's spirit. But in fact, he says, when one reads the conciliar text, one finds far more continuity in them than discontinuity. Ratzinger is repeatedly and emphatically critical of the tendency to speak of Vatican II as an epochal turning point, or as an event, in the sense I described a few minutes ago. This, he says, quite betrays the intentions of the popes and bishops of Vatican II, who never thought to institute a revolution in the Church. They were reformists, not revolutionaries. But by making the Council appear to be a revolutionary shift, the progressives have in fact betrayed the Council's intentions and preferred the tasks of internal structural transformation to the far more difficult but the more basic spiritual renewal that was called for by Vatican II. What the Church needs now, he says, is to go back and to find the genuine spirit of the Council, which, if it is not identical to the letter of its documents, can only be found in and through an appropriation of them. A brief critique of the three views. I do not entirely agree, or I suppose entirely disagree, with any of these three views. The basic problem with the first two views is the dichotomy they both establish between the pre- and post-conciliar Church, and in this I am in partial agreement with Ratzinger. What the progressives caricature as somnolent irrelevancy, the traditionalists embrace as a romanticized ideal. On each view, it becomes rather difficult to explain how the Council occurred, and that perhaps is why each of them has a tendency to invoke transcendent causes, whether the Holy Spirit or the devil. There's a book out called Vatican II, A Satanic Triumph. Progressives tend to overlook all that was good, strong, healthy, and attractive about pre-conciliar Catholicism, while the traditionalists give the impression that every parish had a choir of solemn monks singing Gregorian chant impeccably, and neglect the fact that many of the problems which have since visibly affected the Church were already present before the Council. On the other hand, to stress elements of continuity as strongly as Ratzinger does is to neglect or to forget the actual experience of the event of the Council as it was occurring. For 2 years before the Council opened, the Church had been saying Pope John's prayer that the Council be a new Pentecost, and that is precisely what many people were startled to see happening around them. The Council, and particularly its first session in 1962, was a dramatic event, a struggle, whose outcome was by no means sure as it unfolded day by day. I had the good fortune to be a student in Rome at the time of the Council. I was there from 60 to 64. I was there for the last 2 years of preparation of the Council and for its first 2 sessions. I was a lowly seminarian, however, and was not inside the Council hall, but I was interested enough in theology and in the Church, for which I was preparing to become a priest, that I followed it as closely as I could, and I vividly remember the ups and downs of the first session of the Council. We seemed to win that one. We lost that one. And it was never entirely clear how the Council would turn out. We all know now how it turned out, but at the moment it was not. It was dramatic. It was dramatic. As it began to turn out as it did, a friend of mine, who is by no means inclined to hyperbole of this sort, said this must have been what it felt like on Pentecost Sunday. That's part of the experience of people who were there. You may have picked up a sheet of paper on which I outlined principal dates, events, and documents of the council. And if you run down there to the first session of the council, you'll see I set out, I can't go through this because I won't get to the rest of my talk, but if you just look here at some of the events that are described here this is on the first side of the page, October 11th to 1962, to December 8th, 1962, the first session, where you have that spectacular opening speech from which Michael quoted before. And I outlined some of the crucial elements of that speech: against the prophets of doom, preserving the heritage of Christian faith and presenting it today, distinction between the substance of the faith and the mode of its presentation, mercy rather than severity. And then the other events, the election of conciliar commissions, the debate on the liturgy. The debate on the liturgy took about 3 or 4 weeks, and the speakers for and against the reforms that were being proposed were roughly 50-50 on each side. But then when they took a vote to see, do you in principle accept the reforms of the liturgy that are outlined in this text, the vote was 97% in favor of it. 97% of the bishops there were declaring that they were interested in serious pastoral reform. They then went on, an important moment, to the debate on the sources of revelation. This is the text I mentioned to you. And the first text was considered to be far too critical of modern biblical scholarship, and also to foreclose important controversies about the relationship between Scripture and tradition. The debate on this was even more impassioned than the debate on the liturgy. Finally, they said, well, we have to decide whether we're going to use this text as the basis for our future discussions. And the vote was taken, and 61% of the bishops said that they would like to table this draft and start over with another. They needed, however, 2/3 in order to get rid of the text. They fell short. They had only 61%. That was one of the moments in which we all felt depressed. But the next morning, John the 23rd announced that 61% of the assembly, the opposition of 61% of the assembly to this text was too great and would be a waste of time to continue debating it. And so he removed it himself from the agenda and remanded it to a mixed commission. A little part of the humor of Vatican II. It was asked, who got to the Pope that he did this? And many people at the time, I'm not sure that this is correct, but many people at the time said it was Cardinal Bea. Cardinal Bea's the name is spelled B-E-A, and he was the head of the Secretariat for Christian Unity. Now, whether or not he deserves this praise or blame, there's 2 stories went around. Those who liked what he had done, were pleased that he had gotten the Pope to remove this text, were going around saying, Volate Bea, because some of you are old enough to remember when there was not only BOAC, but there was the BEA, British European Airways. And you'd see big signs, Volate Bea, fly British European Airlines, but it was big. On the other hand, those who were furious that he had gotten to the Pope and had him do this were going around saying, Bea culpa, bea maxima culpa. It's so good to have people who know what that means. I tell it now to even graduate students, and they look at me, they know that because my face has begun to crinkle, they know there's a joke coming, but they don't get it. And I have to go back and do the Confiteor and mea culpa and mea culpa. So, after that event, there was a brief and somewhat anticlimactic study of the debate on the church, and then the Pope appointed a new commission that would review all of the material that had been prepared and, in fact, engage in what you could call a second preparation of the council. Now, all of those events I ran through very rapidly give you some idea of the dramatic character of the first session of the council. And for me, in many respects, it's the most important one because it made it possible for the council to become what it eventually did. Cardinal Ratzinger, at that time, was a young theologian. He was the expert assistant to Cardinal Frings from Cologne. And he himself, with Karl Rahner, wrote alternate texts to some of the ones that had been prepared by Cardinal Ottaviani's commission. And he was actively engaged in trying to get rid of those texts and to substitute others. His own assessments, published in booklets after each session of the council, repeatedly refer to the breakthroughs being achieved. So his early, at the time, assessments speak of rupture and breakthroughs. And it is this sense of drama, of struggle, of innovation, which is now so remarkably absent from Ratzinger's later descriptions of the conciliar event. In this respect, one has to agree in part with the progressive and traditionalist interpretations, who point out that there is discontinuity here as well. I turn now to my view. I'm immodest enough to call it my view. I was teaching this once, and one student said, well, you got the progressives, you got the traditionalists, and you got the reformists. What do you call your view? And I said, true. So, for some time now, I've been trying to come up with a more adequate interpretation of the Council. I began with the banal observation, with which I think everyone agreed, that something happened to Catholicism at and since the Council. Let us not yet say whether this was a good thing or not. Let us simply agree that, for better or for worse, growing up Catholic today is not what it was in the 1940s and 1950s. Gary Wills, in his book, Bare Ruined Choirs, offers an image of the startling changes underway in that formerly immutable and certain guide, the Catholic Church. And he offers as an image a sailor on the open sea who, trying to get his bearings from the North Star, finds that it not only has dimmed, but moved. A first step towards understanding this development is to try to identify what it was that underwent these startling changes. Here, a theological distinction, often overlooked by traditionalists, is necessary between the Church and its essential and distinctive spiritual reality and the particular social forms in which that reality is realized in various ages and across different cultures. A way into this distinction is to recall the experience we often have in reading the works or studying the lives of Christians of other ages. Reading an Augustine, a Benedict, a Teresa of Avila, you will often find yourself delighted to discover a brother or sister in Christ, someone who believes what you believe, who hopes for what you hope, who loves what you are trying to love. You find yourself in communion of heart and mind with this person. But you will also find, and this is perhaps what generates the wonder of that first discovery, that these people also clearly belong to 5th century Africa, or 6th century Italy, or 17th century Spain. The Christianity you delight in discovering in them is embodied, not only in their personal autobiographies, but also in their times and places. What is true of individual believers is also true of bodies of believers gathered and active as local churches. The church is never realized in some pure, transcendently universal form. It is only realized concretely as an engagement with history. Being a Christian and being the church is always a particular choice among many other possibilities, a decision made with the resources and in face of the challenges of particular times and places. And as those resources and those challenges differ across time, space, and culture, it should not be surprising to find that the same distinctive spiritual community of the church took on different social forms in 1st century Palestine, in 6th century Gaul, in 13th century Paris, in 18th century China, in 20th century Australia. I do not pretend that it is easy to distinguish between the common essence and the particular personal or social form in which Christianity is realized. It would not be a genuine realization if it were easy. People, individually and socially, have been Christians, have been the church, by living Christian lives in their times and places within and confronting their particular economic, social, political, and cultural worlds. We discover their concrete Christianity in and through their historical existences. On this basis, I have been led to attempt a portrait of the concrete social form adopted by the Catholic Church in the century and a half before the Second Vatican Council, modern Roman Catholicism. This social form, I am convinced, was not identical to the one assumed by the Church under the Ancien regime before the Revolution, nor to that of Tridentine Catholicism, nor to that of medieval Christendom. And I'm here actually proposing a different way of dividing up church history since the Reformation. It seems to me quite inadequate simply to talk about Tridentine Catholicism or counter-Reformation Catholicism, because I think Catholicism took on a quite distinct social form as it responded to the challenges represented by modernity in the 19th and 20th centuries. The chief challenge that the Church faced was that of confronting a world that was undertaking the transformations that we summarize in terms of various kinds of revolutions, economic and industrial, political, social, and cultural. It was a world which self-consciously considered itself liberal and modern. Modern because liberal. That is, liberated from various restraints imposed upon earlier ages by nature, custom, tradition, or authority. Among the restraints that it wished to throw off were those deriving from religion, and in particular from the Catholic Church. Whole areas of human life, the economy, politics, science, education, popular culture, marriage, were declaring their independence. At times this effort was vigorously anti-religious, but even when it was not, there was a widespread belief that these areas of human life could be lived and developed without the controlling influence of any one religion or of any religion at all. Liberal modernity was pushing religion to the periphery, the margins of social life. If it was to be allowed to exist at all, religion would only be in the private sphere of the individual's conscience, or at best, in the family. This represented an utterly new phenomenon in the history of the Church. For a millennium before, Christianity had been an integral part, first in the shaping and later in the legitimizing of Western society and culture. One does not have to romanticize or to idealize medieval Christendom in order to recognize how central Christianity was to the sensibility, the structures and laws, the customs and habits of the West. All of that, it seemed, was now coming to an end. The Renaissance, the Reformation, the Enlightenment, capitalism, separation of church and state, new cultural freedoms of expression and conscience, all of this, it was felt, had deprived the Church of vast areas of human experience and activity, over which the Church had once worked to ensure the influence of Christ's teachings and commandments. The French Revolution and the troubles of the Napoleonic era had devastating effects upon the Church's own internal life. As one historian, Roger Aubert, puts it, the Church in 1815, after the Congress of Vienna brought the era of Napoleon to an end, in 1815, the Church had to reconstruct itself in Europe almost from the ground up in almost every area of its life. And what was now constructed had to be reconstructed in the face of the new challenge I've just described, was inevitably and quite appropriately different from the social form that the Church had known under the Ancien regime. I do not say that there were no continuities, of course there were, but that even the ancient faith and former types of structure and devotion that survived took on new forms and displayed new dimensions. And what resulted was modern Roman Catholicism. Most basically described, in case you're lost here, I'm trying to describe something of the character of the Catholicism that a good number of you grew up with. I see that there are a good number whose hair is the same color as mine. And I'm trying to describe how Catholicism got to be what it was when we were growing up, and to consider how do you relate Vatican II to this culture and to what I think it was its rapid dissolution. Most basically described, this new social form was that of a sub-society or counter-society. The Church had lost its monopoly on cultural legitimation and become, in fact, simply one among many other cultural communities coexisting in the new liberal society. Its reach and its influence no longer stretched across all of society. The Church was a sub-society, one among many. It was also, by its own self-definition, a counter-society. It did not accept the basic liberal premise that religion in general, and the differences among religions in particular, are irrelevant to public life, as if public life can be carried on quite well and quite successfully without religion. It refused to be confined to the realm of private conscience or of family intimacy. And the idea of restoring to Christ the spheres over which he had once reigned served as the great goal of most popes and bishops for the next 150 years. Do any of you know a hymn that was very common in the United States called An Army of Youth? We had Catholic action movements and sodalities and things like that. Well, an American Jesuit wrote a hymn called An Army of Youth. And I will not try to sing this to you, but I will try to give you a sense of the martial spirit of this. It went bum 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 pa bum pa pa bum bum pa bum pa bum bum pa bum bum bum. Heads lifted high, Catholic action our cry, and the cross our only sword. So you get the idea. It was sort of the... It was the Catholic equivalent of onward Christian soldiers, okay? I want to stress this because this Catholicism before the Council is often pilloried as being a non-public one, not interested in the world. If any of you know anything about the lay apostolic movements before Vatican II, you know that they were world-oriented, and I'll get back to that. And people were supposed to go out and reclaim society for Christ. That's where the Feast of Christ the King came. Remember the significance of the Feast of Christ the King in our consciousness. Christ was supposed to regain his kingship, his rule over society and culture. It was not enough for Christ to rule over your heart. It's not enough for the Christ to rule over the church. Christ was supposed to reign as king over all of society and culture. Now, like other sub-societies, this one, the Catholic one, also was marked by a distinctive worldview and a distinctive organization. This worldview and organization mediated one another. The organization realized and thus rendered plausible the worldview. The worldview legitimated the organization. The worldview was represented in new interpretations of ancient dogmas, such as original sin and the redemptive sacrifice of Christ, in order to show how their truth was contradicted by the modern heresy of liberalism. Ancient beliefs about the Blessed Virgin were erected into dogmas on the belief that once again it would be Mary who would crush the head of the serpent of heresy beneath her feet. Devotion to the Sacred Heart and to Christ the King gave other popular expressions to the power of Christ alone to heal the modern social ills created by apostate modernity. Organizationally, the Church developed on the popular level a whole host of Catholic organizations and movements which were to take the place of the support once given to the Church by political and cultural institutions. Within these organizations and movements, Catholics could be preserved from contamination by liberal ideas, would be given a strong sense of a distinctive identity, and so would be equipped to undertake the vast effort to win the world back to Christ. This latter purpose needs to be stressed because so many people mistakenly think that preconciliar Catholicism was not interested in the world, or as if it were, as the old images suggest, shut up in a fortress, in a purely defensive posture, or as if Catholics were huddled together fearfully in a ghetto. I don't think the metaphor of the ghetto applies to the Church before Vatican II. I mean, these Catholic action movements were by no means ghettoist. I might make a case that the Catholic intellectual life was ghetto-like, but not that the life of the Church was. Those images of the fortress, the ghetto, seem to me singularly inapplicable to the host of apostolic endeavors that were undertaken by movements such as the various forms of Catholic action, young Christian workers, young Christian students, the Christian family movement, or by Catholic political parties, or by Catholic trade union movements. These all were engaged in the world, many of them following the methodology made famous by Monsignor Cardine: observe what is going on in your world, interpret and judge it in the light of the gospel, and then do something about it. Observe, judge, and act. The other feature of the organization of this Catholic subculture was its increased uniformity and centralization upon Rome. The new social form the Catholic Church assumed was deliberately and self-consciously Roman. The decades during which it took shape saw the development of what at times became a virtual cult of the Pope, who often was considered to be the sole embodiment of Catholic Christianity. What was occurring within popular consciousness was ratified structurally, as more and more areas of internal church life were either claimed by Rome for itself or voluntarily surrendered to it by local churches. These developments were sanctioned at the First Vatican Council in the definitions of papal supreme sovereignty and infallible teaching authority. There would no longer be any doubts about the final authority in the Church, nor about the wisdom of its commands, wisdom of his commands, the Pope's commands. The army, ready for battle on behalf of Christ, now had a clear and certain general at its head. Now, the military metaphor is appropriate. There's a great line in St. Paul: if the trumpet gives an uncertain sound, who will run to battle? Imagine you're getting ready in Braveheart or something like that. You have the hordes of your soldiers here, and you have to go across the field and engage the other soldiers, and the trumpeter is supposed to set you off, and he hits a flat note, okay? This is not good. You might not run as enthusiastically. The army, ready for battle on behalf of Christ, now had a clear and certain general at its head. 50 years after Vatican I, a new code of canon law would sweep away centuries of customary law to replace it with a new and highly rationalized code of law modeled paradoxically on the law codes of the modern state. Gradually, over the 150 years I am describing, from 1815 roughly to 1865, it's a nice round number, this social form spread throughout the Catholic world, although at different paces and with different features in different places. There were from time to time various challenges to this modern Roman Catholicism, to its underlying whole-cloth anti-modernity, and to some of its intellectual and organizational features. But almost all of those movements were successfully resisted. Under Pope Pius XII, this social form seemed to have reached a height of success, determining the presuppositions and molding the strategies of Catholics everywhere. Not the least area of its apparent success was in the U.S. Church, with which I am obviously most familiar, which in the 1950s seemed to be enjoying unprecedented growth and vitality. And from what I heard last night, the same thing was true in Australia as well. Why then did it happen that this sub-society of modern Roman Catholicism seemed to collapse so rapidly in the wake of the Second Vatican Council? To the point that, to use the example I began with, within 3 years of the Council's close in 1968, the publication of Paul VI's encyclical on birth control would dramatically reveal how much had changed. That question is likely to trouble people for centuries. Why did it happen that this subculture seemed to collapse? That question is likely to trouble people for centuries, and to answer it would necessarily involve the broad and careful analysis of many factors. For our purposes, the main question may be, to what degree can the Council be considered responsible for this transformation? We have already seen that the progressive and the traditionalist views agree in attributing this to the Council. The former, the progressives, in order to praise it, saying it's about time the Church accommodated itself to modernity. The second, in order to condemn it, the traditionalists, saying you have departed from the right way. The reformist view, at least as represented by Cardinal Ratzinger, refuses to attribute the decline of Catholicism to the Council itself. But the reason for his position, I think, is that he restricts himself to the conscious intentions of the architects of the Council, about whom he is correct in saying that most of them did not desire nor anticipate the dissolution of the modern Roman Catholicism that I spoke about. I'm convinced that if either of the two popes or the bishops of Vatican II had seen some of the consequences that followed upon the Council, some of what happened after the Council, they might have had second thoughts about doing what they did. But my difference with Cardinal Ratzinger is fundamental in this respect. I do not believe it is possible to restrict the question of the Council's historic causality to the level of intentions. It is something of a first law of sociology and of history that historical actors never know all the consequences of their decisions and actions. I suspect that if we did, we might find it difficult to get out of bed in the morning. A person can be the historical cause of an event or a series of events without ever suspecting them, intending them, or desiring them. And some such insights, I believe, need to be brought to bear on the question of the Council's responsibility for what has happened in the Church since it closed. In brief, I think that important features of I've left out something here in my text. In brief, I think that important features of what the proposed reforms, which is what theologically they were, these reforms, they were reforms, they weren't revolutions, that important features of what was proposed as reforms were in fact potentially revolutionary, psychologically and sociologically, when they were received within vast areas of the Church. A theological reform, simple reform, in other words, can produce a psychological or sociological revolution. Take, for example, the symbolic significance of doing away with the law of Friday abstinence. I don't know how things were here in Australia, but in the United States, this was a symbol of Catholic identity. You could say Catholics were understood as those people who worship in Latin and don't eat meat on Friday. Okay? A friend of mine at the Catholic University, a sociologist, said that he was in Princeton when the New York Times had the headline on the front page, Catholic law changed and Catholics can now eat meat or something like that. Anyway, and this Jewish sociologist said to my friend, he said, that's the most revolutionary thing you Catholics have done yet. And my friend said, no, it's ridiculous. This is a discipline, purely disciplinary thing. There are countries of the world which didn't follow it. I mean, there was a time when we didn't have it, and it's just, no, he said, this is going to have tremendous significance for you. I was in the parish then, a lowly first assistant, or second assistant, and my pastor said to me, after this happened, he said, "What about all those people in hell?" And I said, "Well, we'll let God sort it out." But I had a discussion group of very intelligent, well-educated Catholics, and one of the men was very upset. He said, this was made, so much was made of this. He said that if suddenly, one day you're bound by this under pain of mortal sin, and the next day it's, you can do it. So psychologically and sociologically, in terms of it as a common badge of identity, something that is purely reform in terms of theology can be quite revolutionary. Let me point to three major decisions made by the Council which had the largely unintended effect of undermining the attitudes and strategies typical of modern Roman Catholicism. The first one is its far more positive attitude towards the modern world. This was already articulated when Pope John, in his opening speech to the Council, dissociated himself from the prophets of doom, who could see nothing in the modern world but prevarication and ruin, the text that Michael cited before. In place of the suspicion and condemnation common before, the Council decided to opt for dialogue and discernment, acknowledging what was good in the modern project while continuing to be critical of what was bad. This new attitude was embodied in the Council's endorsement of Christian ecumenism, of dialogue with non-Christian religions, of the principle of religious freedom, of dialogue with the world of unbelief. It rested not only on a new expression of Christian charity, but also on the view that God's truth and His grace were also at work outside the Church, in other Christians, even in other religions, in the world at large. This was not the naive optimism with which some people criticize today, either in Pope John or in the Council, but it did represent a far more nuanced appreciation of modernity than had been typical before, and I believe called into question important features of Catholic identity. And this new attitude inevitably called into question some of the strategies Catholics had taken for granted before. One of the phenomena to try to understand, for example, is why so many distinctively Catholic movements seem to decline rapidly in membership and lose any sense of distinct identity. At Catholic University, we had a powerful sociology department that was, for which Catholic faith was integral. And then all of a sudden, around about 1966 or 67, they decided to join the mainstream of American sociology, and so most of those features disappeared from the faculty and from the society. And of course, about that same time, a radical critique of mainstream sociology was undertaken, and everybody was saying if sociologist claims to be value-free, he's deceived, etc. At the same time, sociology was moving to a kind of a critical thing which would leave room for a distinctively religious approach to sociology. The Catholics were abandoning it. It's not the first time that we got on the train just as it came to a stop. Now, related to this first feature of the far more positive attitude towards the modern world, secondly, the Council is the very project of aggiornamento and reform that Pope John had assigned as the Council's task. Aggiornamento meaning updating and reform. The project had two goals: internal renewal and reform for the sake of fidelity to the gospel, and updating or adaptation for the sake of pastoral effectiveness today. I note in passing that these two goals, renewal and reform for the sake of fidelity to the gospel, the criterion for that is the New Testament, the Gospels. Okay? In other words, the criterion in the ancient faith, the documents of the ancient faith. The other goal, updating or adaptation for the sake of pastoral effectiveness. What's the criterion there? The criterion is contemporary. Right? Pastoral effectiveness in our world, in this world. These two goals are in some tension with one another. And this would, unfortunately, after Vatican II, lead some people to feel obliged to choose between them, quite contrary to Pope John's intention. An example of this is the decision after, some of you may remember, in the late 60s, early 70s, it was as if you had to make a choice between enthusiastic work for liturgical renewal, liturgical reform, or involvement in social justice. So you had the liturgy freaks, and then you had the social justice freaks, okay? As if you had to choose between these. And that was quite contrary to the liturgical movement before the council, when it was understood that part of what was hoped for in reforming the liturgy, especially making the people more participants in the liturgy, was that they would be energized precisely to go out and help to redeem the world. What I wish to stress here is that both of the projects, in inner renewal and effectiveness in the world, introduced, or at least endorsed at the highest level, a spirit of self-examination and self-criticism that, to say the least, had not been a prominent part of Catholic consciousness before. Remember back when they had the image of the church as this kind of crystal palace in the midst of the mud and slime of human history. Okay? Already the vision of the epistle to the Ephesians, a church without spot or wrinkle, had been realized. Okay? And for such a church didn't need to change, didn't need to repent. Okay? Now you have a pope, okay? Not Hans Küng, a pope, proposing that we Catholics sit down and examine what we're doing to see how faithful it is to the gospel. Examine what we're doing to see how effective it is in the modern world. Okay? There's a call to self-examination. The church, like most social groups, or for that matter, most individuals, lives and acts by the inertial force of what it takes for granted. Listen to that again. The church, like most social groups, or for that matter, most individuals, lives and acts by the inertial force of what it takes for granted. It is a lovely principle that the unexamined life is not worth living. But in fact, most of us do not spend a typical day examining how we are living. It's usually some crisis that initiates such reflection. The inverse is often true. A crisis can be brought about by sudden self-reflection. I suspect that something of this sort happened in the church when the council, in effect, interrupted the everyday, taken-for-granted processes by which the church had been reproducing itself and accomplishing its mission, and placed them under the critical microscope, with one eye asking if they are faithful to the gospel, and with the other asking if they were pastorally effective. Like the freshman who returns home from his first year in college, having taken Psychology 101, and ruins a family gathering by suddenly calling into question all sorts of family habits and relationships. The taken for granted is no longer taken for granted. What the council introduced as a spirit of self-examination and self-criticism in fairly restricted areas was, in time, and not only by subversive Catholics, to be applied to many other areas as well. This critical spirit proved to be a genie which, once released from the jar, could no longer be controlled, much less forced back into the bottle. One of the students who brought in her paper, she interviewed her father with regard to what happened at Vatican II, and she summed it up. She said, "Father, I don't know if I can put this in," because she said he used a profanity. And I said, "Well, that's what he said, that's what he said." And what he said to her basically is, those goddamn liberals fixed what wasn't broken. Okay. Thirdly, the council made an appeal for local churches to assume responsibility for themselves. Theologically, this rested on a recognition of the full ecclesial reality of local churches. In other words, that local churches are not simply administrative subdivisions of an international religious organization, but realizations of the mystery of the church in particular times, places, and cultures. This move of the council was to validate the variety of local realizations of the church, what we have since learned to call enculturation, and to assign the local churches the primary responsibility for what the church would be within their several circumstances. This call of the council broke with the pattern of centralization and uniformity which had dominated for the previous 150 years, crowning a millennium of development. The significance of this decision is symbolized in the shift from Latin to popular languages in the church's worship. The use of Latin symbolized and embodied one way of envisaging Catholicity and unity, as spanning cultures, sailing over them. Remember, it used to be said, the great thing about Latin is that anywhere you go in the world, you can always hear the Mass in the same way you did at home, okay? It's one of the arguments. It's a universal language. Somebody remarked, yes, it's universal, it's not understood anywhere. Now, if you change from a notion of Latin and kind of a Catholic culture spanning all of the individual cultures, now what has the Council done? The Council has said we can use the vernacular. Now, to use the vernacular is not to abandon the absolutely essential characteristics of unity and Catholicity in the Church, but it is to symbolize and to embody them differently. The one Church now would be concretely Catholic. Not transcendentally Catholic, but concretely Catholic. Catholic not in spite of cultural differences, but precisely in and through them. The decades since the Council have seen the local churches rise to this challenge. Inevitably, the transition from the uniform and highly centralized Roman Catholicism that we all once took for granted has not been accomplished, as we should not have expected, without tensions or difficulties, and we are now back in the middle of some great tensions over this. The basic drama that is played out almost every 3 years at meetings of synods of bishops is that of reconciling the demands of real communion and of legitimate diversity. With over a millennium of centralizing inertial force to overcome, no one should be surprised that it has not been accomplished in a single generation. If you have the image of a great ocean liner and you suddenly want to reverse course, it takes a long, long time before the ship is able to start turning. In all three of these decisions that I have just briefly described, my argument is
Move towards the microphone and just wait in line until you're acknowledged by either Mari or Andrew. Christina?
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to add maybe a fourth view to the three models that Father Kamanchak outlined, and it's coming from someone who's born 3 years after the Council ended, and I don't claim to speak for everybody under 40, but I have a sense that perhaps our understanding of what Vatican II, the model it has for the Church, is the Church in stasis, the Church that's stuck. We have this sense, perhaps, that Vatican II brought great change, but to us, the Church seems to be simultaneously moving forward and moving backward, or maybe it's a tension between conservatism and progressives. The Church is modernizing, but it's not. Women are ignored. Those sorts of, not ignored, but not utilized. Add to this something that's not the outcome of Vatican II, but is a fact of our experience of the Church, that we've really only known one Pope, and you get the sense of a Church that's primarily been pretty much the same for the last 30 years to someone who didn't know what it was like before. And I'm not being a naysayer, I'm not whinging, I'm not complaining or blaming anybody, and I certainly have faith that the Church will grow and that the people of my generation will remake and reinterpret Vatican II. How shall I say this after most of the people in the room have gone on to their heavenly reward? But I have to, is that punchy enough? I have to wonder how 30 or 40 years of stasis or feeling stuck will affect how we interpret the Church.
Christina, how the 30 or 40 years of stasis will affect the future of the Church? Is that there's a sense of stuckness, I think she was talking about, but as speaking as a younger person.
No. You have to, you're all speaking Australian, so you have to speak slowly, because I don't get every word.
Joe, that speaker was from the United States.
then it must be the sound system. So. Well, I think a very good question is raised. Looking at it, most of you, it appears, are not too far away from my age, up or down, and there's a sense in which we, people of my generation at least, look back upon this as a defining moment in their Christian and Catholic lives. We experienced it. I think one of the great privileges, in a sense, the people of my generation have, is that we can speak from experience, both of the Church before Vatican II, perhaps also about the Council, and we've lived through it afterwards. All of my training for the priesthood took place in the quotes-unquote old church, and all of my ministry has been exercised in the quotes-unquote new church. So I regard that as one of the chief advantages I have in teaching this course, because I can talk about them all. I'll tell you, I'll get back to the question in a minute. I was led to start investigating, all right, what was this form of the church that seemed to collapse so rapidly after Vatican II when I was at, it was a faculty seminar at Catholic University. And this may surprise and astonish you. There were a group of theologians there who actually began to talk about prayer. And one of my colleagues started talking about where he had encountered God. He said, the God I believe in, God and Father of Jesus Christ, the God I go to for comfort, the God I go to for strength, the God I go to for forgiveness. He said, I first encountered in St. Raymond's Church in the Bronx. St. Raymond's is a huge Romanesque style church that would dwarf this hall. And he said it was at 6:30 Mass in the morning, which was said by a priest with his back to us and in Latin and silently. He said, that's where I encountered God, the same God I believe in today. And I looked around the table, and there were colleagues of mine and students who were open-mouthed as he spoke. And I said, my God, they look as if they didn't think it was possible to encounter God before Vatican II. And it is, in a sense, to validate and to vindicate that I, in part, went through it, went into that exercise. The council opened 40 years ago. Imagine yourself as a childhood, put it, let's say, at the age of 15, and then go back and say, all right, go back and ask yourself, what was happening 40 years before that, and what significance did it have for you? It's not surprising that you have people who are wondering, what do these old fogies, what are they all talking about? What's the point of this? And that's a real challenge for somebody teaching a course on Vatican II, because I have to go back and reconstruct the context of the council as if I were dealing with the Council of Nicaea, and they regard it as ancient history when it's part of my own experience. I think we are obviously on the fringe of, on the verge of a new pontificate, and I think the new pontificate all new pontificates are opportunities for change. I have a somewhat cynical view that there's nothing deader than a dead pope. I watched that happen when John the 23rd was elected. Pius XII had been the pope of my youth, and people regarded it living saint. And then all of a sudden, this jolly 5x5 Italian peasant comes in who could not have differed more in manner and in appearance from Pius XII, and who obviously very quickly became much loved. And the contrast always was drawn unfavorably for Pius XII. I think there have been wonderful things done under this pontificate of John Paul II. I think he has been a world historical figure. I don't quite know how to reconcile all of that with documents like the one that
prepared for the millennium, and the one that published just a year or two ago at the end of the millennium celebration, or Ut Unum Sint, remarkable documents. I think some of the most remarkable documents ever published by a modern pope. If they had come out under the name of John the 23rd, everybody would be citing these. But because they come out under this pope, some people haven't even read them. And that's a kind of a crisis. I do not know necessarily how to reconcile the two aspects of it. I am of the view, as I'll be saying perhaps tomorrow, that a number of the inspiring ideas of Vatican II have been allowed to be eroded, and in particular the distribution of authority or the sharing of authority. So I'll perhaps say some more things about that tomorrow. I haven't given you a very good answer, and I've wandered all over the place. But I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Joe. Could we have a question from the right?
It's okay. I'm the same age as you. I also was born in 1939. And I've been singing in choirs since I was 10 years old. And I remember with a great deal of nostalgia singing hymns in Latin. So I would hate to see Latin lost altogether. I think it's a shame that in our present choir, some of the people have a lot of trouble with pronouncing Latin. At the same time, I heard your comments about the Latin language and how we now have Mass in English. I'm not sure what can be done about it. What do you think could be done about getting the Pope to write his encyclicals in English? I was quite surprised to learn earlier that Humanae Vitae was about sex. That's my question, really. What do you think can be done to convince the Pope to write his encyclicals in English?
Well, I think I'd prefer that this Pope wrote his encyclicals in Polish. In fact, he does. And they're written in Polish, but because most of the people working in the Vatican don't read Polish, they're then translated into Italian or perhaps French, and then they are worked on. And after they have been worked on in modern language, they are then translated into Latin. And so there's always a history of those. I don't see any reason why the Pope could not publish his encyclicals in modern languages. I tend to regard also your nostalgia for the Latin. I have certain nostalgia. I can vividly remember the choir in the seminary when I was growing and singing O Esca Viatorum and those things which were just spectacular. And for me, it was not an improvement when we went from Gregorian chant or Palestrina to Re Rep. So I have, it's more than, it's kind of a nostalgia. I don't think it's a great thing that most priests are ordained now without any Latin. Latin gave you access to a whole treasury of the faith. So there are dimensions of that I regret.
Ruth.
Excuse me.
Yes,
but
thanks, Michael.
Are you going to speak to the Pope? Are you going to have a word with him?
Joe, I think you said during your talk something like this, but I'm not quite sure because I had a little difficulty picking up the accent. First of all, I think you said life can be lived without a formal religion, and a lot comes down to one's relationship between oneself and God and one's conscience. I just wonder how widespread you find this belief amongst your students in college,
and how much of that thinking is due to the influence of Vatican II?
Are you attributing to me the view that life can be lived without religion? No.
I think you said that, you mentioned that.
No, I said that
without a formal religion.
No, what I was saying is that the liberalism the church felt obliged to oppose in the 19th and 20th centuries gradually became of the view that human life, at least in its public dimensions, could be lived without God or without having settled the difference among religions. I certainly don't agree with that. I mean, that was not my view. Okay. So I'm sorry for the misunderstanding.
Joe Dennis Allen from Hobart, Gillies Diocese, the Caravan Man. Have you got a thought or reflection about the reintroduction or the permission to have the Tridentine Mass now being said? I haven't quite had the opportunity or the courage to go to one, but in the church next door to where I live, there is one there said regularly, and I am a little bit amazed as I look out my window to see who comes to it, many of whom are young, born in the last decade, for example, and I don't know if it's a worldwide phenomenon or whether it's a wise decision to bring that back, and what good is achieved by it. You may have a comment or reflection. Thank you.
When the new Novus Ordo Missae, the new order of the Mass, was introduced and became obligatory somewhere around 1972, the decision was made to forbid the celebration of the Tridentine Mass. I really didn't necessarily agree with that at the time. This was at the time when people were conducting liturgies with balloons, and you'd have a canon of the Mass that thanked God for babbling brooks and beautiful butterflies with a casual mention of Jesus of Nazareth in it. So, and I'm saying, well, bishops are allowing these types of liturgies to be taken, but we can't have the Tridentine Mass. That struck me as kind of odd. So I think it was a mistake to absolutely forbid it. And what I find today is we do have examples of that in the States. They are somewhat, for most Catholics, it's simply a matter of curiosity. They might like to go and see what that was like. It's the way they might have gone to a Byzantine Mass in the past. What I think paradoxically, actually, it is that the fact that the Vatican now is allowing the Tridentine Mass along with the new order raises an interesting question, because one of the phenomena that one of the criteria that the Vatican is regularly employing to sort of put restrictions on liturgical diversity is that we need to preserve the unity and integrity of the Roman Rite. That's the buzzword, the integrity of the Roman Rite. Well, in fact, with the permission for the Tridentine Mass, we have, in a sense, two different rites. I wonder whether it's not simply going to die out, the number of people who go to it. I don't know. I'm inclined to think it will die out eventually, and maybe that's the way it should have been done in the first place. You also need to keep in mind that part of the reason why people have gone back to the Tridentine Mass is the banality of post-conciliar liturgies. It is possible to have a very solemn, dignified post-conciliar liturgy. John, may I tell you your anecdote from John Cornwell? John Wilkins was describing this morning moment in the life or kind of autobiographical reflections of John Cornwell, who was the editor of a book on John Paul I's death and then Hitler's Pope, and now has written a kind of autobiographical book called Breaking Faith. And after a long personal journey, he began to make his way back towards the Catholic Church, and said that one of his first liturgies he went to was on Christmas Day in a parish, and at the consecration, the choir and congregation broke out into "Happy birthday, dear Jesus. Happy birthday, dear Jesus." And he said he fled from the church and said, "I'm not going to make it." So, now, I must say, I would have no doubt as to where I would choose if I had to choose between that and the Tridentine Mass. So.
Over here. Michael, it's great that there are so many whiteheads, some bald whiteheads, I hear, and most ages are either up and down a bit from your own. I'd also like to thank all those under 50 who've come along today, and those who are younger. And I'd like to put to John and Joe the whole notion of youth in the church. In the days of sodalities, we had in this country Children of Mary, Holy Name Society, etc., so on and so forth. Today, we seem to attract very, very few young people, which is contrasted, of course, by the fundamentalist churches who have nearby to Redfern, where we have a very warm and small community, but flourishing. There is a Pentecostal church that every Sunday, twice on Sunday, has literally hundreds of young participants. And we have a mere handful, I'm sure, in some way. That's pretty general. I'd just like your comments on that and where that fits into the tension and the Giorgiamento and conservatism. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes, right. Well, about 2 years ago, I addressed a similar gathering of the church in Wilmington, Delaware, and they were so pleased. I think that they had 600 people for this, and they were congratulating, and we were congratulating ourselves that we had so many people. And then somebody said, "Do you know at the Dover racetrack, which is about 30 miles north of it, they had 100,000 people present." That gave us a little humility. I don't know that I have great answers to the question of young people. I see some very good, hopeful signs in the States, at least, with young people coming, especially young married couples with their children. The parish where I say Mass on Sunday, it's been extraordinary to see it. They have about 650 people at the 10:15 Mass, which is the Mass for children. The studies of young Catholic attitudes in the States, there are two recent sociological surveys, one by Andrew Greeley, which is quite optimistic because he includes in it a kind of a sense of Catholic symbolism, and questions particularly of practice or of belief, formal belief, don't really enter into it. Whereas a couple of other sociologists have done a study, and they are rather concerned because badges of Catholic identity appear not to be recognized in the people that they did, and they wonder whether the Catholic culture is not going to become as amorphous as, at least in the States, Jewish culture is. And I think that that's a real challenge. It's one of the things I'm going to talk about later. Among the challenges that we face today is, are we communicating a real sense of what the church is? And that, as far as I'm concerned, the first definition of the church is a community of believers, and not community of believers in belief. It's a community of believers in Jesus Christ. That is the substance of the church. And we need to find ways of communicating that. I do think you can tap into, as was said last night, tap into tremendous energy that's present in a good number of young people. I also think, but I really do think that we need to, insist much more than we have, that what distinguishes us in the world is what we believe about what God has done in Jesus Christ and its significance for our own individual lives and its significance for the course of history in the future. I could tell a bunch of anecdotes about the lack of this, school class going into a museum and looking at a painting of the baptism of Jesus, and one of the students asking, "What's the pigeon for?" You didn't get that one, okay? This is a true story. A friend of mine is a pastor at 82nd Street and Broadway in Manhattan, and he had a young woman come up to him a year or so ago and say, "Father, do you think we could have a weekend program here on natural family planning?" And he said, "Well, I suppose." He said, she said, "Well, it's the only form of birth control approved by the church." And he says, yes, I know that. Do you think it would be, do you think there'd be a lot of people interested? "Oh, yes," she said. "It really works." She said, my boyfriend and I practice it all the time."
About 15 years ago, the Archbishop of Canterbury visited Pope John Paul II, and it was actually written up in the tablet. And I think it was Archbishop Ramsey, I can't remember which Archbishop it was, and he commented on the fact that John Paul II, as the Pope, was a wonderful sign of unity to the whole Christian world. And the Pope expressed some surprise that he would say that and asked why he thought that was so. And the response of Archbishop Ramsey was that he considered the fact that Rome had an important part to play in safeguarding the deposit of faith, whereas the local autonomy, as he described it, experienced by the Anglican Church, had resulted in national churches, and they were his words, rather than one church, and that had led to blurring of a lot of the doctrines that were held in common. Now, herein seems to me to lie the dilemma that we face. How do we maintain that? Because our creed is something that I think every Catholic, cultural or practicing, believes in so firmly. That doesn't seem to be the place where we argue. However, some of the crucial issues that are going on in our church that are centred around some of these issues around sexuality, collegiality, living our faith in our secular world, the primacy of an informed conscience, and other institutional challenges like married priests, ordination of women, and the growth of lay ministry. How do we then get a balance between these movements? There seems to be good in both. We have a wonderful church and a wonderful faith that came from Jesus. How can we start having an impact on our society unless we come to terms with this basic challenge between opposing points of view. Or not necessarily opposing points of view. They shouldn't be opposing. Thank you.
I think the Anglican experience is an interesting one. I gave a talk on Tuesday evening about the principle of subsidiarity and the contemporary debate as to whether it applies in the church or not. And towards the end, I said, even if you were to judge that the principle of subsidiarity does apply, you should not regard it as a magic wand that can solve all problems, but also that you should look at the experience of some other churches with regard to this. The Lambeth Conference of 1998 discussed a proposition that the principle of subsidiarity does apply in the church. And the principle has had paradoxical effects because on the one hand, I mean, there's a sense in which you didn't need to stress anymore the autonomy of local churches, national churches, for example, in the Anglican Communion. But the question has now arisen as to whether the universal Anglican communion among all of these churches does not require some form of a universal authority. So if you need a principal, a minister of unity in the local church, do you not need a minister of unity for the whole church, whether that would be a single person or a collective body? And they did so on the basis of subsidiarity. In other words, it's the movement up, but there comes a moment is if there are things that hold us all together, whether we're in Asia or Africa or Australia or the Americas, if there are certain things that hold us together and enable us to recognize brothers and sisters in Christ across national and cultural divisions, then is there not also some need for and place for a universal authority? This, and they do this in a sense in virtue of the principle of subsidiarity. And it has caused a great deal of perplexity in the Anglican Church and a good deal of opposition. So there are some people who are vigorously opposed to the principle of subsidiarity in the church because it suggests the need for this universal unity. Now we in a sense obviously face the opposite problem of being a highly centralized church that we would like to see provide more room for the individual churches to express themselves in terms of native cultures and also to govern their own lives. So we're in a sense going the opposite way. Now you asked me how to resolve these tensions. God, I think these tensions are going to be with us during the lifetime of anybody in this room. I think it's built into the nature of the church, is that we are a concretely Catholic church, but Catholic doesn't mean simply a church of diversity. This is integrated diversity. So when the Council has a description of Catholicity in Lumen Gentium 13, I think, it speaks of Catholicity as the gift of God to the church by which the church attempts to bring all of humanity with all of its gifts into unity under the headship of Christ and in the Holy Spirit. In other words, Catholicity is not simply diversity, it's diversity integrated and integrated into Christ and the Holy Spirit. But won't we always be facing the problem, well, is this a difference compatible with unity? Does unity require this type of consequence? And it's healthy for the church to have this tension. And it will be with us all the way. There's no way to resolve this permanently. There's no magic wand that you can wave and see the problems disappear. It's good for the Catholic Church to have a pope. I'm sure he's grateful that I said this. And it does tie us together. And there are churches around the world which have been held in existence and sustained themselves precisely by their communion with the Bishop of Rome. And it's good also that the Catholic Church be a Catholic Church, a concretely Catholic Church, at home in Australia and at home in Asia and at home in Africa. But there's no way to resolve this issue in advance or without the conversation, as Michael speaks about it, without genuine conversation about all these things. Pope John Paul II has spoken about a conversation of cultures, or a dialogue of cultures. I think the dialogue of cultures becomes an integral part of who we are as Catholics. But you cannot ignore the fact that historically, and kind of as in their inner dynamism, movements for enculturation bear with them also the potential for schism. And most of the schisms in the history of the Church have been caused by an overemphasis upon the distinctive cultural, political, national principles. Where, if I'm Slovak in origin, is it more important to be Slovak or more important to be Catholic? And those are I don't have an answer to how to resolve it.
Catherine.
I'd just like to hear your comments on the idea of being comfortable or uncomfortable in the church. It seems to me that after Vatican II, the split really could be looked at as the people who felt comfortable, felt good about what had happened, and the people who felt very uncomfortable. And I just reflected on that, thinking about Cardinal Cushing of Boston. I knew him well, and when he first went to Rome and met Pope John XXIII, he came back and he said, "God, is he fat?" And then the second time he went, he came back and he said, "This is the first time in my life that I have felt comfortable being a cardinal. Now that Pope John XXIII is on the throne, I think it's okay if I'm a cardinal." Because he came from a very poor section of Boston, very Irish ghetto, and I think he never felt comfortable. And when he met Pope John, he did. And I understood that. I thought, he feels it's okay now to have the robe and the whole rest of it, because this very human person, this Pope John XXIII, is the Pope. On the other hand, you get people who really have felt uncomfortable all these years with so many things. And I just reflected this morning listening to you, but it's sort of an example of what you said, how sometimes a reform turns into a revolution, and no one could have foreseen that. In some ways, that worked to make people feel really good about being Catholic. For the first time, they felt they had a role to play. But it had this other effect, I think, on women, because when liturgy was in Latin, we didn't really notice that it was so male-biased. The minute it came into English and we heard "for us men and for our salvation," we suddenly thought, my God, where are the women? So I think a lot of these changes had effects that were maybe psychological that no one could have foreseen, and have led to a feeling of discomfort in people, as well as feeling of comfort. To me, it's a dichotomy almost there. What do you think about it?
Well, I think what you say is true, but it becomes very difficult to turn comfort and discomfort into any kind of criterion that you're going to be able to apply. Because I, as you said, you may be comfortable with something for which I'm distinctly uncomfortable. And if you say, how do you get around that? You're comfortable, I'm not comfortable. Some of this is going to be personal, some of this is going to be psychological. Some people love the St. Louis Jesuits music. I don't. I can't excommunicate them, they can't excommunicate me, I hope. Those kinds of things. So it's in many respects a subjective criterion, isn't it? Comfort. Now, I know that there are groups, that you also can have groups who will say that they're not comfortable with them, and God knows for many women today would be in that situation. Not all, but many of them would feel distinctly uncomfortable. But I think we need to think about another criterion, or I don't want to say objective because it suggests that there's kind of a criterion out there. But we need to have some way of thinking about the church, of conceiving the church, and of being in the church that rests upon our common commitments or common convictions and works out from there. As I'll say tomorrow, in the United States, we have a program that was established by Cardinal Bernardine shortly before he died that's somewhat parallel to the Catalyst for Renewal movement. It's called the Common Ground Initiative. And it's an effort to apply to the Catholic Church the principles of ecumenical dialogue. And one of those things is to begin with the recognizing how much we have in common, and moving out from then to start discussing what differences there are among Catholics, some of which may be substantial. But John the 23rd's method for ecumenical conversation was to say, for 4 centuries we have concentrated on what divides us. Let's begin with what unites us, and then attempt to address the same thing. So if you can do that, I think you start moving the question away from comfort. There's no way in which you're going to be entirely. If comfort was your sole criterion, there's no way in which you could resolve all of the issues, because in the end, some people will be comfortable with certain things and some people won't be.
Thanks, Joe. I'm afraid we've run out of time, and I can see there are several people still there to ask questions. Would it be fair if we gave you priority tomorrow, if you're coming back? Dreadfully sorry, but we must hold faith with our next guest, whom I'm sure you're going to enjoy immensely. If anyone has studied spirituality, they will know that there is a very distinctive mark to the tradition of mysticism as it comes down to us through the English mystics. If you read The Cloud or Julian of Norwich, Walt Hilton, not so much Marjorie Kemp, I guess, but yes, I see not many of you are familiar with it. But there is a quality of gentleness, very distinctive quality of gentleness in the English mystical tradition. And at its best, I think it's a quality that's present in the English culture. Our guest epitomizes this. John Wilkins has been the editor of what I believe to be the world's preeminent Catholic weekly newspaper, parce to the editor of our local weekly newspaper. John has maintained a standard there that I think is phenomenal, week after week after week. And his commentaries on affairs that are unfolding within the church have been not only wise, but very lovingly penned, I believe. John brings to our conversation this weekend the view from the editor's desk, which is a grassroots view, at once a view of connectedness with many, many different walks of life, people from different walks of life, scholars included. So, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome our next guest, John Wilkins.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to say how wonderful it is to be in Australia. I've never been in Australia before. And the amazing hospitality and welcome you get from Australians is quite extraordinary, provided you're not playing cricket with them, of course. And it's a great honour to be asked to come and speak at your conference. I'm going to speak extempore, so I hope if there are some rather abrupt changes of direction and jolts and bumps, you won't blame the driver too much, but will bear with me. And I have one or two documents here, which I hope I can find in the right order, which I want to refer to. As Michael said, I can't hope to emulate the enormous scholarship of Joe Komonchak. It would be a great credit to the Jesuits, Joe. But my job is to speak as a journalist, and of course in my country, I don't know if Australia's the same, but I expect it is, journalists are rather low in public esteem. They rank about the same as estate agents. And, you know, I think an editor should have a text, a biblical text. So I've got a biblical text. I speak from memory, but it comes in the second chapter of St. Mark, where if you remember, the paralytic, the four friends of the paralytic want to take him to Jesus to get him healed. And in the end, they let the beer down through the roof. But first, they try to reach Jesus through the crowd. Now, in the authorized version, that wonderful translation of the Bible, the authorized version, the King James Version, it reads, they could not at first get near the Lord because of the press. But I'd like to defend my profession. I think at the end of his talk, I think Joe was hinting that journalists had made rather a hash of things, and he was writing a book to put it right. But in fact, journalists do try and find out the truth, and the battle that was Vatican II, as he said, it was the journalists who revealed what was going on. They dug and they dug, and they got to the truth. And afterwards, things moved so quickly that Hans Kung, for example, would put his, or Cardinal Sunens, they would use journals, including my journal, to take the conversation further, because there wasn't time to write books. Joe's got time now, but they didn't have time. And I think that I would like to expand a bit on this very fascinating description of the different movements that have come from Vatican II and the problems we're in because of it. Now, Joe distinguished three and his own. And journalists, as you know, if they come across a complexity, they always offer a full simplification, and I'm going to be no exception. And I'm going to talk about conservatives and progressives. And we don't need to talk about Joe's view because that's the true one, so that we can leave that. Now, it is interesting how there is a crossover between these categories, and Cardinal Ratzinger is a very good example of it. He was a progressive at the council. He's a very, very good theologian, outstanding theologian. He was a progressive at the council. But very soon afterwards, he was voicing disquiet about the council, and particularly about Gaudium et Spes. And this is because he is an Augustinian, and he doesn't like Thomists, and he thought that Gaudium et Spes was much too Thomist, and that it didn't put sin at the center of the human experience, as it should, but reflected too much of the optimism, I suppose, of Pope John. And in 1985, there was an extraordinary synod in Rome about Vatican II, and this synod changed some of the orientations of Vatican II in two ways. First of all, it put the theology of the cross at the centre, and Pope John's signs of the times, which were positive, became negative. Now, I think in that it probably did reflect the Pope's own view, because the East Europeans had long thought that the West Europeans had hijacked the Council to their own ends. And in a way, 1985 was, I heard it called the Slav Revenge, but that's probably rather unfair. Now, doing some more of these simplifications which journalists like, I think that, you see, I wasn't a Catholic before the Council, so I don't know that era. But those who do characterize it as an era when the Church had great control over people's lives. And they talk about a sin cycle. A cycle of sin, confession, Eucharist, sin, confession, Eucharist. I know quite enough about Catholic life to know that there is more than that to it. But there has been some work done on young people. There was a question about young people by a Professor John Fulton in England. Now, it's quite clear that the sin cycle is a thing of the past. And his report says, for young modern Catholics, morality has become internal first and external only second. Young Catholics are significantly more Protestant in their outlook and much less distinct from their secular counterparts than previous generations, and will do what they feel right and proper rather than what has been announced by the Pope. Well, there's obviously a problem somewhere in those sort of attitudes. And I think myself that it probably all started with Humanae Vitae in 1968. I just want to say a few words about that, because it's very important to my paper. It was the moment when the tablet changed from Chester Belloc orthodoxy to something else. My predecessor knew what he thought on these matters.
He wrote a very splendid editorial, which I know off by heart, part of it. Part of it is, there is no document more quoted in this encyclical, Humanae Vitae, which, of course, as you know, reaffirmed the traditional ban on contraception, than Gaudium et Spes, joy and hope. He went on, he liked the royal we, my predecessor. We must honestly confess, he said, that neither joy nor hope can we find in the encyclical itself. Now, I mean, from the tablet, this was, it was a moment. Of course, I think in the United States and Britain, we felt this most because we think, if the law is there, it should be obeyed, and if it isn't, it's a bad law. It's not like the Italians. I think it's lovely to have this ideal. It's very nice of the Holy Father. Of course, we're not going to do that, but it's nice to have it up there. But it was a crisis for us because we felt it really did matter. And it was the moment, I think, in the church at large. This is the great skeleton in the Catholic cupboard. We're so used to it, don't even take it out now. And this was a moment, too, when I think the Pope became rather anxious as he saw the present Pope, who was then in Poland, of course, strongly supported Paul VI. He became anxious as he saw bishops' conferences filtering the encyclical, and ours in Britain, in England and Wales, they did that. Their first document very much stressed the rights of conscience. Then Rome got at them in between, and they brought out a second document, which said that even in the confessional, priests must not teach, they mustn't treat a penitent in any different way than what the encyclical said. Now, there were some people who felt that this took away the human rights of Catholics. There was great hoo-ha about this document, and it appeared at a weekend. All the Catholic papers, the front pages, were all covered with this document. Everybody would know what the tablet thought. Not a word in the tablet. Now, I was Tom Burns, my predecessor. I was his assistant at this time. And, of course, I smelt a rat, because at that time, our offices were just down the road from Archbishop's house. If there was an important document on a Tuesday night, we went and got it. And they knew this. And my predecessor used to leave on his desk not only all the letters from the past 2 months or so, but all the envelopes. So I ferreted about, and I found the envelope that this document, which everybody was talking about except us, had come in, and it was date-stamped Tuesday night. So why hadn't Archbishop's House told us it was there and let us go and get it? So I said to Tom, he had to ring up the Cardinal, that was Cardinal Heenan, and ask him. And Tom said, oh, I don't bother the Cardinal, but I insist. I said, you've got to find out why this happened. So he got through to the Cardinal's press secretary. He was a very good priest, a man I know and like. But as a press secretary, his general rule was not to tell the press anything, and if you had to mislead them if you could. On this occasion, however, he said, you should speak to Cardinal. Tom, my predecessor, was talking rather bumbling way. He said, oh, don't want to bother the Cardinal. Yes, I think you should speak to Cardinal. So he got through to Cardinal Heenan and said, I'm very sorry, Your Eminence. Cardinal Heenan just cut in. He said, Tom, I don't know if I should be telling this story. Tom, I no longer consider you to be a Catholic paper. I gave instructions that you were to be treated in exactly the same way as the rest of the secular press. Well, of course, I mean, a lot of water has gone under the bridge since then. But coming back to this theme of progressives and conservatives, I think you could say that the conservatives are the ones who are most worried that this control has gone. I wrote an editorial about this, got me into a lot of trouble with a certain bishop who went ballistic. Important English bishop, not the cardinal, I should say. Now, when bishops get angry with you, they are the teachers of the faith. We owe them respect and obedience, and they're very often right. But occasionally, they get angry because you're right and they're wrong. And anyway, what I wrote was, I distinguished in the context of the Third Reich, which I know was enormously popular here in Australia, I distinguished between an ethic of control and an ethic of responsibility. And I said that the Third Reich appealed to those who were trying to develop an ethic of responsibility. And I think, whatever the bishop said, and he said quite a lot, I think that that is part of the key to what's happening now. And it's part of the key as to why progressives and conservatives can hardly speak to each other. In Joe's country, the United States, they really don't speak to each other. And this is a very great problem for the church, to have this division. Now, of course, Dr. Pell is well aware of this situation, and he has his own theories about it, which are very close to those of Cardinal George, the Archbishop of Chicago, and I think both these two church leaders would share the same analysis, and I thought we should just look at their analysis to see what they say about the liberals. They call them us, the liberals. Now, Dr. Pell wrote me a letter not so long ago to my paper, in which he included the sentence, "Many of my good friends are liberals." Now, you know when you see a sentence like that you're in for trouble. And it duly came. My problem with Catholic liberalism, Dr. Pell said, is that it is ineffective, unattractive to young Catholics, and often drains strength from the Church rather than building it up. It is increasingly irrelevant to the religious struggle. Now, I said that Cardinal George would make much the same analysis, and he caused a great kerfuffle when in a sermon he said the liberal project, he calls it the liberal project, was all washed up, exhausted. He said it was exhausted. And Commonweal challenged him to explain what he meant. And a very, very fascinating, you can get on the website, a very fascinating exchange of articles followed. Now, this is Cardinal George. The Cardinal Explains, it's called. Oh yes, here we are. Some of my best friends are liberal Catholics. Now, his attack goes like this. Liberal Catholicism is an exhausted project. It has shown itself unable to pass on the faith in its integrity. It's inadequate, therefore, in fostering the joyful self-surrender called for in Christian marriage, consecrated life, ordained priesthood. And he goes on to say, here is the heart of his analysis, his attack. He thinks that the progressives have allowed the world to set the agenda. He says, instead of understanding Vatican II as a limited accommodation to modernity, for the sake of evangelizing the modern world, the liberal project seems often to interpret the Vatican Council as a mandate to change whatever in the Church clashes with modern society. For mission in the world, he says, the Church starts taking its cues from the editorial page of the New York Times, or even worse, USA Today. The Church provides motivation and troops to meet the world's agenda as defined by the world. That's the heart of it. And then I'll just read you one other passage, because this is a very thought-out critique of the progressive position. And he has a description which a lot of us will recognize as part of our project. He says, a church, all of whose ministries, construed only functionally, are open to any of the baptized, a church unwilling to say that all homosexual relations, genital relations, are morally wrong, a church which at least makes some allowance for abortion when necessary to assure a mother's freedom, a church accepting contraception as moral within marriage and prudent outside of it, a church willing to admit the sacramentally married to a second marriage in complete sacramental communion, a church whose teaching has to stand the acid test of modern criticism and personal acceptance in order to have not just credibility but legitimacy. There is nothing new in all of this, says Cardinal George. It already exists, but outside the Catholic Church. Now, I had a bit of passage of arms with Paul Johnson on these matters. Paul Johnson is a very well-known writer and journalist in Britain, and it was really this same issue. I'd written, it's another editorial I'd written, I'm afraid, and I had said in there that certain developments were not the way for the Church to commend itself to the modern world. And Paul Johnson latched on to this phrase of mine. He writes a bit like Gibbon when he gets going, and he blasted off with his usual verve in a column he writes in our weekly political, right-wing political weekly, The Spectator. He said, and it's a tremendous attack on the modern world, not the way for the Catholic Church to commend itself to the modern world. quite a giveaway, that sentence, is it not? For what exactly is the modern world? That phantasmagoria of horror and depravity which came to birth in the 20th century and is now, I hope, dying with it. And on he went. The modern world is Freud, Hitler, and Stalin. It is Auschwitz and the Gulag. It is AIDS and anorexia, crack and speed. I wish I could write like this. Hiroshima and the killing fields, San Francisco bathhouses and Bangkok child brothels. At its miserable best, it is down-market tabloids, Disneyland and Channel 4 soft porn. At its worst, it is human degradation so complete and cruelty so heartless as to leave Satan and his pandemonium gasping with... I continue. Gasping with pride at their creation, for it is they who brought the modern world into existence. And so he drew his conclusion, the opposite to mine. The last thing the Catholic Church ought to do is to commend itself to such a world and those who accept its culture. It is the task of Catholicism to fight the modern world, to defy it, excoriate it, expose its shams and lies, its follies and meanness and frauds. Well now, that of course is part of the truth. And he's quite right. But there is another part as well, and that he left out, which is that God loved the world so much he sent his only Son to it. And there is also the Church as a pilgrim with all humanity, which is Vatican II's vision of the Church as a pilgrim. The joys and hopes, you know the words, I'm sure, the griefs and anxieties of the men and women of this age, especially those who are poor, or in any way afflicted, these too are the joys and the hopes, the griefs and anxieties of the followers of Christ. Indeed, nothing genuinely human fails to raise an echo in their hearts. And in my reply to Johnson, I quoted that, and I asked him whether he accepted the authority of the Council, which Cardinal Ratzinger and Paul VI have said is on a level with Nicaea, and I don't know what he would answer to that. So, taking up these points, I'm trying to explain where I think this clash is so strong. It's very strong, as I was saying, in Joe's country, in the United States, and I actually had experience of this too on a very personal level when I was staying at the Villa Palazzolo, which is the villa of the English College in Rome. And they have a 5-star location, that villa, and a swimming pool, and with these wonderful gardens, and so they invite you to come and have a holiday when the seminarians aren't there. And I was doing that with Eamon Duffy, and John Cornwell, who was mentioned earlier, was also there. And we were visited by a young would-be American monk, whom I will call Andrew, wasn't his name, shaven-headed, burning with the zeal of the early Christians, and he was a traditionalist, capital T. He was very startled to be introduced to John Cornwell, who, as you know, is the author of Hitler's Pope. Oh, you're going to hell, he said. That's what he said. He was further startled to find I was there. He didn't actually say anything quite like that, but he clearly thought I was bound for the same destination. He was, I should stress, a highly intelligent young man, and he believed that he had the future in his hands. He said, "You liberals," he said, "you're all old and washed up." A very frank speaker was Andrew. "You're all dying off, and then we traditionalists will inherit the church." Well, there we are. That's where I think the clash comes. Now, I don't accept that conservatives and progressives can't find common ground. I think that the conservative critique of progressives is very important to listen to. There's definitely truth in it. I think that progressives would want to say that if the church defines itself just as a counterculture and nothing else, just as a counterculture, so it's against the good things in the modern culture, as well as the bad, It makes itself irrelevant, and people will go out, and of course in Europe they have gone out. And I find it appalling that when, as Joe was saying, the late Cardinal Bernardine launched his Common Ground project, the whole attempt was to find centre ground. You see, the progressives, well, certainly the Conservatives, they like to say there isn't a centre ground. And his fellow American cardinals ganged up on him. I think they went to one of their holiday homes, or one of their number, and concerted their strategy. And they attacked this project. And they said there's no common ground. There's right, and that's us, and there's wrong, and that's the others. And there's no common ground. I thought that was really appalling, and it isn't true either, because the great threat to our modern societies is relativism, and without the belief in the love of neighbour as the central, that's where the absolute is for our modern societies, which on the whole have lost absolutes. The love of neighbour. Well, that's what we're all about. I would just conclude with one thought on these comments on Joe's fascinating description of these different strands, with a thought that it would be interesting to know where the Pope is on all this. Two popes, you know, two popes, not one. And this first pope, in all his preaching to the world, the platform on which he stands is human rights. Now that's the French Revolution, and we know what Lefebvre thought about that. And yet it's the platform on which he preaches, and he does it amazingly effectively. He's driven as an evangelist from across the world, country after country after country, and this is his message. Now, I mean, that includes freedom of conscience, which Gregory XVI said was mad idea, mad, he said. False and absurd, or rather mad. Incidentally, as a journalist, I can't help noting he was particularly against the freedom of the press, which he called the most outrageous liberty, an execrable liberty, which can never inspire sufficient horror. And there is the Pope, you know. Is the Pope a liberal? Well, the first Pope, as opposed to the second Pope, does seem to be. So it's taken a long time for human rights, which was originally a Judeo-Christian idea, to come through the French Revolution, to get accepted, and is alive and well and living in the Vatican. And if that can happen with human rights, then I think with the progressive agenda too, it's something which our job, I think, is to tend it and to water it. And if it's at the moment under pressure and under criticism, if at the moment the Conservatives, who at the Council, the number of bishops against Lumen Gentium was 5, if now there has been a resurgence of the right, I feel that we should go on in the catalyst, the way that the catalyst for renewal, the way you work, dialogue, patient dialogue, respectful of other people's positions, the way you do it, and we should go on. Because as a non-Catholic at that time, at Vatican II, what I saw was a plant underneath coming through a paving stone. And it will do it again. And our job is to water the plant, to tend it, to keep it strong, to keep it going, to keep thinking about it, how you're going to do it in the garden, and wait for the moment when that paving stone, which at the moment is very strong, when it cracks again and the plant comes through again. That's our job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John, and thank you again, Joe. That brings our morning to a conclusion, but before you leave, there are a few announcements from the Wagon Master. Terry.
It will be my very great pleasure to introduce our speaker. Just to begin, we are very excited about tonight, we're members of Catalyst, and someone said to me, it's just like Christmas. So we're having Christmas in July. But it's also the 13th of July and tomorrow is Bastille Day, so you can't see it, but I'm actually wearing Eiffel Tower earrings to celebrate. A present from my French sister-in-law, whom I refer to as the baguette, and she calls me the bag. But it seemed very appropriate with all the comments today about the French Revolution, so I was really glad that I packed them in. I had to chase John Wilkins, and I finally trapped him just a bit before dinner to ask him, what do you want me to say to introduce you? I mean, how do you introduce the editor of the tablet? I didn't want to confess to him that until very recently I had never really known what the tablet was. People would keep talking about the tablet, and I'd go, is that something that you take? But luckily some people actually gave me copies of it, and I was really quite amazed because the only other Catholic weekly I knew was So when I actually did wrestle John at the table and I work at UTS and we have a school of journalism. I'm the ethics officer there, and teaching them ethics is a challenge and a joy, and they teach me a lot of things too, so I was actually able to put the hard word on him. He's not married. He doesn't have children, but he said he didn't want to talk about it. So unless some questions come up, no, they'll be out of bounds. But he did tell me that the tablet, it has been in existence for 150 years, which is a pretty extraordinary thing. That it was founded in 1840, and to quote from him, it was owned by a truculent layman. But the hierarchy took exception to the truculence, obviously, and decided to stick it under their Episcopalian wing. Episcopal wing, not Episcopalian, yeah. The people on my table had the job tonight of keeping my wine glass filled but not too much, so they might have kept it too much filled. However, in the mid-30s, somehow, I'm not sure what happened, but the lay editorship reasserted itself with Douglas Woodruff, and then followed by Tom Burns. And as John said to me, it's a bit like being a pope because it sort of seems to go on forever, but he doesn't want to go on quite that long, because there've only been 3 editors of the tablet since the mid-1930s, and John is the 3rd one. So I think we're actually very fortunate to have him here tonight. For anyone who has been privileged to read the tablet, and I think from seeing all of you here tonight, that speaks for itself. This is, I know, his first trip to Australia. I hope it won't be his last. And I'm sure that after we hear him speak tonight, we'll be wanting to ask him back again to speak to us. So I'd like you all to welcome John, who will speak for about 30 minutes.
Where do I speak? About here? Yeah, that sounds all right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I thank you again for the invitation to speak with Father Joe Kamonchak at this national forum. First time I've ever been introduced as unmarried before. What I said was that it was a very long story and I wasn't going to talk about it. And I'm not. We're here to mark the 40th anniversary of the Second Vatican Council, an extraordinary event called by an extraordinary Pope. And for me it's a special invitation because the Second Vatican Council is one of the main reasons why I'm a Catholic today. As an Anglican at that time, not Episcopalian, I knew next to nothing about the Catholic Church. My parents were Congregationalists by tradition, and the main thing they thought about Catholics was that Catholics drank, which they do. My mother never drank a drop all her life. She didn't need to. She's a very effervescent woman. Their view was that Rome was the whore of Babylon. So when the Vatican, who said they're right? So when the Vatican Council started, I could hardly believe what I was seeing. He was a pope like the fisherman Peter. You could almost see him casting out his nets, almost feel his love for the whole world. And then this council, the bravery of it, the confidence of it, where did that come from? And reflecting, I could see that it came from a Christian community that felt itself to be connected in a special way with the upper room in Jerusalem where everything started. And I suddenly saw the Catholic Church was sort of connected to that upper room experience as by an umbilical cord which ran through the centuries from then till now. And I knew that the Anglican Church, to which I owed so much, starting with my baptism, and then which educated me as a Christian and converted me as a Christian, I'm not a Catholic convert, simply didn't have the capacity to do that. It didn't have that hold on the apostolic tradition as a real and living fact. It didn't have that consciousness of being the heir to that tradition, leading to a willingness to return to the sources in what proved to be a revolutionary way. So here I was, this Anglican who knew nothing about Catholicism, really nothing, following as best I could the unfolding events in Rome. And the media cast it as a battle between conservatives and progressives. And Father Komonchak has confirmed that if you simplify it, at the risk of oversimplifying it, that was what it was. The Roman Curia, the papal civil service, wanted the council over by Christmas. Then the bishops, who they called those people from outside, could go home and everything would go back to normal. But it clearly wasn't going to be like that. That became clear when the initial draft documents prepared by the Curia began to be thrown out, one after another. The bishops took hold of the proceedings and they made it their council. It was, in Father Komonchak's words, a coup. I watched in astonishment. The Catholic Church wasn't meant to be like this, was it? At that time, it looked like some sort of Reformation Roman style to me. First, you had the document on the liturgy, the Mass in English as well as Latin. What had happened to Cardinal Ottaviano's motto? Semper idem, always the same. Very good motto for the prefect of the Holy Office. Then the Constitution on the Church, Lumen Gentium, passed by 2,151 votes to 5. The pyramid model of the Church, Pope at the top, then the bishops, then the clergy, then us lot down here, was superseded, and instead we had this circular model, all the people as the body of Christ, with Pope, bishops and clergy inside at the center with special ministries to the whole body. What you had was a people's church, hierarchically structured. Then the document on the church in the modern world, Gaudium et Spes, another new vision of the Catholic Church. This was no longer a church that saw itself like a lighted castle. It was moving about, and it defined itself instead as a pilgrim with all the men and women of this world. And here was a recovered Christian humanism. Then the document on ecumenism, based on baptism in the name of the Trinity, being the seal of every Christian, foundation of hopes for unity. And then the one on religious liberty, which did a U-turn, it seemed to me. And then there was Nostra Aetate on the non-Christian religions, charting a positive attitude to the great world face, and above all, to Judaism. I didn't know it at the time, because I had nothing to do with the tablet at the time. It was causing consternation there, this council. Douglas Woodruff, my predecessor's predecessor, was, I suppose you could say, the last in the Chester Belloc line. He looked very like Belloc, had a big, big head like Belloc, used to wear a cloak like Belloc did. Belloc was his hero, and he had a silver-tipped cane like Belloc. And then this wretched Second Vatican Council came along. He was a very witty man. He particularly thought Cardinal Bear was leading the church down the road to perdition with his idea of ecumenism. He once said that Cardinal Bear was Luther's revenge on the Roman Catholic Church. Anyway, before the council had ended, I had become a Catholic, drawn by these events and by Pope John. I wandered one day, by chance it seems, probably isn't by chance, these things aren't really, into Westminster Cathedral in London. And the Mass was going on inside. And I was held spellbound by this spectacle. I'd never seen anything like that before. And I had an idea in my head that Catholics only went very rarely to communion, like the Orthodox, whereas at the end of the Mass, the entire congregation went up to receive the body of Christ. I came out of that cathedral. I still knew almost nothing about Catholicism, already a Catholic by desire. Now, I go into this personal excursus just to show that for me, the Second Vatican Council is not a lot of guidelines, it's not 16 documents, it's not a set of principles. It's an inspiration in my life which helped me to form my Christian faith and remains part of the center of it. And so, as I said before, when I had this invitation from Father William, I was delighted to accept. Now, I propose to tell you some stories from my experiences as a journalist, which I think have a bearing on the theme of our reflections here this weekend and this evening. I became editor of the tablet, as you heard, in 1982, so I've been in the chair for most of Pope John Paul II's reign. I'd like to start my memories in 1985 with the calling by Pope John Paul II of an extraordinary assembly of the Synod of Bishops to celebrate, relive, and renew the Second Vatican Council. Those are the words they used: celebrate, relive, and renew. We weren't quite sure whether they needed to do this. I was in Rome for that synod, and so was that eminent Vaticanologist, the late Peter Hebblethwaite, who was a close friend of mine. Now, Peter was in his element. He loved situations where one thing was going on the surface and something else was going on underneath. Both of us suspected that at that 1985 synod in Rome, the whole Vatican II experience, in fact, was on trial. But as bishop after bishop got up to speak, it was clear that an overwhelming endorsement of Vatican II was coming from the local churches. There couldn't be any looking back. And I would single out here two particular things. First of all, whatever backward moves are made by the Vatican Congregation for Worship, it just won't be possible to return Catholic consciousness to a time when the priest was seen to celebrate the liturgy on behalf of the congregation rather than celebrating it with the congregation. And that very fact has changed the whole church, because the Mass is the prayer of the church, and the way you pray defines the way you believe. And then secondly, those words about the poor at the beginning of Gaudium et Spes have gone into the heart and consciousness of the church. The joys and hopes, the griefs and the anxieties of the men and women of this age, especially those who are poor or in any way afflicted, these too are the joys and hopes, the griefs and anxieties of the followers of Christ. Pope John Paul II will surely be seen by history, whatever his reservations may have been about liberation theology, as a great defender of the poor. I was talking to a Catholic journalist friend the other day, a close friend of mine. In 1958, when Pius XII died and Pope John XXIII was elected to the chair of St. Peter, this journalist was 22. The new Catholic generation takes Vatican II for granted, he said, because this church is the only church they have known. But his generation, he said, could compare before and after, and they knew that the church had changed almost out of recognition, you might say, under the impact of the council. So why is it, thinking of our theme for this weekend, unfinished business, why is it that looking back to the vision of those times when everything seemed possible, there's nevertheless a sense of shortfall, of unfinished business? And I want to focus on one area where I think the Council's work really hasn't been implemented, and that's the doctrine of collegiality. That the Church is governed by the College of Bishops with and under the Pope. Now, the trouble is that the Council imposed no structure to embody this doctrine. Bishop Butler, who was the best interpreter in England of the Council, said that the Pope now had a moral obligation to govern collegially, but, Butler pointed out, he didn't have to. And indeed, in 1968, Pope Paul VI did not act collegially in producing his crucially important encyclical letter, Humanae Vitae, reaffirming the traditional ban on contraception. He acted alone. If Humanae Vitae had been a collegial product, the end result might have been the same, but certainly it would have been much better expressed, and we wouldn't quite be in the situation we are now, where, with the exception of some archbishops, people don't mention it. A year after Humanae Vitae, in 1969, Cardinal Sunitz of Belgium released his blockbuster interview in various languages. In English, he put it in my journal, as well as in the National Catholic Reporter, warning that the whole orientation of Vatican II was being lost. Extraordinary thing, here is Cardinal Sunitz, who appeared on the balcony with Paul VI when Paul VI was elected, producing this. It's really Paul telling Peter off, producing this huge blockbuster interview with a whole list of things which were going adrift as early as 1969. Now, insofar as there was a structure for collegiality, it was the Synod of Bishops set up by Paul VI with this purpose. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the Synod of Bishops, because I've attended nearly all of them in Rome, and I talked earlier about one of them. Now I want to go to another one. This was the Special Assembly one Irish journalist once said that reporting the proceedings of a synod is like trying to eat jelly with a fork. He happened to be my Dublin correspondent, this Irish journalist. And journalists, I can tell you, are not the flavour of the month. We're allowed into the Synod Hall under strict supervision, sometimes by Opus Dei, and this is for the prayers that open each session. Very interesting. You see this extraordinary hall with the Pope at the front in white, then the cardinals, then the bishops, a few nuns right at the back, and you're allowed to listen to the prayers, and then you're shepherded out rather like bearers of the plague. Now, the trouble about journalists, why they're so unpopular, in Rome anyway, is that they want to know what's really going on. Attending the Asian or Otiatian synods, for example, the one where your bishops, first time I met Australian bishops, and a very fine lot they were, they note the consistent pleas of some of the bishops for the ordination of married men to be considered in some circumstances. A lot of bishops talked about this. You may be a surprise to you, but a lot of them have. Then they find, these pesky journalists, that the final lists of propositions sent to the Pope from these synods to help him compose his concluding document don't contain any reference at all to any such request for married men to be ordained. How come? Well, some time ago, I published a letter in the tablet which answered that question, how come? The letter came from a former Mill Hill missionary vicar general in India, John Vinegard's. And the letter recounted how his friend, the Indian theologian Father Amalal Pavadas, who tragically died in a car crash, had shared his frustration and anger, those were the words that Vinegard's used, with Vinegard's. Amalal Pavadas was one of India's best-known theologians, and he'd functioned as one of the two special general secretaries to the Synod of Bishops on Evangelization, held in Rome in 1974 under Pope Paul VI. When he got back to India from Rome, he poured out his heart to Vinegard's, who at that time, as I said, was the Vicar General in India. And what he said to Vinegard's was the substance of that letter to the tableau which I published. He told Vinegard's that on arrival in Rome, he went to the Synod office. There he found shelves upon shelves of consultation documents sent in by national bishops' conferences from around the world. Very little of this original material had been used by the Vatican Committee that prepared the basic discussion papers for the Synod. Later, in their discussion groups, that's the second stage of the Synod, when they divide up into little groups with cardinals from the Curia watching them carefully, the participating bishops opened new avenues, Amalal Pavadas said. But when it came to compiling the final document, this material from the discussion groups was largely dropped, and a document that had already been prepared well in advance by the Papal Civil Service was presented as a document that synthesized the bishop's suggestions. Amalal Pavadas was appalled and protested. At this, he was summoned to the office of the two curial cardinals responsible for the synod. When he objected that the supposed synthesis of the bishop's views didn't represent what the bishops themselves had said, he was told to comply for the good of the church. That phrase. Said he couldn't in conscience. He was then told by the leading cardinal of these two from the Curia, "Do you realize this means that you will never be made a bishop?" Emmanuel Papadas was determined not to give up, and the doctored document was to be presented to the Synod the very next morning. And he set about preparing an alternative one based on the true interventions and conclusions of the bishops' working groups. They worked through the night on this alternative document. Then he went to meet leading cardinals, archbishops, and bishops. He gave them copies of his alternative document, the real one, and he explained what the Curia were intending to do. Told Weingards he got a shock. Many of them were upset to hear about the Vatican's plan, but they weren't willing to challenge it. A few did speak out at the plenary session next morning, and the result was that the session was suspended and the Synod didn't adopt any document at all. 2 years later, Paul VI produced a masterpiece, Evangelii Nuntiandi, that encyclical which is one of the finest texts of his pontificate, and it seemed as though the rebellion by a small corps of bishops had paid off. But the Roman Curia were the real winner. Since that synod, it has been assumed that no synod of bishops can produce its own document. All they're allowed to do now is to send confidential, secret suggestions, and they've got more and more secret. It's got more and more hard to get hold of them, to the Pope, who in due course writes and issues his own final document, which may or may not incorporate much of the bishop's conclusions. There have been final papal documents, I have to say, that could probably have been written if the bishops had never met. Now may I jump to another special, I have to tell the truth, I'm a journalist, now to another special assembly of the Synod of Bishops. This time the second one on Europe, held in 1999. At this synod, the Archbishop of St Andrews and Edinburgh in Scotland, who's called Keith O'Brien, a splendid man, decided to let the cat out of the bag. Talking to astonished journalists, because we're accustomed to bishops addressing us for about half an hour and leaving us with absolutely nothing in our hand, he made some startling revelations. He said that the bishops of England and Wales, Scotland and Ireland, 3 national hierarchies, had been working on a plan for services of reconciliation to be held in their territories just before Easter in the Jubilee year 2000. They'd made inquiries in Rome beforehand, and they'd been given to understand, they thought, that the matter was within the competence of the local churches. In Britain, as here in Australia, a church holding a Rite 3 confession service has tended to draw a large congregation. Private confession, of course, remains an indispensable spiritual tool, and the bishops of Britain and Ireland duly made provision for it on 3 days following the Rite 3 services which they envisaged. Now, this pastoral initiative was approved by Cardinal Hume of England and Cardinal Winning of Scotland. Then, someone leaked a paragraph from it to Rome. As you all know, according to canon law, Rite 3 is meant to be reserved for emergencies. Depends how you define emergencies. Tough letters of reproof from Cardinal Medina, head of the Vatican Congregation for the Sacraments, promptly landed on the breakfast tables of Cardinal Hume and Cardinal Winning. You can't go ahead, the letters said. Cardinal Winning went out to Rome to plead for the plan. You won't find 3 more loyal hierarchies than ours anywhere, he told Cardinal Medina. No, Medina repeated. And here's how Archbishop O'Brien put it to the journalists in Rome. We know the theology all right, that we are vicars of Christ in our own dioceses. That's the teaching of the Second Vatican Council. But some of the bishops who are in Rome don't think that. I remember once in Rome going to see the late Cardinal Bernardine, Archbishop of Chicago, who was visiting. He was occupying a long, pleasant room, had a big light stand, I remember, in the North American College, which is set just up behind St. Peter's. You know, he said to me in the course of our conversation, you know, he said, they treat us like altar boys here. Well, the Roman Catholic Church is a very human institution, and thank God it is. But I suspect there are many cardinals and bishops, like Bernardine and O'Brien, who don't like being treated as altar boys. Archbishop O'Brien, to the increasing joy and stupefaction of the journalists, also voiced concern about the growing number of right-wing bishops. A considerable number of bishops now are more right-wing than previously, said O'Brien. I don't know what got into him. And he said, if you have more right-wing bishops in the Curia, then you can ensure that there are more right-wing bishops appointed in the years which lie ahead. As a result, he said, the movement for reform in the Church, those were his words, the movement for reform in the Church has certainly slowed down a very great deal in recent years because of the way bishops are appointed. Some time ago, there came into my hands, as tablet editor, a copy of the questionnaires sent to some of those consulted beforehand, no doubt there are one or two at least in this room, about episcopal candidates. The questionnaire, as you would expect, stresses orthodoxy. In particular, and I quote, on the ministerial priesthood, priestly ordination of women, oh dear, on marriage, on sexual ethics and social justice. It also stresses, as you would expect, fidelity and loyalty to the Pope and the hierarchy, including, and I quote again, respect for and acceptance of priestly celibacy as proposed by the Church's magisterium, respect for and observation of the general and particular norms, whatever they are, on the practice of divine worship and ecclesiastical dress. What you don't get from it, as far as I can see, is much sense that candidates should also be judged, or might also be judged, could possibly be judged, on their ability to lead, as seen by their congregations. There's a strong emphasis on choosing candidates who can be trusted by the authorities to be safe. And that surely is part of the reason why bishops have failed in their duty in the clerical sexual abuse cases which have caused such grief in the Church and which we heard so movingly about last night from Bishop Robinson. They sought too often to cover their own backs. That was their first thought, to cover their own backs. So how to tackle this situation? This, I think, is where the dislocation is between the Vatican II vision and what's actually happened. The place to start must surely be with these synods I've been describing. The moment you can see from what I've been saying, they're a rubber stamp. They've become an instrument of papal power, the opposite of what was intended by Vatican II. When Vatican II talked about collegiality, it meant the team under the captain. Collegiality has come to mean that if you agree with the captain, you're being collegial. And in his book, The Reform of the Papacy, John Quinn, Emeritus Archbishop of San Francisco, says that the tendency ever since the Council would appear to be to restrict the synod as much as possible. And he then goes on to specify a whole list of how it's done. There's a picture of him handing a copy of his book to the Pope in Rome. Pope's expression in the photograph It's a bit ambiguous, I'd say. Now, how do these considerations about top-level structures affect all of us here in this room tonight? Here's how Cardinal Koenig, Emeritus Archbishop of Vienna, put it in a tablet open day lecture. We have one of these lectures every year. This was in 1999. And he chose as his theme the pull of God in a godless age, because in Europe, a godless age is what we're in at the moment. And there was only one passage about interior church reform, but it was very sharp and it was very to the point. The Catholic faithful in the parishes and dioceses lose heart, he said, when they receive no reassurance or comfort from the central church leadership. When, with the exception of those documents and encyclical letters written by the Pope himself, warnings of error and heresy predominate in the countless documents that pour out of Rome. Families and parishes, he said, form the network of the church. If families and parishes aren't working, the church isn't working. In such turbulent times, he said, this network needs information, communication, reinforcement, and encouragement from the larger structures of the world church, which, according to the principle of subsidiarity, must be supportive and not dictatorial. Now, there's another way these structures affect all of us in our desire to spread the faith. Pope John XXIII's dying words were those of our Lord as he approached his death, that they may all be one, that the world may believe. But there will not be unity between the Roman Catholic Church and the Protestants and the Orthodox churches, despite all the advances that have been made, and despite all that Cardinal Cassidy has done, until collegiality is seen to operate at all levels in the Roman Catholic Church, between the Pope and the bishops, between the bishops and the clergy, and between the clergy and the laity, and it's not happening. Not much, anyway. No one gives up power willingly. Only a Pope can bring about the changes that we need. Could a Pope tackle the excessive centralization and bureaucracy criticized by Cardinal Koenig? That would mean bringing the papal civil service, the Curia, and may I say there are many holy and good men in the Curia, mean bringing them back to where they belong, as the servant of the Pope and not as the master of the bishops. Sooner or later, a Pope must surely move to make the synods less of a rubber stamp. You can make the speech for him. I need my brothers around me, he might say. I can't, like Atlas, hold the world on my shoulders. It is an immense task which I cannot carry out by myself. And those words are Pope John Paul II's own exact words in his encyclical Ut Unum Sint. This Pope I'm thinking of, this reforming Pope might go on, my fellow bishops must take more of the load. I must govern with the Synod, which would mean giving it some deliberative power. The practical steps which might be taken to fulfill this intention were sketched out by Archbishop John Quinn in his book. And they've been recently suggested by a regular tablet contributor, Professor Nicholas Lash of Cambridge University, delivering a lecture in Malta. He envisaged a pope who would transfer governance in the church from pope and curia to pope and bishops through the establishment of a standing synod composed of diocesan bishops with the Roman Curia providing the administration, not the government. Professor Lash ended his lecture with a typical flourish, always doing this sort of thing. The centralized control from which we suffer, he said, and which has contributed so greatly to the present crisis of authority, was built up in less than 100 years. It could, I believe, be put into reverse in less than 10. Bit hopeful. But if that could happen, what else could happen? Surely a greater local say in the appointment of bishops, which after all they used to be elected for 1,000 years, and perhaps the establishment of regional councils according to the ancient tradition. And then we really could get going. I get the sense in this meeting of all these people raring to go. Since Vatican II, an enormous amount of reform has been carried out. Give credit where credit is due. Huge changes. The Church has been renewed. But, as you might expect, there has been a counter-movement of hesitation and opposition, which has to be taken very seriously, which has to be judged and listened to. The critics have to be heard. There's much to do. You hear calls nowadays for a third Vatican Council. We don't need a third Vatican Council. We've got the Second Vatican Council, and the Second Vatican Council is more than enough to be getting on with. Thank you.
Have you forgiven me for my introduction yet, John?
Yeah, just about.
Do we have any questions? If you have questions, there's Andrew and Mari, if you'd like to approach them with microphones so everybody can hear and we can join in the conversation together.
Thank you, John. John Carmody, University of New South Wales. You'd remember Thomas Hobbes better than I would, but I seem to recall he described the Vatican...
Why do you think that? Well, why do you think I would remember him better than you?
Well, because you're an Englishman. I think... It's all right. Don't harass me. I think he described the Vatican as the ghost of the Roman Empire sitting crowned on its grave. And part of the problem with the Church is that it's in two parts, isn't it? It's in that part which has mainly the laity and to some extent the clergy, which have responded to the Vatican Council, and the totalitarian regime which persists in the Vatican as a continuation of the Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Empire. The only difference between them and Hitler's and Stalin's regime is the Vatican still has gaudy dress.
Well, thank you for that. I hope I'll not get too many of these questions. It's like once I was in Canada, I was talking about Pius IX, and a lady got up and I'd said that they'd said throw the old dote into the river. When he died, they were carrying his body through Rome. Throw the old dote into the river. Oh, she said, it was the Masons who did that. And the lecture was about the next pope. She said, who's the Masons' candidate for the next pope? But I think that the Roman Catholic Church has great experience, of course, of totalitarianisms, and it has to make clear, I agree with you, that the structure is important. It has to make clear that its structure is the disciples round the Lord. That's very important. And I think that the impression that's given from outside is of a papal, it's more a papal court, I think, isn't it, than the Holy Roman Empire. It's a papal court, a monarchy with courtiers. That's what it looks like. And that is part of the reason, I think, why in Europe, this very effective monarchy, after all, it is a multinational of 1 billion people, is felt to be something that just, I mean, even if it were like Shell or ICI, going back to my theme, they don't micromanage from the top because they know that they won't be effective businesses if they do. And so it's very important with us too, I think, even from there, we can take a lesson. So I think we must get back. This is why I think collegiality is so important. The disciples round the Lord and the disciples round Peter. Always the 11 with Peter and always together. And then this idea that the Catholic Church is totalitarian, it's not totalitarian. We can leave the Catholic Church any minute, any of us, whenever we want. We go into it by a free act of conscience. We go out of it by a free act of conscience. But it just has to be clear what it's like. I agree, it has to be clear what it's like. And at the moment, it's too easy to see it, I think, in this other way, which is not what it's like.
Thank you. Andrew.
Thank you, John. My name is David Pascoe. I teach theology at St Paul's Theological College in Brisbane. I appreciate your talk. I think collegiality is at the very core of what we need to understand, how we need to understand ourselves as church today. Last weekend, theologians and scripture scholars of Australia in two associations got together, and we had a conversation at one point about the document, Ecclesia in Oceania. Part of that was my own presentation of, particularly around the propositions that transferred from the, as you know, from the Synod Assembly itself to the Pope for his writing of the document. There are 6 propositions that are left out of Ecclesia in Oceania that were given from the bishops. It'd be interesting somewhere down the track to actually find out what they were and what they stated. But I think that's the problem. It's the secrecy to some degree between the consultation that occurred in the church in Oceania over a long period of time, and then to get to the end and what was given over some decades ago to the papacy to write those final documents. And I think you're right, and it's more an observation than a question, that until that in some way that authority is taken back, that deliberative power is taken back into, you know, the episcopate itself, in its federations, in its local episcopal conferences and federations of those episcopal conferences, that we will be unable, in a sense, to realise ourselves, as Joe pointed out very clearly today, I think, in terms of a concrete Catholicity. who we are and who we are able to be as churches, you know, in our local, but then very much so as a universal church. So I thank you.
Yes, I think you put it very well. I do so much agree. These synods ought to be great teaching moments for the church. And because there's secrecy, they're not. One of the things is that, you know, these despised journalists, who are important because they write articles in papers, just don't come. They just don't come. So here's the church in this secrecy. Why be so secret? Why are even the first, you know, synods are a peculiar sort of body. They're like a huge funnel, if you like, going back right the way down to a tiny little spout, you know, and you pour in all this stuff and this drop comes out at the end. Even at the beginning, when you get this kaleidoscope of the local church, it was wonderful in Oceania, hearing the Australian bishops, New Guinea, these little islands all over the place, all talking about their local church. What on earth, why on earth are these speeches not allowed out to the journalists? And as I say, it's become harder and harder, really, to find out what's going on at all. I used to be able to get these documents fairly easily, but it has become more difficult. One of your bishops was very kind at the end when the propositions, that's the final list of propositions, they're well worth getting an eye on. He said, you know, they're on that table. He said, I've got to go next door for a few minutes. And this was very, very kind of him. Of course, in the case of the Australian bishops, you had, didn't you, that document that sort of landed on you at the end. And the least said about that, the better. I don't want to sound wise after the event or clever. I hope you won't think that, but I did warn your bishops, you know. I don't know if they'd been in Rome before and quite met the Curia. And they said how nice everybody was being, and they had such pastoral care, and oh, it was wonderful having them looking into their education. And I said, for God's sake, that's when they're really dangerous.
Yes, I was actually thinking that Sir Humphrey could teach the Curia nothing.
Thank you. My name's Mary Rayburn. I'm a Sister of Our Lady of Sion from Melbourne. I was at the same meeting of the Australian Catholic Biblical and Theological Associations, and we had an address by Father Peter Phan, who originates from Vietnam and is now in the United States. And he had managed to collect associated with the Asian Bishops' Conference and has published it, information that wasn't even available to the bishops themselves. And his suggestion was that we continue to do that this material somehow be made available, that it drop off the back of a truck, as we might say, and be published. His experience with the Asian Bishops' Conference was that they were not intending to be a rubber stamp, but that they were, perhaps you would say, manipulated in this way, that they didn't know what had been presented by the other bishops beforehand, etc. So I just wonder whether you'd say something on the relationship that is represented by that inappropriate manipulation or inappropriate manoeuvring of bishops to say, in fact, what the Curia wants them to say.
Yes, thank you very much for that. The Asian Bishops' Synod was really one of the most interesting. I think it really was. It was the clearest one where a local church was in conflict with the Roman centre. It was terribly interesting on two fronts. First of all, you know what happens is you get these questions from Rome sent to the local bishops' conference. And so all these questions, they were Western questions, you see. Now these are young churches which have become very much of age in Asia. And the Japanese bishops looked at the questions and they sent them back. And they said, these aren't the questions you should be asking us. The questions you should be asking us are these, and the answers are these. Cardinal Scotti, who is the cardinal in charge of these synods, was furious, absolutely furious. And at the opening ceremony, they had all these languages, you know, and they didn't have Japanese. They really didn't. Oh, it must have been just a mistake, I'm sure the Curia would tell you. But I think that the other thing that was very interesting was this huge battle going on, it's a very difficult one, about how you can affirm Christ as the universal, unique Saviour in an Asian context. And the bishop said, Cardinal Ratzinger, you know, you can't do it like you're telling us to do it. We don't do this. We don't talk about Christ for 10 years. We just live with these people, and then we may get onto the subject and talk about it. And of course they said other things too about how you present Christ as universal Saviour. It was an example of where if the synods were working properly, and thank you very much for raising this one, because it was fascinating actually. If they were working properly, there would be real input into the Roman centre. But they don't listen, so I don't want to say, I mean, they do sometimes listen, and Cardinal Ratzinger is a very good theologian. I don't want to start sounding as though I don't think that, but it's a wonderful opportunity that they're missing. And I think that this trouble over over Father Jacques Dupuy would never have happened if they'd really listened to what the Synod on Asia was telling them. Because Jacques Dupuy, who I know very well, is a Mandarin theologian who was terribly upset by this letter that arrived out of the blue on the doorstep asking him about his book on the pluralism of religions. He had to go to hospital for 2 weeks. Now that would not have happened if they'd really listened to the Asian bishops. And it's ironical that Father Dupuy left India and came to Rome precisely because he thought the Indian theologians were too advanced and daring. So, thank you for your question. It was the most interesting synod. There are some other things I could say about it, but perhaps I'd better not publicly.
John, my name is Mary Williams. I'm a woman of the church. Could you clarify for me, please, your image of the disciples gathered around Jesus? Is it Leonardo's image? Or is it possible that some of the women who loved him are included, and also some of the women he loved are part of that image?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I had Margaret Heatherthwaite on my staff for some time, author of The Motherhood of God, so she didn't let me forget that Mary and the women would have been there in that upper room. And undoubtedly they were. I've just heard that the Commission on Deacons, I heard that the International Theological Commission on Deacons is about to say, I don't know if this is true, but there will be people in this room who will know more about it than me. It's about to say that women deacons, they weren't proper deacons. Then I heard that the majority opinion in the International Commission, International Theological Commission, is not that. They were proper deacons. So there is an example of, you've done wonderful work in Australia, the women in Australia. We put a lot about it in the tablet. You've done wonderful work. And remember, it's a fraught subject. I mean, when they tried to have a pastoral on women in the United States, they had to give up. They had a pastoral on economics, they had a pastoral on nuclear war, but they couldn't have a pastoral on women. And I think that you should just keep going in the way you have, which has been terrific. It's been very, very good. The Australian women have been quite outstanding. Just keep going.
As an Australian woman, I'll just say thank you.
Michael Costigan, ex-journalist, ex-public servant, ex-a few other things. I very much enjoyed your address, but I'd like to press you on your last point about another council. Like you, there have been times when I thought it's not time and it isn't necessary. I'm not so sure now, and actually in my focus group I put that question to both groups today and got some interesting answers. I've been influenced a bit lately by the petition that's been started by Cardinal Arns in Brazil and 35 other bishops, and which has been circulated widely on the internet. And he puts up, I think, a fairly cogent case for another council, not a carbon copy of Vatican II, of course, but stressing the need for preparation, for a different methodology, for community involvement, with emphasis on the state of the world in globalization's era, and particular emphasis on the poor. This coming from Brazil, you'd expect. But not only Brazilian bishops, there is, and one of the reasons why I'm a little bit influenced by that is that I happen to know some of the people who signed that petition initially, including Archbishop Hamao, the Japanese Archbishop, who's a part of the Roman Curia now, in fact, and whom I studied with years ago in Rome. So I just wondered if you're willing to expand a little bit on your fairly firm decision that you don't want to see another council in the near future.
Yes, thank you. Cardinal Martini, of course, has also said it's not quite clear what he was calling for, but it did sound like a Third Vatican Council. But when I asked him, he was very definite it wasn't. I think what he wanted to do was to get these questions discussed in a wider forum than the limited Vatican forum they're being discussed in. He had a whole list of vital things: women in the church, sexuality, the conversation with unbelief, all these things. I think actually we don't want to counsel quite. You see, I mean, Cardinal Arndts is a wonderful man. If Cardinal Arndts was the Third Vatican Council, you're quite right. Thank you for that. I have to think again. And I know, of course, that there is this movement for a Third Vatican Council. But I mean, I think there's various things. I think, there's a moment, you see, Pope John brought this out of the air. There's a moment, you have to wait for the moment. You can't engineer it. And I think that the Third Vatican Council, when it comes, has got to look at clerical culture. It's got to look at the priesthood. And it's got to look at that really deeply. You only have to listen to Bishop Robinson to see that he's not going to be satisfied with half answers. You've got to go really deeply into it. Are we ready to do that at the moment? And with the cardinals we have at the moment, and the bishops and archbishops we have at the moment, is this the right moment to have a council? I just wonder what might come out of it. I mean, both Paul VI and Cardinal Ratzinger have said the Vatican Council II has the same status as Nicaea or Trent or Vatican I. Do we want another one that has that status when we haven't implemented in this crucial collegiality way the Second Vatican Council? And I think we should personally, I think we should keep our eyes fixed on that Second Vatican Council. There are always distortions after any council. I mean, the distortions after this one are nothing like as bad as the ones after Vatican I. You might argue after Trent, or you might not argue that, I don't know. Do we want another lot of distortions? I mean, I don't know. I mean, if Cardinal Arndts thinks perhaps we do, then I'll have to perhaps think twice.
Andrew.
John Morag-Fraser, you've rightly observed that Australian women have done great things, and I might also say that half of the engine room that's implemented, such as we have a Vatican Council, has been not just staffed but designed by women under the ideal form of a collegial Rome. How can women be represented? Even if the college is male, how can the voice of those active women be represented? But even more, how can the voice of women who are poor and women who are not in a position to have a voice be represented by men who do not share or understand their experience?
Yes, well, I mean, I think we don't have to wait for the Vatican here, do we? I mean, the base communities in Latin America, women are absolutely an integral part of them. They often lead them. The catechists are often male, but they're often women as well. And the catechists are usually the first people to get killed if there's persecution. So, I mean, at that level, the women who are poor, they can make their contribution straight away. It isn't true that we're voiceless or powerless. At the top level, it is very strange, isn't it, to see this male gerontocracy when it's arrayed on view. Of course, you could have women cardinals, and at one synod, one bishop actually suggested there should be some women cardinals. It's wonderful we've got Grace Goldie in this room. She would certainly be a cardinal if she weren't a woman, and she shows that something can be done, but I'm sorry to be boring, we just keep going on. It's like tripping on a stone. It will wear through, because most of us know that if we lose our best women in the church, and we have lost a lot of them, then we really are in trouble. certainly with the bishops of England and Wales, they're very aware of how much more there is to be done. They're very much trying to work women into the structures of the church with quite a lot of success. We've got some very good women in the structures. But then, of course, you have further on the whole question of women's ordination, which the Pope has closed that matter for the moment. But I don't think for all time. I don't see how you can do that. Certainly Cardinal Hume had the view that after the Pope's Ordinatio Sacerdotales, the tablet should have no articles from women arguing their case. Well, I'd have to turn away an awful lot of articles in that case, and I've no intention of doing it. I think, the Catholic Church is very peculiar, the way it changes. It doesn't change like other churches. It's very peculiar, because you've got this iron thing on the top, this shell, haven't you? Then underneath, there's all this ferment going on, like in this room at the moment. And it goes on underneath. And then suddenly, at a certain point, the whole church changes. The Pope changes, the bishops change, the religious change, the laymen change, the laywomen change. What happened at Vatican II? It's really good when it happens. So just keep pushing, just keep pushing. It does move. E poi si muove.
Andrew.
I'm Ian Ferguson, still a Protestant, I think, and having a wonderful time at this conference. But going back to the first diagrams that you mentioned, the hierarchy and the concentric circles were extremely interesting to me, because I'm interested in hierarchies of every kind, especially hierarchies of values, which I think are even more important than the hierarchies of people. Now, it strikes me that if we have a hierarchy in the Catholic Church and a hierarchy in the Protestant churches, we're going to have to put these on paper side by side. They don't blend into each other, they don't become one. Looking at them from the top, we see the circle with a little leadership or most important values at the centre. And it's only as we go down to the lower parts of the hierarchy that we're allowed to have the diversity which is common. But if we confuse that diversity with the central value, then we've got a problem. What I'm thinking is that in a big hierarchy where we've got one value at the top, then we've got complete unity, regardless of the smaller hierarchies that exist within the major hierarchy. And I'm thinking that the only way that we can have final unity between Protestant and Catholic and anything else is provided that we recognise that all our hierarchies are going to be different, but there must be something at the top. There must be something over and above this that brings it all into one hierarchy. So, thank you.
Well, I suppose a Catholic would say it's the Pope, wouldn't he? And that's what I say. I mean, the tablet's sometimes accused of being an Anglican Trojan horse inside the Catholic Church. Quite untrue, but it's sometimes accused of being this.
But what I do notice is that, taking up your point, Anglicans have begun to say very much what you've just said. Now, I wasn't an Anglican, it was a long time ago now, but I've been amazed at what they've been saying about this. I've absolutely been amazed. Now, as we all know, it's shipwrecked, that particular ecumenical endeavour, but all that stuff, it's like money in the bank, and you can't withdraw it, but it's in there. It's golden stuff. And when it comes out, I knew an Anglican, one particular Anglican, I'm sure he wouldn't mind me mentioning his name, Professor Henry Chadwick, a wonderful historian, a marvellous man, been asked to be a bishop hundreds of times, always said no. And he did really believe, when he saw the progress being made towards the acceptance of the Petrine principle, the principle of the Pope as the overall leader of the Church, that there would be unity with the Roman Catholic Church in his lifetime. It really did look like that. Well, now it looks a million miles away, but it could suddenly, I think, come closer again. But what I think we mustn't forget is I said, indeed, that it is a hierarchy and you can't do without it, but the Pope would say the Marian principle comes before the Peter principle. The Peter principle was placed on the top, the principle of hierarchy. And I think we must remember the people of God come first. First, the people of God. It's democratic, isn't it? It's a democratic concept a bit, so they don't use it in Rome anymore, because they think that democracy, it's the whole question of trust that has broken down. That's perhaps a subject for another day. But I see in that extraordinary request in Ut Unum Sint by the Pope to the leaders of other churches and to theologians of other churches to help him see how to make the Petrine ministry better adapted for today. It's quite extraordinary. And I always thought it was written by a certain theologian who told me he wrote it, but I now hear from someone else who knows better that the Pope wrote that himself. It's quite extraordinary. So perhaps the day when these hierarchies are linked and don't clash together anymore, and when the days when in Britain a Catholic archbishop said the Archbishop of Canterbury was a doubtfully ordained layman, quite a good archbishop said that too. I think that I hope that we are moving towards a time when the love that Christians have for each other will also be shown in the way the hierarchy is ordered in the churches. And I agree at the moment it isn't so.
Time is getting away from us, so we have an opportunity for just two very brief questions, if I might ask our speakers.
Thank you. Paul Cassidy, Heart of Life Spirituality Centre in Melbourne, missionary of the Sacred Heart. Remember Livy. That's it. John, I was very impressed with your comment, your quotation from the Pope just then, and also your earlier one, his quotation, he didn't want to be Atlas holding up the world. But yet what's coming through this weekend is collegiality just hasn't got there. You know, how come, I don't want this to be nasty, I'm a very loyal Catholic, I don't know what loyalty means, or loyalty to the church, because I think church is a word that has about 500 different nuances. But if he doesn't want to be Atlas, if he wants to have the other churches help him understand the Petrine ministry, how come what things are coming out of Rome as they are? Is he too old? Is he sick? Has he lost the plot? Or has his theoretical ecclesiology, is it divorced from his actual affective, unconscious ecclesiology? I suppose I'm asking a journo who's wandered around the back blocks and picked up a few sniffs to just make a comment.
Well, first of all, the Pope has governed the Church in the way he has because he sees it threatened by secularism, and he has felt that to stop it being eroded by the acids of secularism, it needs a very strong Pope at the top. And I think, he's a Pole, he's many other things, but he is a Pole. He has that messianic view of Poland, and he feels, I think, a lot of the things that worry us, because they're very important to us, they're rather suburban things, and that what really matters is there's a battle between good and evil. He feels the 20th century is the most evil. There's an evil, a transcendent evil, that you can't explain in ordinary terms, and his battle is against that. So from that point of view, he is a bit like, sometimes has seemed like a solitary atlas holding up both the church and the world. I think in this particular point, I have to say, and be honest, that I prefer Pope John. I think Pope John trusted to the uttermost the Holy Spirit in the church and in the world. But that was a different time when you could be optimistic. This is different, and so this Pope has had to react in this way. Is he in charge of the church? Well, I don't know. My friend John Cornwell wrote an article in the Sunday Times, and he said, of course, the Pope can't cope at the moment. He got a very rude rebuff from Father Newhouse in the United States, and Newhouse said, look, I have dinner with him frequently, and he's as bright as a button, and we go on chatting to 2 o'clock in the morning. So Cornwell said, oh, well, I've got him now. He doesn't like Newhouse. He said, I'll get one of my spies in Rome to find out what the truth is. So I know the spies, and the spies knows with the Pope every day. And after about 4 hours or so, the spy came back and said, I was terribly sorry, I'm afraid it's true that he has dinner in Newhouse frequently, and they do stay up carousing until 2 o'clock. But this is the Pope, Then we also heard he was running down the corridor to get to the lift in front of some other cardinals. And none of this was far ago, but I think, actually, you are right. It's at Holy Week, when he couldn't do the ceremonies, it's the image of a real suffering man who has taken on himself the weight of carrying the church through his papacy, has sort of crushed him. And it's both impressive and worrying because someone's running the church. But I keep getting surprises. I got another one. There were those wonderful letters, Novo Millennio in Eunte. Now, if Pope John the 23rd had written that, everybody would have said, how like Pope John the 23rd. And I assumed that Cardinal Etchegaray had written this. No, it was the Pope wrote it, I said, using a dictaphone, I heard the other day. So you can't ever be sure. Pope John Paul II will always surprise you, always surprise you. You can't typecast him. But personally, I have to say, I feel distressed to see him, who was so courageous and, You know, when he went to Poland that first time on Pentecost Sunday, Sunday before, that marvellous sort of image of this man, reduced in this way, makes me feel that the Church has got to face the question of whether we should put popes through this. He would say, yes, my vocation is to suffer. He would say yes, but I don't know.
Thank you. I think we have one if you could keep it a very, very brief comment, that would be very grateful. Thank you.
Brian Grenier, John. You've identified the power exercised by the Roman Curia. You've alluded to another power group in the Church. Are you able to assess the significance of groups such as Opus Dei, Comunione e Liberazione, and the Neo-Catechumenal movement with respect to the kind of ideals and reform that we seek?
Thank you so much for a very simple last question.
I told him he has to answer this in 30 seconds or less.
No, I've got to have long. In Rome, they see these movements as the monastic movements of the future. Cardinal Ratzinger has said they're the only good things to come out of the council are these movements. And they believe that just as the Franciscans and the Dominicans had to be protected by the Pope to start off, because bishops didn't like them hopping around, you know, they didn't mind Benedictines, but they didn't like these people moving around, so they have to support these groups. I don't know, they're immensely varied, these groups. I'll tell you one thing about them, the young people flock in. You want to know where the young people are going? They're going in these movements. I mean, they just are. The one I know best, well, I know Vanier's marvellous movement down in France, the L'Arche movement, which works with handicapped people on the basis that they help us learn from the handicap. That's what Vanier's belief is. The other community I know very well is the San Egidio community in Rome, which is something else. I mean, the whole of the tablet is sold on the San Egidio community, so it does a little bit depend which one you're talking about. Opus Dei, this Pope has always liked Opus Dei. I don't like Opus Dei. And I think that the Neo-Catechumenate, which again is an amazing group, started, you know, in the shanty towns and the gypsies, playing their banjo, like the first Christians, sharing the Bible with around these campfires with very, very poor people, men and women, very poor people. It divides parishes when it goes in by this elitism. You know, at Easter, a parish priest who belongs to the Neo-Catechumenate, he has a service for people like me. Then he goes off to the real thing, which is all through the night with the Neo-Catechumenate, and they roast a lamb and have champagne when the sun comes up. I talked to Cardinal Martini about this once, and he said, you know, he's had a lot of trouble with the movements. He said, well, let it grow, but they must be part of the church. The danger is they cut away from the apostolic leadership of the bishops. They must be part of the church. And he said, provided that they give what they've got to the church in due course, and then he said, I think they should go out of existence, really, except there might be some small monastic group. So long as they put their things into the church, he said, it'll be all right. I think the jury is out on the movements, myself. Rome doesn't think so. And as I said, for Cardinal Ratzinger, as all systems go, they're the best thing. He's a good theologian.
This is just about bringing the formal part of our evening to a close, and Dennis is going to come up and offer a vote of thanks.
Thanks, Suzanne. It's been a marvellous weekend, and I think tonight has continued the spirit of conversation, and perhaps in the more relaxed atmosphere it gives us an opportunity, not only through John's talk and the questions, but through the early part of the evening to think a bit more and have conversation with those at our tables about what we've heard through this weekend, which it'll take me, I think, some weeks to settle down and take it all in. The final question related to the Pope, and my wife and I recently were in Krakow in Poland, which is the Pope's hometown, and we may be mistaken, but we found it an excellent example of pre-Vatican church, but it might have just been some of the superficial things we saw. I appreciated very much John's personal sharing on his own journey to the Catholic Church, but also his informed insights into the events of Vatican II, and he commented on the dislocation between the Vatican II vision and the reality. He gave some witty anecdotes and disclosures from his experiences through 20 years as an editor of Tablet, and I suspect over a port later in the evening you could continue well into the night, maybe equal the Pope's 2 a.m. closure. But it's obvious, I think, through it all, and that come out, I think, in the question and answers, in the conversation, where items like collegiality and the role of women in the church, and we need much more of that. And it came to me that it's obvious that that John shares with us all here tonight a great love of the Catholic Church, but also a great desire to see that the Church progresses and that our leaders become much more open and inclusive in the way that they work with us in the future of the Church. So would you please join me in appreciation of John?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To commence our morning prayer, would you please stand for the hymn?
God, beyond our dreams, you have stirred in us a memory. You have placed your powerful spirit in the hearts of humankind. All around us we have known you, all creation lives to hold you in our living and our dying. We are bringing you to birth. God, beyond God beyond all words, all creation tells your story. You have shaken without laughter, you have trembled without tears. All around us we have known you, all creation lives to hold you. In our living and our dying, we are bringing you to birth. God beyond all time, you are laboring within us. We are moving, we are changing in your spirit ever new. All around us we have known you, all creation lives to hold you. In our living and our dying, we are bringing you to birth. God of tender care, you have cradled us in goodness, you have mothered us in wholeness, you have loved us into birth. All around us we have known you, all creation lives to hold you. In our living and our dying, we are bringing you to birth.
A reading from the letter of Paul to the Romans. I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worth comparing with the glory about to be revealed to us. For creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the children of God. For the creation was subjected to futility, not of its own will, but by the will of the one who subjected it, in hope that the creation itself will be set free from its bondage to decay and will obtain the freedom of the glory of the children of God. We know that the whole creation has been groaning in labour pains until now, and not only the creation, but we ourselves, who have the first fruits of the Spirit, groan inwardly while we wait for adoption, the redemption of our bodies. The word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Let's pray together the prayer that Jesus taught us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. Please be seated. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or on this particular day, perhaps I should say bonjour, citoyen. And that's not just because my name is Francois. But I'm Francois Kuntz. I'm a member of Catalyst for Renewal, and it's my privilege to be the chairman before the sessions this morning. While we have that liturgical moment in our minds, and before I go on to introduce the themes of the morning, I wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge the people who were involved in preparing our liturgy. Trying to find an example relevant to those of you allegedly old enough to remember the church before the council, I lighted upon my favourite old movies with Mickey Rooney and Judy Garland. Do you remember those, some of you? And there was always a scene at some point during the movie when Judy would say to Mickey, or Mickey would say to Judy, "Hey, let's put on a show." And mysteriously, within about 10 minutes, the whole neighbourhood would be round and you'd have the equivalent of the sort of Ziegfeld Follies happening. Organising a conference is a little bit like that. Now, I'm not sure whether Michael Whelan would hold himself out as being either Mickey Rooney or Judy Garland, but when the idea came and a few of us sort of said to ourselves, "Hey, let's put on a conference," mysteriously and suddenly all sorts of people came from all quarters to help. And I know that Maria Donovan will be acknowledging many people in her remarks. But the liturgy is a very important part. If your car is a green Astra WQH621, you might go and turn the lights off if you want to leave here after lunch. The liturgies are an integral part of our forum because good conversation amongst the Christian community is, of course, of itself a form of prayer. And we, on the liturgy committee for this conference, would have been but bumbling amateurs without the assistance and the greatly generous amount of time and skill given to us by Sister Carmel Pilcher, who is the Director of Liturgy for the Archdiocese of Sydney, and Father David Orr of the Benedictine community at Arcadia. They are, in our post-conciliar terms, worthy successors of the great Archbishop Annibale Bonini, and I hope they take that as a compliment, and I'd like you to acknowledge their efforts particularly. Thank you. The most important procedural change from yesterday to today is that after some very helpful feedback from many of you, we have decided to opt for the written question format with Father Joe and John Wilkins after the morning tea break. So that will work as it did for those of you who were at the forum on Friday night. By pieces of paper, if you'd put your questions or your comments down, they will be collected, and our team of people who seem to be now referred to as sifters will sift through it and produce a representative selection of the questions and comments for the consideration of our speakers. Turning to this morning, one of the themes that has been running through, I think, the forum thus far has been a point that Geraldine lighted upon in her comments on Friday night, which was the invitation to imagination, to imagine where the church might be and where it should be going. And I know from talking to people that that same theme was discussed in a number of the focus groups, and more than one of our distinguished focus group leaders yesterday made reference to that marvellous book by Ghislain Lafont, Imagining the Church. Yesterday, Joe took us through a historical analysis and discussed the various historical analyses of the Council, and promised today that he would be taking a more prospective approach, looking forward. So I suspect he will be inviting us, consistently with this particular theme of our forum, to apply our imaginations. And to set the tone, I wanted to share with you one of the great statements, I think, of Catholic imagination and what it is. And it comes from the presidential address to the Catholic Theological Society of America by the distinguished theologian David Tracy in 1977, and Joe tells me that he knows David Tracy very well. And this is what David Tracy had to say. Do you believe, with Albert Camus, that there is more to admire in human beings than to despise? Do you find with Erasmus and Francis of Assisi that in spite of all folly, stupidity, illusion, and even sin, reality at its final moment is trustworthy? Do you find in yourself a belief with Aquinas and Thomas More that reason is to be trusted for finding the order of things, that faith transforms but does not destroy reason? Is your final image of God like John's Gospel, of love, not fear? Does your image of society include a trust that it can be somehow ordered short of radical disjunction? Does your image of the cosmos itself include a trust that it too is somehow ordered by relationships established by God for all reality, and that reality itself, in spite of all serious, sometimes overwhelming evidence to the contrary, is finally benign? Then you possess, I believe, a Catholic analogical imagination. Please welcome Father Joe Kamonchak.
Good morning again. As the new millennium approached, I was often asked if I would give talks on the church and the new millennium. And I usually resisted because I thought that was too big a period of time to try to say anything intelligent about. Someone then said, well, could you talk about a church for the 21st century? Well, at least that's a bit less ambitious. And I hesitated even about that because, after all, the gift of prophecy, as you may have noticed, is not something that commonly accompanies priestly ordination, and neither is it given along with a doctorate in theology. I already mentioned to you yesterday that I learned my lesson about forecasting the future of the church by reflecting upon the fact that it was only 10 years after the death of Pope Pius XII that the encyclical Humani Vitae was published and received the well-known reception or non-reception. If I'm hesitant in trying to assess the prospects, in other words, to prophecy, what I can do is to try to say something about opportunities and challenges at the moment as we live in the early years of the 21st century and of the third millennium. So if I were to give the talk, the church at the threshold of a new century, for example, and you were to hear of it and to come to the lecture, I would like to urge reflection on the first two words in the title, the church, and to ask you what enters your mind as you hear a title such as that. What is the referent of the word church, the one that comes spontaneously to mind? Is it the Pope, the hierarchy, bishops, priests? When you hear of a title like the church at the threshold of a new century, do you think automatically of what some people call the institutional church? If so, do you think of that phrase, institutional church, as in the third person? Or do you include yourself in the term church? In other words, are you thinking of the church in the first person, singular or plural, or in the third person? Are you thinking about yourself and the whole group of you? Were you prepared, or are you prepared to undertake a reflection that involves you about opportunities and challenges facing the church, which means facing you? Or do you expect to hear about some third party? Does your spontaneous image of the church respect the fact that 99% of the church are lay people? And under the word church, do you mean the great big thing, the universal church, the church? That Lenny Bruce said it's only the Catholics who have the church. Okay. Under that name, church, in its largest sense, of course, come all the community of believers, the one which the fathers of the church spoke of as the church from Abel on. All the people, from Abel the just to the last of those who will be gathered into the kingdom, whose number is known only to God. But of course, we are talking about the church here on earth, in history, facing opportunities and challenges. But where does that church exist? Somewhere else? Well, yes, of course. The church exists in Africa and Asia, in Europe and the Americas, not just in Australia. And the church exists only in all of those places. There's not some universal church in the singular, apart from all the local churches. What we call the universal church is the communion of all the churches. And if that is the case, then to talk about the prospects of the church, opportunities and challenges facing the church, is to talk about challenges and opportunities facing the churches. What a different set of reflections would have to arise if one were to ask about the opportunities and challenges facing the church that is in Bangladesh, in Rwanda, in Kosovo, in East Timor, in Australia. And within that big thing of Australia, we would have to ask about the church in Victoria or in New South Wales, in Sydney. But to talk about the church in Sydney is to talk about the churches in Sydney and all of the different circumstances in which Christians gather as the church. You may think that I am belaboring the obvious, but I have found in teaching courses on the church that I have to work hard to get my students to reflect on what comes spontaneously to their minds when they hear the word church. And I often find that they think of it first in terms of what they annoy their professor by referring to as the institutional church, which almost always means something apart from them. I had a student once in Boston College who said to me, really angrily at one point in the lecture, he said, the church does not recognize my ministry. Well, of course, an awful lot of things can pass for ministry today, so I thought I would try to find out what that meant. So I said, well, what do you mean by that? I mean, he says the hierarchy. So I said, well, why didn't you say the hierarchy? Why did you say the church doesn't recognize your ministry? And then over coffee break, I said, what's that all about? And he said, the pastor won't allow me to use the gymnasium for my youth club. So I said, you went from that crusty pastor, who may have just paid a good bit of money to get the gymnasium floor sanded, etc., I don't know. I said, you went from that crusty old pastor and you went cosmic. The church does not acknowledge my ministry. So, I sometimes give my students at the beginning of their course a list of statements and ask about the church and ask them to mark them true or false. The church is the mystical body of Christ. The church believes in Jesus Christ. The church opposes abortion, the death penalty, etc. the church is patriarchal, racist, homophobic. And if, as is not rare, they say that those last propositions are true, I ask them whether it is true or false that we are the church. And if so, whether that means that we are patriarchal, racist, homophobic. It's at this point that I often hear them speak about the institutional church, and of course, in the third person as something other than themselves. Theologians themselves have a good deal of difficulty in dealing with the relation between the one church, what is called the universal church, and the many churches, the local or the particular churches. For most of his theological career, Joseph Ratzinger, for example, has been concerned about this relationship, and he returned to it 2 years ago in a talk that he gave at the Vatican Conference on the implementation of Vatican II. His concerns lately, however, differ from those that marked his earlier writings. In those, he insisted that the church not be seen on the model of a huge multinational corporation, central headquarters in Rome, branch offices in major cities, retail shops in parishes, but rather that the church be seen as a communion of individual local churches in each of which the full mystery of the one church is realized. In his later writings, Ratzinger is concerned that stress on the local and particular character of the individual churches may lead to a neglect of their universal communion in the one church. The concern at first, in other words, was uniformity. The concern lately is over particularity, so great an emphasis on the local that we lose a sense of our Catholicity. A first general theological point that I wish to make has to do with the tendency among theologians and others to separate questions about the church's inner integrity as the church and questions about its presence and role in the world. On the one hand, this is legitimate in theory. There are distinctive constitutive principles of the church. Its faith, sacraments, communal life, apostolic structures, all of those are constitutive principles of the church and only of the church. Where these are not present, the Church of Christ is not present, or at least is not present in its fullness. On the other hand, there is no church without people, and people who are engaged in their own individual and collective historical projects. Take the analogy with the individual Christian. Everyone's own Christianity is a unique drama. Mine is not yours, nor is any one of yours that of anyone else. Everyone's own Christianity is a unique drama. Yes, it can be described in general terms as the encounter between human freedom and divine freedom, or in terms of the struggle between sin and grace. But each person is a unique being. And the history of his or her encounter with God and each person's struggle for integrity and holiness have their own distinct character, shaped by their genes, intelligence, physical abilities, by their family history, by their times and places they were born and grew up, by their various communities, by the larger opportunities, strengths, and weaknesses of their societies and cultures. The decision of faith is a moment in that drama, inseparable in its specific character from them, as we can learn from the lives of the saints or from even a little bit of autobiographical reflection. Similarly, with regard to the church, we together are the church on the same basis, around the same center as earlier communities of faith, as other communities of faith elsewhere. But we are the church, now at the beginning of a new millennium, You are the church in Australia, in a pluralistic and democratic society. In the United States, we would say that we are the church in a nation with enormous economic, technological, military, political, and cultural power. In a world of immense contrast in terms of economics, education, political self-determination, access to the good things of life, etc. And given what happened on September 11th of last year, we are the church in a world of sharp new challenges. The church is a distinct thing within that world, yes. But the believers who constitute that church are also citizens of this city, this country, this culture, this world. And what we are and do as church, we do and are in and in relation to those larger realities. This too is an inescapable part of the drama of our common life as the church here and now. Even if we were to conceive of ourselves as a sect, as one of those come-outers, come out from among them, as the scriptures said, even if we conceived of ourselves as a sect fleeing the world, that itself would be a decision vis-a-vis the larger world. A world is different if there is a church in it. Or at least it's supposed to be different. Now, having said that one cannot separate these two dimensions, the church's inner integrity and its existence in and for the world, I do wish to distinguish them by considering opportunities and challenges that particularly affect each one of them. First, then, with regard to the inner integrity of the church. Here we must speak about what it is that makes a group of men and women the Church of Jesus Christ. Out of the documents of Vatican II, one can derive a list of what one might call the generative principles by which the church is born at any time and in any place. The central, basic, and vital principles are the call of God, the word of Christ, the grace of the Spirit, all of which together generate the communion of life and truth in which the heart of the church consists. This constitutes the distinctive grace of the new covenant. And it is to communicate this grace and to articulate its implications that there are also essential but secondary the sacraments and the apostolic ministry. This is the Catholic understanding of the church in its essential generative constituents, the inner life and the sacramental and institutional means of grace. It is the church as God's gift. But this list of generative principles is incomplete if it does not include the acts of response by which those gifts are appropriated and lived by the human members of the church. And this is the church as our task. The church is co-constituted by the faith, hope, and love of those to whom have come the call of God, the word of Christ, and the grace of the Spirit. An ancient definition of the church is that it is the congregatio fidelium, the assembly of believers, the assembly of those who believe. I think it is the fundamental notion of the church. It identifies the social body to which all the other designations of the church apply. The body of Christ, the people of God, temple of the Holy Spirit. Where is the body of Christ? The body of Christ is the congregation of believers. To say it is the body of Christ is to say something about this group of people, 400 or 500 of you. This is the church. And a preacher could get up and read a scripture that says, one text from 1 Corinthians, you are the body of Christ, and turn to the assembly of believers and say, you are the body of Christ. Each one of you is a member of another. You are the people of God. You are on pilgrimage. So the term assembly of believers, it seems to me, is kind of a foundational notion. It's about the assembly of believers that all the other glorious statements about the church can be made, and also some of the inglorious ones. I think this notion of the church as the assembly of believers has the great advantage of being at once theologically, historically, and sociologically specific. Theologically, this notion, assembly of believers, draws attention to the initial and the basic constituent of the church, its faith. St. Thomas Aquinas once wrote, the strength of the church's structure, he's using here the building, I don't think he's necessarily talking about the institutional structure, trying to think of the church on modeled on a building. Okay, buildings have walls, and so the notion here. But he says the solidity, the strength of the church's structure, strength of the church as a building, entirely rests upon the strength of its faith. The strength of the building that is the church entirely rests upon the strength of its faith. The call of God invites us to believe the gospel of and about Jesus Christ. And by his Spirit's grace, we are enabled to say, Jesus is Lord. Faith is absolutely primary. There are no sacraments without faith. There is no ministry without faith. There is no church without faith. Historically, the church originates with the group of disciples who are portrayed in the Gospels as being called and gathered around that strange itinerant rabbi who appears rather suddenly, announcing that the kingdom of God is at hand, that Israel's hopes are about to be fulfilled, and calling Israel to the repentance that is necessary in order to enjoy the blessings of this coming kingdom. Something new begins to appear. Imagine you are a sociologist sent down from Mars to do a study of the religious landscape of Palestine in the first century. When Jesus of Nazareth begins and some people begin to tag along behind him, you might make a footnote in your first article. I also noted that there is somebody named Jesus, and there are a group of people beginning to follow him. Something new has appeared. A group of people interested in this man and in his message, trying, seldom successfully, to make sense of him. Attracted, yet fearful, doubtful, but still following after. His arrest and execution shatter their nascent hope that he might be the one in whom God would redeem Israel. And they are prepared to return to their former lives when they become convinced that he has been raised from the dead, vindicated by God, and they experience in themselves and as a community an outpouring of the divine Spirit that is the beginning of the reign of God that he had proclaimed. And they begin to preach, first to their fellow Jews and then to others, that this same Jesus, the one who was crucified, God has made both Lord and Messiah, and that salvation is in his name. The difference between the world as it was before Jesus of Nazareth lived and the world as it became after he lived is that now there was a group of people who believed in him and in what God had done and was doing through him. That's an assertion from the American Protestant theologian John Knox. He was a fine biblical scholar, and he wrote some very, very interesting books on Christ and the church. But that's his way of putting it. The only difference between the world before Christ and before Jesus of Nazareth and the world after Jesus of Nazareth is that now there was a church. Apart from the church, he had no effect. The church, the emergent community of faith, was the historic effect of his life and ministry, his death and resurrection. This theological insistence and historical reality are illumined, I think, by a sociology that approaches social groups as communities of meaning and value. The most important things about human communities is not geographical proximity, but what they stand for and live for. And those are sets of meanings and values. A sociology that differentiates social groups on the basis of the common experiences, common meanings, common affirmations, common values of its members will be able to discern the church's distinctiveness exactly where theology locates it, in the faith, hope, love, and communal activities of its members. On this point, I believe theology and sociology coincide, so that a sociological approach to the church need not be reductionistic, flattening the church out to the dimensions of other human communities. Precisely by looking for what the church has in common with other groups, common meanings and values, this approach can assist one in discerning what is distinctive, unique, about the church. And that is that it centers its meanings and values around the figure of Jesus Christ. I insist upon this because it draws attention to one of the chief problems or challenges we face as a church today, the communication of the faith, particularly by preaching and catechesis. Now, I should warn you here, obviously I've written this out of my experience in the Church in the United States. You will have to decide whether what I'm saying is particularly relevant to you. On our success in the communicating the faith, the social scientists, as I said yesterday, are divided. Andrew Greeley, for example, is far more optimistic than are my colleagues at Catholic University, whose study of young Catholics raises troubling questions about their knowledge of and commitment to the Catholic faith heritage. On anecdotal grounds, I tend to agree more with my colleagues. Just another anecdote. I was teaching a course a couple of years ago on the church and social issues, and I had I think a junior or senior in college come up to me after class. I just spent 3 classes on the Old Testament, the prophets and social justice, all of those sorts of things. And this young woman came up to me and said, "Father, that's so interesting, but would you please tell me what is the Old Testament?" So I had the Bible in my hand, and I said, "Well, you see, this is the Bible, okay? And this big part here is the Old Testament. It's talks about the history of Israel, history of the Jews, and preparation for the Messiah. And then we have this little smaller part, which is called the New Testament." "Oh," she said, "that's so interesting." It had never dawned on me that I could have had anybody there in a college class, even on general grounds, who did not know what the Old Testament was. And that's why we instituted a new course that all students have to take, which the faculty privately calls remedial Catholicism. So, now it's funny, but it's also in some sense tragic. Among incoming students at Catholic University, there is an appalling lack of literacy on what one might think are the most elementary points of the Catholic worldview and of its history. On the other hand, I sense among the students today a real interest in and desire to learn more about their Catholic identity. I assign my students in the course on Vatican II, as I mentioned, the task of interviewing older Catholics about the changes that have occurred in the Church since Vatican II. Some of the students have pointed out that hearing their grandparents or aunts and uncles, older Catholics, talk about what it meant to be a Catholic back in ancient days raises for them the question of what they think about it. Their questions, the questions of the generation of young people in the schools now, are not the questions of the generation of the 1960s. And it's very hard for some of my colleagues to acknowledge that. They are stuck. Somehow the questions people were asking in the 60s have become, if not eternal truths, eternal questions, and they don't understand that some of the students have come with different questions. Some of their questions arise precisely because their own parents, born just before or during Vatican II, are not able to help them. Recently, an American newspaper told the story about conservative Jews in New York, was in particular in New York, who are now setting up courses in remedial Judaism, if you want. And they're finding the young people coming to the rabbis and saying, could you please explain some of this? Okay. What's a yarmulke for? Why the prayer robe? What's the stuff about the Exodus? And so the synagogues have begun to institute courses in the Jewish heritage, sort of what's it all about. And they have found that although these courses were prepared for young people, quite young people, even before their teenage years, a lot of their parents are going to them because their parents never heard. And there's something like that, I think, also in the Catholic Church. I wish to insist here that my concern about communicating the faith is not concern about dogma for dogma's sake. Formal dogma is, after all, only one expression of the vision of faith. A couple of years ago, I had a conversation with a man named Paul Wilkes, who published a book in the States called The Good Enough Catholic. I hated that title. We got into a conversation. He told me that he wanted to get away from the stress on doctrine and concentrate on life. I said that the disjunction between doctrine and life was precisely what Vatican II had tried to overcome. It had tried to go back to the ancient biblical, traditional, liturgical sources of faith and to show the relevance of the central Christian message that we believe to individual and social life. He later published a book with the title something like 7 Ideal Parishes. He had gone around the United States and finding 7 ideal parishes. I wanted to call him up and say, why didn't you call them 7 good enough parishes? Okay. His remarks reflected a widespread tendency in our culture to reduce religion to matters of ethics, to a moralizing. Today, God knows, the moralizing is not of the same exigency as the one proposed to us before. And at times, this moralizing doesn't get much beyond, I'm okay, you're okay. Nevertheless, it remains a moralizing. Religion is not just about morality, and it is not just about feeling, or at least Christianity is not. Christianity is about God and about what God has done in Jesus Christ. Christianity is about sin and forgiveness, about death and life. And it builds what it says about what we ought to do upon what it believes God has done. There is a substance to Christianity. Christianity is not a religion simply of eternal truths, but please, Christianity is not a religion of eternal banalities. The doctrines of faith are one of the constituents and expressions of that substance. This, of course, places the enormous responsibility upon us priests, upon preaching. In the United States, at least, if there is a common complaint from the laity about the clergy over the last 20, 30, 40 years, it is the poverty of preaching. And yet nothing seems to be done about it. But think of it, imagine this is a church here, and I'm the priest getting up to preach. I have an opportunity. I mean, you can all run screaming from the church if you want, but I have an opportunity here to touch you. I have 10, 15 minutes maximum to say something intelligent about the faith, to invite you to recommit yourself to the faith, to explore certain implications of it for life today. It's an enormous responsibility. Just as enormous is the responsibility of people who are trying to communicate the faith, of catechists, religious educators. Catechesis is not some minor thing in the church. If the church is the community of the faithful, the community of those who believe and who believe in Jesus Christ, then good catechesis, good religious instruction is building up the church. How do you build up the church? Forget the metaphor. It's big church. It's got walls. It's got a ceiling. It's all right. Transfer it. The symbol has been transformed in the New Testament. Symbol of the holy place, the holy building. You are the house of God. Now, how does this church get built up further? This church gets built up further because someone else comes to believe. Or because you make great progress in your faith and in your knowledge. That's how the church gets built up. So catechesis and the handing on of the faith from parent to child as well is so crucial. I get annoyed at that. When at Catholic University, some people regard the religious education component of my department as kind of, it's that, that kind of minor thing. It talks about felt boards and it's not. It's crucial. It's crucial. The second great challenge facing us with regard to the inner integrity of the church has to do with relationships among its members. The Second Vatican Council, as it attempted to go beyond the notion of the universal church as a huge organization, so also it tried to go beyond a pyramid image of the church with the Pope at the top, bishops at the next level, priests and religious at the next, and the laity at the bottom. Somewhere in the mid-50s, an American management group decided to do a study of American corporations to see which were the most efficient. And the Catholic Church came in second, behind General Motors, as I recall. And that was because the Pope told bishops what to do, the bishops did it, and told priests what to do, and the priests did it, and the priests told the laity what to do, and they did it. It's very, very efficient. And the high school professor who told me about this was so enthusiastic about the results of this survey that I wondered whether he didn't want to now change the creed. I believe in one holy, Catholic, apostolic, and efficient church. Okay. The Council acknowledged the fundamental equality in dignity of all of the members of the Church, the common rights and duties that all the faithful enjoy, rights and duties that are grounded both in the sacraments and in individual gifts or charisms, their common right and duty to participate in the inner life of the Church and in its mission to the world. The Council called for the establishment at every level of church life of institutions and organizations whereby this common responsibility could be articulated and could become effective. We have thus witnessed the establishment of pastoral councils within dioceses and parishes, the Synod of Bishops, as well as an unprecedented multiplication of offices and of less formal opportunities for lay participation. That much on the positive side. On the other hand, it seems to me that in the last 20 years or so, there has been a decline in the effective respect for and implementation of the Council's principles in this area. And what I'm going to say now is very much along the lines of what John Wilkins said last night. Even while employing Vatican II's language, there is a greater centralization of authority in Rome today than there was before the Council. The meetings of the Synod of Bishops have come under such tight Roman control that the bishops are even told what they may recommend to the Pope. They will be told, you may not recommend that to the Pope. I don't see any point in having a group of advisors or people helping you if you're not willing to hear all their advice. They have become something close to a farce, the Synods of Bishops. And I've had American Archbishop tell me, he said it's a waste of time. You go over there for a month, and he said it's in effect a waste of time. The National Conferences of Bishops now have received a far more restrictive description of their competencies than had been common in the first 2 decades after the Council. The situation will, of course, vary from diocese to diocese, but many pastors have the sense that their views count for very little in diocesan decision-making. And there's a substantial evidence that a good number of parishes do not have parish councils at all, and where they do have them, they have little to say or to do. One might note here also the great increase at every level in the size of the ecclesiastical bureaucracy. Paradoxical effect of a council that placed such emphasis on local community and responsibility, since, as any sociologist could tell you, bureaucracy and local responsibility are in considerable tension. I think that this is an area in which we have to try to recover the spirit of the Council's call, and the problem, I might note, is not simply the habits of those in authority. We also need far more people willing to assume their responsibilities. And in this context, I'd like to say a word or two about something Bishop Jeffrey pointed out the other day. There is a new urgency on this point now, in the United States at least, because of the scandals. A new and powerfully expressed recognition of the rights and duties of all Christians. One would like to have thought it unnecessary to remind a bishop that he shouldn't send as a priest to a parish someone who is likely to sodomize their children. People are outraged at it. Far more outraged at the bishops than they are at the priests. And if they've had feelings of powerlessness before, this is kind of arising. Today is Saturday in the United States, and they are holding a meeting in Boston that was prompted by a grassroots response to the scandal there, called the Voice of the Faithful. If you go on, type in Voice of the Faithful on Google, and you'll find it. And you can subscribe to it for nothing, and they will keep you updated on what they're doing. They expect something like 3,000 people from all over the United States to come to talk about this. They are scrupulously trying to keep this focused on the scandal, on the supporting the victims, and declaring their right as lay people to get involved in this question. And they're trying to keep it from being taken over by a whole bunch of people with other agendas. And it's a very delicate line to fall. If you'd like to see an expression of this by two very prominent U.S. Catholic lay people, excuse me, Margaret Steinfels, Peggy Steinfels, the editor of Commonweal, and Scott Appleby, who was a prominent U.S. Catholic historian, both were asked to address the bishops at their meeting in Dallas. And they both gave vigorous statements of a lay perspective on this. And they are available at the website of the United States Catholic Conference of Bishops, USCCB, I guess it is. They changed the name recently. And you can go and read them. I sent them to my brother. He said, thank God somebody's saying something like that. Okay. The other side of this in connection with just to give you one other little testimony, is the very gratifying perception on the part of priests of the maturity of the Christian people, of the Catholic people. We haven't had massive departures from the church. Most parishes have not seen a massive decline in contributions. Cardinals' appeals are down. But the people have remained faithful, and faithful to the church, faithful to this church, the church with these spots and wrinkles. And I suppose there's one thing I took some comfort from during a very painful period, was that this occurred as it kind of really blew up as Lent was ending and we were heading towards Easter. And the first time I approached it, I addressed it myself in a sermon, was 2 or 3 weeks before Easter. Then we had Holy Week, and Good Friday had a particularly powerful meaning this year, as did Easter, possibility of resurrection. And then, of course, for the next 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 weeks, every Sunday had such powerful readings that were all about the center, all about that from which the church originally was born, all of that around which the church gathers today. That was the center. That is the center. And we are not Christians or Catholics because we believe in the Pope, because we believe in bishops, because we believe in priests. We are Catholics and Christians because we believe in Jesus Christ. And we were there at the center. And I think the Catholic people in the United States had a powerful sense of that. And it was wonderful, wonderful to see. I move to a third area, the vocations crisis. Since the Council, we have seen a spectacular decline in the number of vocations to the priesthood and religious life. The statistics in this area are truly remarkable. There are far more priests and religious between the ages of 45 and 65 than between 25 and 45. There are whole provinces of some religious orders which have reason to doubt that they will exist in another quarter century. Already, and not only in missionary countries, but in Europe and now also in the USA, the number of parishes is growing for which bishops cannot supply priests, as is the number of them in which priests serve alone. Since there are few signs that the vocations crisis is going to end anytime soon, the effects of this shortage may well be incalculable. On the one hand, and this is a good thing, it will require that the members of parish communities will have to assume more and more responsibility for the health and even survival of their communities. Another reason for regarding the emergence of lay ministries as a providential development. On the other hand, some of the solutions that are being offered for parishes who have no priest, particularly some of the ones which center everything upon a service of the word, runs the danger of shifting the focus of church life away from the sacraments, and particularly away from the constitutive sacrament of the church, which is the Eucharist, towards a more Protestant notion of the church as primarily gathered around the Word. We gather around the Word too, but we embody this. Okay. There's a very powerful sense that we can lose that sense of the crucial, central importance of the Eucharist. It may be that some future pope will allow the ordination of married men. It may be that that will go some way toward reducing the vocations crisis, but in the meantime, encouraging vocations, I think, is a responsibility that falls on us all. And if we have all benefited at some point from the works of priests and religious, you might regard it as a debt of gratitude. By encouraging vocations, by the way, I mean something as simply concrete as seeing somebody who seems to be particularly generous and devoted, saying, simple thing, have you ever thought of becoming a priest? Have you ever thought of becoming a religious? Sometimes that's all it takes. What happened to me, I was about 8 years old or 9 years old. My pastor said, do you think you might have a vocation? I thought he said vacation. So I went home and I said, Mom, Father Frank asked me an odd question today. He asked me if I thought I might have a vacation. She said, oh, no, it's a vocation. Well, anyway, it put the thought in my head. Finally, perhaps a word needs to be said about church unity. But I'm not speaking here about unity among the Christian churches, which remains, of course, a major task to be pursued. I am referring to unity within the Catholic Church itself. We should not romanticize the past as if there were never any divisions among Catholics, say before Vatican II. There were, as the most superficial knowledge of church history could remind us. Vatican II was itself a dramatic confrontation of various ways of conceiving and living the Catholic faith. But now, as well as then, it is surprising to see how divisions among Catholics can display a bitterness, a refusal to converse with other Catholics, a refusal to presume their good faith, or to give them the benefit of the doubt, all of which we would rightly criticize were it to characterize our relations with people of other faiths. Why are Catholics, it seems to me, it was suggested the other day that this is just a problem in the United States. I don't quite believe that. But why is it so difficult for Catholics to be courteous to other Catholics, more difficult than it is to be courteous to Jews or to Hindus? Okay. And there is also the problem that, at least in the United States, it is often the case that options made in other areas, particularly in politics, become far more important than Catholics' communion in the faith and the same sacraments. It's almost as if you have a board, the Democrat Catholic Church or the Republican Catholic Church. No Democrats welcome, that kind of thing. Sometimes I wonder whether we don't need an ecumenical movement among Catholics. In fact, one of the last initiatives of the late Cardinal Bernardine was what is called the Common Ground Initiative, an effort to get Catholics to start talking to one another, to begin the conversation, as ecumenical dialogue does, with what they have in common, to affirm it together, to celebrate it together in worship, and within that community to try to address their differences. You also, if you want more information about this, I can give you the website for this. Okay, www.nplc, that stands for National Pastoral Life Center, nplc.org/common ground, as one word, / I think that's enough, actually. It might have dialogue after that, and then .htm. If not, there's always Google. Now, this was started precisely because of a perception on the part of the Cardinal and many others that the Church in the United States was fracturing, and it was therefore losing the opportunity to have the effect upon the society and the culture that it ought to have. And so it's been established. Among the things, the documents that they have put out, and which you can find on this at this website, are what they call principles of dialogue. And there are 8 of them. I'm going to run through them rapidly. You can't read the whole thing, but just give you some sense of an effort being made to overcome this phenomenon in contemporary Catholic life. First, we should recognize that no single group or viewpoint in the church has a monopoly on the church, on the truth. No single group or viewpoint in the church has a monopoly on the truth. Do keep in mind, writing these down, this also applies to you. 2, we should not envisage ourselves or any one part of the church as the saving remnant, the last group who have kept the faith. Third, we should test all proposals for their pastoral realism and potential impact on individuals, as well as for their theological truth. Fourth, we should presume that those with whom we differ are acting in good faith. Fifth, we should put the best possible construction on differing positions. Sixth, we should be cautious in ascribing motives. This is something very much to be alert to. Psychoanalyzing the other. It's a very dangerous tactic, by the way, because the other can turn it around on you and say, well, the reason you did this is because your mother weaned you too early. Okay, that kind of thing. And 7, we should bring the church to engage the realities of contemporary culture. That 7th one doesn't quite fit. But you get some idea there of efforts in which we are trying to introduce some courtesy into relationships among Catholics in the United States. If we turn now to the church's role in the world, to the difference it should make there, I want to insist again that we are not talking about something secondary, something that might appear, say, in the last chapter of a book on the church. You know, you get all of the early chapters, mystical body, hierarchy, and all of those kinds of things, lay people, and then you get towards the end, the church's mission in the world, a little add-on. Okay. I don't think that that's adequate. Maybe we can think of it this way. Concern with the church's inner integrity, what I've just been talking about, has to do with defining the nature of the church. Consideration of its role in the world has to do with its mission. But in fact, nature and mission go together. The church does what it does because it is what it is. The nature of the church, after all, is realized, becomes real as its mission. There never is a church except in a world. And if my first points, the ones I've just gone through, concern the question of whether there is a genuine church in the world, that distinctive thing called church in the world, the points that follow have to do with the difference such a genuine church might make. The world should be different because there is a genuine church in it. Let me illustrate this with a true story. When I was teaching at the major seminary in New York, one day a pastor from a Bronx parish came up and came in to lunch. When I asked him how things were going, he explained that he had come away up to the seminary in order to prepare a very difficult sermon that he would have to deliver the next day. He told me what the problem was. A white teenager in his parish had just been murdered by a black teenager, the second such tragedy in recent months. Angry calls for revenge were being heard, including from Catholics, and he had to preach at this funeral. Let us consider what is at stake in that funeral, in that homily. Consider 2 possibilities. Imagine them in terms of what story a journalist might write in the following days or a historian some decades later. One possibility is that the priest makes use of the homily to fan racial passions even further, and the result is another turn in the cycle of violence and death. And don't tell me that that can't happen. We have seen it happen in Northern Ireland, in the Middle East, in the former Yugoslavia, in Africa. The other possibility is that instead the priest calls the grieving congregation, tempted to angry revenge, back to its Christian identity. He recalls the premature and unjust death of Jesus of Nazareth and of his last words on the cross, which were a prayer for forgiveness. He reminds them that they will soon come up to receive communion, to enter into communion. They will receive the body of Christ, that they will all, black and white, by that communion in the Eucharistic body, themselves become the body of Christ, which is the church, in which there is neither Jew nor Greek, barbarian nor Scythian, black nor white. And he tells them, the preacher does, that they betray what they are doing if when they leave the church their differences in race prove to be more important than their communion in Christ. Suppose then that this sermon and this Eucharist prove the beginnings of new efforts to promote racial harmony and justice in the Bronx. Think of this incident as a parable of the relation between church and world. World here means that section of the Bronx in all its concrete reality of tension, poverty, violence, death. Church here means that congregation gathered for its constitutive and distinctive celebration, the Eucharist, the celebration in which it realizes and reveals what it really is. That church lives in that world. Does that world include a genuine church? If so, then the number of people in that world who subscribe to the lex talionis of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is smaller than it otherwise would be. And the number of people for whom forgiveness and reconciliation are primary, self-defining commandments is large. That world is different if there is a genuine church there. And where is that church visible and effective? Inside the church building, yes, where the Word of God is preached in its demanding authenticity, where the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ are present again in all their redemptive power, where the body of Christ is not only received but becomes real also in a reconciled community. But this liturgical realization of the inner integrity of the church then makes a difference in that world, as it unites people that evil had set at odds with one another, as it unites them as the members of Christ's body commit themselves by their actions after they have left that church building to work so that what they celebrated inside it may become a defining part of their lives, of the lives of others outside it, of that particular world. And notice that as distinct from what are, unfortunately, two common disjunctions, that there is no need to separate what is needed for the church to be genuine church and what is needed in that world for the redemption of that world. The preacher calls the worshiping community to authenticity, to Christian authenticity, to what it is or should be precisely as church. But what the church is as a genuine church is precisely what that world needs. What Christians will do in order to be a faithful church may coincide on many grounds with what other people are doing, other groups are doing, and thank God for it. But Christians do it because they are Christians, because they cannot separate their own reconciliation with God from their reconciliation with others, cannot ask for and receive forgiveness if they are unwilling to forgive. A liturgy, a homily, an act of faith that makes the church become really the church is also redemptive of the world. And who are the actors, the primary protagonists in this drama? The preacher, yes. the one who leads the worship of the community of faith, has crucial responsibilities to meet. But both inside the church building and outside it, the primary protagonists are the whole body of Christian believers. All those who hear the word and respond by faith, all those who enter by the Eucharist into communion with Christ and with one another, all those who, when they leave that funeral, act as Christians should out in the world. And 99% of those who make it true or not true that there is a genuine church in that portion of the world are lay people. I mean something as concrete as this story when I speak of the redemptive presence and role of the church in the world. I mean by that theological language, the redemptive presence and role of the church in the world. I mean by that theological language the difference the church is supposed to make in the grand collective human historical project. A difference that derives from what is most central and distinctive about the church. I've already mentioned the powerful statement of the Methodist scholar John Knox. The only difference between what the world was like before Christ and what it was like after Christ is that now there was a church. It's not possible to write a history of the world over the last 2,000 years that does not deal with the difference that the Christian church has made. I pass over, because it is impossible to number them, the difference it has made in the lives of billions of men and women whom it has enabled to live decent and even heroic lives in the face of the common challenges of birth, life and death, the weight of sin, the freedom of grace. But at its best, Christianity has made a difference also in the construction of our Western society and culture, in relations among ethnic groups and nations, in the definition of the family, in the defense of the dignity of the human person, in the rights of children and of women, in the care of the poor and sick, in relations between church and state, in the arts, in the development of philosophy, etc. There is very little in what we call Western culture that is unaffected by Christianity. Christianity made a world historical difference. On the other hand, no other pope more than Pope John Paul II has ever admitted as clearly, as strongly, and as frequently as he, that this history is not solely one of triumphs, that Christians have often failed to make the difference that the gospel and grace ought to have enabled them to make, that they have often used the great gifts received for evil purposes, or used improper and even evil means to promote them, that thereby they have become counter-witnesses to Christ, and that this heavy burden still prevents us from being listened to when we preach the gospel. Christians have often not made a difference, and at other times the difference they have made has not been Christian. It is these failures that in part explain why modernity has often defined itself apart from and even in opposition to Christianity. Before Vatican II, a kind of genealogy of evil was often constructed by Catholics. The Middle Ages romanticized as an ideal of the harmonious relation between Christianity and society and culture. Then the series of revolutions that dissolved this synthesis: Renaissance, Reformation, Enlightenment, rise of modern science, democracy, capitalism, etc. The effect of all this was that whole vast areas of human life that once were under the influence, even the control of the church, became autonomous. As often as not, churchmen proved incapable of making the kinds of distinctions that would have enabled them to winnow the wheat from the chaff in the various developments. Churchmen at the time were not helped by those theologians who accepted and even embraced the exile of theology from the center of the life of universities to seminaries and houses of formation, while a whole intellectual culture developed to which theology was irrelevant. Theology was domesticated, developed for internal use. to the point that if one were to draw up a list, say, of the 100 most important thinkers of the last 500 years, would there be any theologians on it? If so, how many? 1, 2, not 5. The status of theology exactly corresponded to the privatizing of the church. The church was an institution that dealt with an abstraction called religion, which was a purely personal matter without public significance. We reached the point with which I began these reflections. Church was considered one thing, the world was considered another one. And you had to ask the question, does the church have any role to play in the world? It was no longer taken for granted that it should make a difference in the world. I think this is one of the main challenges we face today. The Second Vatican Council deplored as one of the most serious errors of our time the dichotomy between the faith that many profess and the practice of their daily lives. The practice of our daily lives, of course, is the way in which we individually and collectively forge our human history, decide what our world will be like, determine the human future. If this dichotomy were to characterize our lives, then the faith we profess would play no part in the forging of history to which we contribute, in what the world will be like, or in determining the future. And it would not simply be the church that ceases to make a difference. Jesus Christ would cease to make a difference, he would cease to affect how history unfolds. The meanings, truths, values, energies he unleashed would have lost their force, and history would unfold as if he had never lived, as if he had never taught the truth about God, about human beings, about the world, as if the forgiving and reconciling love that he embodied were no longer pertinent, as if the vision of human life that he revealed and enabled were no longer inspiring. And history would be determined by other ideas, animated by other energies. All that if we were to continue to live with this dichotomy between the faith that we profess and the practice of our daily lives. I've put those comments in the conditional mood because I don't want to indulge in the pessimistic, almost Manichaean terms in which the relation between Christianity and contemporary culture is sometimes posed. And also because I want you to answer for yourselves whether or to what degree Christ himself and the church have become irrelevant to the forging of human history, at least in its collective dimensions. I put that as a personal question to you and to myself, not only because it seems to me that this is where Christianity first poses its challenge, that is, with the individual, or better, with each person, but also because that is the way Vatican II posed its challenge. Let me explain. The failure of many churchmen in the decades before Vatican II was their inability to make distinctions, and in particular, their refusal to let go of the association of Christian influence with the coercive power of the state. That's something, by the way, this present Pope repeatedly expresses regret for, that Christians have used force and violence, allegedly in support of the truth. In the 1930s in France, Jacques Maritain, great layman, attempted to dissolve that fatally compromising association between Christian influence and the state's coercive power by distinguishing between an old Christendom, that of the Middle Ages, constructed in a unitary sacred culture and society in which the church regularly expected political institutions and laws to enforce and defend Christian truths and values. But times had changed, Maritain argued, and Western culture and society, in part due to the influence of Christianity, was now democratic, with a much more profound respect for individual rights, and it was now inescapably pluralistic. Under such conditions, he said, we had to think about constructing a new Christendom in which Christian truths and values would be mediated to society and culture not through the power of the state, but through what he called the poor means of the gospel. The poor means of the gospel, and by way of the influence of Christian consciences. In the U.S. in the 1940s and 1950s, John Courtney Murray made a parallel case. The papal condemnations of the separation of church and state and of general religious freedom of the 19th century, Murray said, reflected the difficulty the church faced not only in surrendering its traditional privileges, but also in acknowledging the transformation in the notion of the role of the state brought about by the rise of democracy, a reluctance often justified by the often aggressively anti-Christian and even anti-religious ideologies that characterized secularization on the European continent. Murray argued that the American political experiment had different roots and could be justified on different ideological grounds. It did indeed declare in its First Amendment that the state is incompetent to choose among religions. That's not one of its functions, and was not to favor one religion over others. But the state also guaranteed the free exercise of religion, and this was an acknowledgement of its importance in the society and culture. The church could be content with the freedom and rights guaranteed to it by the U.S. Constitution and could undertake its task, including addressing what Murray called the spiritual crisis in the temporal order by means of its formation and direction of Christian consciences. Threatened for decades with condemnation in the case of Maritain, reduced silence in the case of Murray, these ideas were to triumph at the Second Vatican Council. The two men, along with others, made their case. But at the same time, both men were also fighting on another front. They did not make their case because they thought religion, Christianity in particular, irrelevant to the public good, to society, and to culture. They were quite opposed to a secularizing, privatizing, and moral marginalizing of religion, opposed to its relegation to the sphere of the solitary individual. William James and Alfred North Whitehead both defined religion as what individuals do with their solitariness. Religion is what individuals do with their solitariness. Could not have a more profoundly un-Catholic notion. Okay? Murray and Maritain included the collective history and fortunes of human beings within the drama of sin and grace. They believed that Christian truths and values had social and cultural consequences. In all these respects, they disagreed with the secularist ideology that Maritain saw all around him in France, and which Murray, by the end of his life, came to conclude was making inroads in the U.S. If they both fought to free the church from the encumbering and compromising embrace of the state, it was in order to clear the way for Christian commitment and action for the redemption of society and culture undertaken out of the inner conscience and conviction of Christians. And both men, as Vatican II after them, placed the primary responsibility for this task on the Christian laity. Both of them were passionately interested in education. Murray, in particular, published articles on theology for the laity, which he said should not simply be a watered-down version of what was being taught in the seminaries. His quip was, theology for lay people should not be St. Thomas with the hard parts left out. It should aim rather at an adult comprehension of the faith, equal in quality and rigor to their professional training in other areas, so that students would not emerge from their Catholic education limping, one leg fully developed, the other stunted. Only then could the Christian layman be a force for the carrying of Christian truths and values into the areas of their expertise, carrying out a kind of mission within their own milieu, an apostolate, as it was called then, of like to like. The older ones among us, as I mentioned yesterday, will remember when there existed many organizations and movements to promote this active engagement designed to make Christianity a vector in society and culture. That I have to refer here to older members is a sign that something has changed since Vatican II. The decades since it closed have seen the emergence of a large variety of ministries and other opportunities for lay involvement in the Church. These are important. They are gratefully to be received. But one has also to point out that comparatively less interest has been shown, at least to judge from publications, less interest has been shown in developing a theology of the lay Christian in the world. Many of the associations and movements to which I just referred have declined or disappeared. It was as if the Council's far more positive embrace of this world were interpreted to mean that the world could go its worldly way quite well on its own. Only lately has one begun to hear again of meetings to discuss the Christian in the marketplace or in the law or in medicine. Only lately have Catholic colleges and universities returned to the question of their substantive identity. That is, what makes them Catholic in terms of programs and curricula, areas of research to pursue, types of career to encourage. Slowly, faculties in economics, politics, law, the media are asking what they should include in their courses and programs, the ones that they offer in order to justify and to express their existence as Catholic institutions. If in these respects there are no differences, why bother in founding or in maintaining Catholic colleges and universities? If you don't make a difference, if there's nothing different in your curriculum, in your programs, in desired outcomes, in your judgment about what kind of people you would like your graduates to be in 20 years, why have a Catholic college or university? I am not, I hope it is clear, urging a return to the Middle Ages or to some contemporary equivalent of a former day's recourse to political power, kind of redemption by legislation. I am more concerned that the engines of progress. I'm always amused when people talk about our living in a postmodern world. As far as I'm concerned, we're still living in the modern world because the primary engines developing, affecting, and molding the human future are still the same ones that have been molding its science and technology and capitalism. I mean, that's still very modern. It's not postmodern in that sense at all. I'm more concerned that the engines of progress, economics, politics, science, technology, are often conceived to operate autonomously by some inexorable laws to which religion and morality are foreign. We often have to struggle to make ourselves heard and to be taken seriously when our political or economic judgments are inspired by religious convictions. In the U.S., at least, the separation of church and state is often taken to mean the irrelevance of religion to society, as if those whose lives are guided by religion, by faith, are the only ones who may not participate with equal right in the public discussions. I would like to see more committed and educated Catholics involved in the forefront of such decisions, able to give reasoned grounds for their positions, doing something about a political system that often seems to me to be hopelessly corrupt, both by money and by a paucity of ideas and an absence of courage. Doing something about an economic system that both worldwide and in our own country, the U.S., is benefiting the few, often at the expense of the many. Doing something about a world threatened by a revival of nationalism and ethnic particularism. Doing something about a popular culture whose materialism and sensualism deaden the heart and shackle the mind. I don't think anything serious can be done in any one of those areas, politics, economics, foreign policy, culture, unless the laity undertake the task. There where the laity live, at the heart of modern life, working often in its engine rooms. It was Pius XII, before the Council, who said that the laity are the church in the world. He didn't say the laity are a bridge between the church and the world. Think of that metaphor. You've got world here, you've got church here, and you got the laity as the bridge. That's an image we often bring. Okay? It's simply not the case. You can't work with that. Church is here, world is here. Laity are the bridge. Well, what's over here then? The clergy? And are the laity not in the world? Is not the church in the world? Pius XII said that the laity are the church in the world. A pope, a bishop, a pastor may be able to do what they can. God knows I don't think they always do what they should, or at least do not do it effectively. But the church that is supposed to make a difference in the world, to repeat, I think this is the third time, is composed, 99% of it, by lay people. And it will be through them, above all, that a difference will be made by the church, if one is made at all. Within that large challenge, I wish to stress in particular the need for well-educated and committed Catholics to address the intellectual culture of our day. All the polls, as you may know, say that the overwhelming majority of Americans, U.S. citizens, believe in God, have had religious experiences, pray regularly, etc. I don't know if the figures are as high for Australia. But despite that, what might be called the dominant elite culture, reflected and expressed in the major newspapers and in the other media, is not at all representative of that wider public culture. Here, something like secularism tends to prevail, with religion often presented as a relic of the past or dismissed as inevitably fundamentalistic or as linked to right-wing politics. In the state of Minnesota, a professional wrestler was elected to be governor. His name was Jesse Ventura. He's just said that he will not run for re-election, which is good for him. And he made the famous comment that institutional religion is for people who need crutches. Institutional religion is for people who need crutches. That's not an uncommon view among the intellectual elite in the United States. The church and the world need Catholics who know their faith, who can give a living witness to the compatibility of faith and reason, faith and scientific and technical expertise, faith and professional abilities. That's not something that falls only on pope or bishops, priests and religious, or on theologians, although God knows the last of these groups have a great responsibility here. Catholics are not Protestants, and they are not evangelicals. And Catholics have not classically addressed the great tensions between nature and grace, between faith and reason, with the either-or, either faith or reason, either grace or nature, that Karl Barth said was typical of Protestants. We have typically preferred the both and, both nature and grace, both faith and reason, and we need Catholics who can embody that once again today. Well, these are some of the opportunities and challenges that have come to my mind as we enter upon this new century, this new millennium. My reflections have built upon a substantive notion of the Church, but the substance that I have placed at the center of my reflections is not the massive institutional bulk of the Catholic Church, not its long history, its sacramental system, its detailed code of law. I have placed at the center a church whose substance, solidity, strength is the faith, its obligatory reference back to Jesus Christ, or rather not back to him, as if he were a figure of the distant past, but to Jesus Christ as a living and enlivening and enabling person, powerful among us who are his body, able still to illumine and to inspire and to comfort and to challenge. If there is a genuine church, if we are such a church, grateful and obedient to him, then Jesus Christ still makes a difference. Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, as I indicated before morning tea, we'll change the order so that we'll now have about half an hour of John Wilkins, responding and commenting on Joe Komonchak's paper. That'll take us up to a little bit before 12. Then there will be time for about half an hour or a little less of questions, which will come in written form to our sifters and then come up here and I'll read them out and pose them to our panel. And then there'll be a couple of minute break. We won't let you out of the hall unless you really have to go. And then we'll start the closing liturgy. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome back to the podium John Wilkins.
Well, one of the many things I should take away from this conference are some copies that Joe Komonchak gave me of a number of his lectures on Vatican II, which is sort of treasure trove. I'm making my way through them. They're packed with scholarship, so you can't read them quickly, and I find you have to read them at least twice. But I think his lecture this morning had a terrific punch in it, and it was a really magisterial lecture. And the magisterium used to be scholars like Joe is what it used to mean, and I felt that that is what the magisterium partly is. I hope you don't mind if I hop about again, because when I'm listening to Father Komonchak, I find that he sparks various reactions in me, and they might pop about a little bit. And I might start off, I think, with some of the difficulties I see in carrying out the action of the laity that he outlined. I'm certainly not pessimistic about this, and no Catholic could be pessimistic, because Christianity is a tragic optimism. This is how it was described, I think, I was consulting Joe about this, by Emmanuel Mounier. But I think we have been through quite a hard period. It's been quite difficult. And Joe mentioned early on in his lecture Humanae Vitae again, and I think that is at the basis of a lot of this difficulty, because it's a teaching that hasn't been received, although the present Pope has put enormous stress on it. Now, from Rome's point of view, if you look at the Church and you find that all opinion polls show a very significant proportion of the laity have not received the teaching, they simply don't find it credible in their marriages. From their point of view, it looks like a massive act of disloyalty on the part of the laity. And so, certain key teachings of Vatican II about how the laity work inside the whole Church start getting disregarded. Lumen Gentium says, the body of the faithful as a whole, anointed as they are by the Holy One, cannot err in matters of belief. Well, you start overlooking that, don't you? And you start not talking about the people of God, because that's democratic. And if you took a poll, you would be in an embarrassing position. So that on the side of Rome, it has a very bad effect. And on our side of the laity, who are 99% of the church, as Joe Komonchak reminded us, authority depends on trust. It doesn't work unless there's trust. And if trust in the teachings of authority starts to weaken, and of course if it weakens in one area, it moves to another area, then on our side there is a problem of the trust that authority has to exercise in us to be credible. And I think that that is at the basis of a lot of our difficulties, and I have to say, I do not see a simple way out of this, and I don't know whether Joe Komonchak could give us one, but I certainly don't see it. I'd like to say just something about this centralization, which again Father Komonchak emphasized in his lecture. And I'd like to make a point here that is very strongly made in John Cornwell's book, Hitler's Pope. When he told me it was going to be called Hitler's Pope, I had a heart attack. But from a publisher's point of view, I'm sorry to say, it was a brilliant title. I gather that Cardinal John O'Connor of New York preached a whole sermon against that book. And if John Cornwell isn't exaggerating a bit, which he probably is, he sort of had the book in the pulpit and sort of slammed it on the ground, like Luther, you know, against Luther. And there was a big congregation in the cathedral, and outside the cathedral there's a famous bookshop which is called Barnes & Noble. And this bookshop happened to have a very large consignment of Hitler's Pope. And John does say that at the end of the service, the congregation swamped Barnes & Noble, and they bought up every single copy of Hitler's Pope. I don't quite know if that's what the Pope meant when he said that preachers should make their sermons more effective. Anyway, John in that book has a very important point which I think has got overlaid because people have concentrated naturally on Pius XII and the Jews and his silence, and the controversy has raged over that. But at the center of that book, there really is something else about centralization. And what Cornwell is saying is that the Catholic Church was very effective against Bismarck at the time of the Kulturkampf, which was a very serious oppression of the Catholic Church in Germany. But it was less effective against Hitler. And he is trying to say that the centralization that Pius XII was responsible for, as Pacelli, he was at the heart of the canon law in 1917, was the reason. And he puts it in this way, that Bismarck was forced to back down by Catholic action at the time of the Kulturkampf, which was on a series of levels. First of all, the Centre Party, the Catholic Centre Party, which is very effective. Secondly, Catholic associations, which were very frequent in Germany, there were very many of them. And thirdly, the Catholic press. Apparently every city had a Catholic paper or a Catholic journal. And the combined force inside Germany of the German Catholic Church forced Bismarck back. Now, if you go to the Hitler period, you have the Reich Concordat, formed with Hitler, the first international recognition of Hitler. And that was early, you see. In 1937-38, you couldn't do anything about Hitler, it was too late. But in the 30s, the early 30s, you could. And that was when there was that Concordat. And what that Concordat signaled was, you can do business as a Catholic with this man. Now, the Centre Party, so strong against Bismarck, was dissolved with the approval of Rome. The lay associations, the Catholic lay associations, couldn't really function because they could now, with the Concordat, they could be held to political account. Are you properly National Socialist? And if you're not, according to Concordat, you can't operate. And the newspapers had exactly the same trouble. If they started writing editorials against National Socialism, they were asked, you can't do that. And the German bishops tended to learn about Rome from the newspapers, the actions that Rome had taken from the newspapers. And of course, Pius XII felt that he could deal with Hitler through law, he could protect the church through law. Of course, you can't do that. And I think that's a very important message in Cornwell's book, which has been completely overlaid, I think. And of course there were some bishops who were Nazi sympathizers to a degree, very few, but there were one or two. But more important was the signal from Rome that you could do business with this man. And it's that, according to him, that emasculated the Catholic Church in Germany from the resistance to Hitler in the way it wasn't emasculated against Bismarck. Joe Komonchak was talking about Catholic action in places like the marketplace and so on. I'd like to just say a word about the movements which came up last night. I have a slight feeling it's politically non-correct to talk about the movements in the context of Catalyst, but perhaps I'm wrong about that. If so, I do understand why that is. But there are a lot of them, and I think it's worth all of you just mustn't ignore them, because they draw young people, and, again, a point of Father Komonchak's, they produce vocations, a lot of vocations. They were very central at the Laity Synod in Rome in 87. It was said then there were 20 million in the movements, be more now, be a lot more. And as we said last night, they varied very much. I should make it clear that some of my best friends are in Opus Dei. Just in case I gave a wrong impression about that. And one of these is the press officer in London called Jack Valero, who wrote a wonderful article in the Tablet about Opus Dei. These are lay movements. Opus Dei has been successful. They talk as though their idea that the Christian vocation is realized in work is a new idea. Of course it's not. But they have formed a very effective institution for pushing that. And he brought this out very well. As I said last night, I asked Cardinal Martini, I've got what Cardinal Martini said about the movements here. If I could just digress about Cardinal Martini, because I have such admiration for him. One of my memories of Cardinal Martini is when he came to London, and he and Cardinal Hume had got various cardinals to preach on passages in the Bible. And he preached on the poor man who was asked to give up everything the rich man who was asked to give up everything he had and become poor. And I remember those two men walking down the nave of the cathedral, they're both tremendously tall, they both carried themselves like sort of soldiers or something, with the Bible, and I thought, this is what cardinals are meant to be about, not meant to be administrators. This, preaching about the Bible in the cathedral, that's what cardinals are for. Cardinal Martini makes no concessions. I once went to hear him talking in Canterbury Cathedral. He'd been invited to talk at Matins in Canterbury Cathedral. He made no concessions in his sermon. And again, he was dressed up in full cardinal's fig with a white lace cotter and his beretta, tremendously tall, and cardinal sash. And Dr. Carey, the Archbishop of Canterbury, was beside him, and Carey had a mitre with sort of fake jewels in it, which had been given to him on one of his visits around the Anglican Communion somewhere. Now, I greatly respect Dr. Carey, and I love the Church of England. I don't want to sound as though I don't, but being a journalist who has to tell the truth, I have to say that the two of them walking down the aisle, it was like a farmyard duck, accompanied by a bird of paradise. Anyway, afterwards I had to do a little radio interview or something, I forget what it was, and I came out, and Andrew Brown, the religious correspondent, well-known religious correspondent, and his wife were sitting beside the cathedral, and she was sitting down, and Andrew was standing up, and she couldn't get up. She was completely gobsmacked, and she kept saying just one thing. She said, "Wow, what a dress!" Anyway, I think for for this question of the movements, what Cardinal Martini said to me was that the movements as such were made to disappear, he said. They have to bring the values they represent to the center of the church. After that, their task is done to some extent, he said. It's like the liturgical and biblical movements of 50 years ago. They are not vigorous today because the church has absorbed their values, which has become the possession of everyone. He thought they might, well, we will have to see. But that is the question. Can they bring those values into the center of the church instead of being an elite with bishops of their own, with the danger of straying from the apostolic line? I think that for lay people, human rights, the Pope's preaching, is something all of us can take up. Again, this question of Father Comanchak raised of the market square. I think in the States, Joe, you call it, what is it, the naked public square, isn't it? From which religion has withdrawn. Now, there is a powerful group of right-wing, very good, I think very effective right-wing Catholics in the States, and names will be known to you, particularly George Weigel and Michael Novak. And Weigel has written a superb book on how human rights can be brought into the naked public square. And he starts from the ethical principle that the basis of politics is how we ought to live together. And from that ought, you see, he derives an ethical principle which he applies. It's a very, very good book. And it's an example of how this division between right and left that we tend to make is, there's so much can be said across the divide. That's very good, that book. I have a lot of time for George. His biography of the Pope, I suppose, a slight hagiography, but it's a good read. He's got a story about the Pope, which again is relevant to the question I was asked last night. He once, when he was doing his biography, he had access to the Pope, of course, and spent quite some time with him. He asked him one morning how he was. How are you, Holy Father, this morning? And the Pope said, from the neck down, not much good. But I don't govern the church by my feet. And I thought, it's a typical thing. Now, just at the end, I'm going to keep this short because this question of faith, the faith of each of us that Joe Comanchak rested his lecture on. At each of our level, every individual, you always suffer through the church if you are a member of the church. It is inevitable and you always do. And you have to expect that. Nevertheless, at the basic level, at the bottom level of forgiveness and communion, the church never fails you. It's very important that at that level, we don't put up any barriers at that level. And we do, and there are three I thought of. First of all, with women, it must be significant that the American bishops could write pastoral letters on the economy and on nuclear warfare, but they couldn't on women. That must indicate a neuralgic point. Obviously it does. The Pope has tried to do something about this with his letter to women and his insistence on the Marian dimension of the church being more fundamental and more prior to the Petrine principle of authority, which is on top of it, so it's superimposed, as it were. But nevertheless, I know that women in Australia don't feel that they don't feel that the church at that level of their existence as women in communion and forgiven is there is a barrier there that we have to go on at that. Another occurs to me as homosexuals, the definition of the homosexuals in the Catechism as oriented more or less strongly to an intrinsic moral evil. Is that the way to make homosexual Catholics feel at that level of communion and forgiveness at ease. And another obvious one is the divorced and remarried people. If you see a second marriage with obviously the fruits of Christian love, with the spouse's happiness spreading to the children, going out into the world, it becomes a symbolic Christian family, but there's a second marriage there. They may not go to communion. Can this really be right? When you can commit a murder and go to communion the next day, can it really be right that this is allowed? Of course, the Church is trying to follow the teaching of the Lord, which is very strict and very fundamental and like a sharp sword. But when Christ said things that are prophetic, if you make them into a law, you've gone wrong. It isn't Cardinal George, really, I have to say, he's not correct about this, that this is a sort of liberal cause. You know that Cardinal Lehmann, he wasn't cardinal then, and Cardinal Kasper and Archbishop Meyer in Germany, three of them were so disturbed by this situation that they brought out guidelines under which, under certain conditions, divorced and remarried people could return to communion, and Rome said no. Cardinal Ratzinger himself was working on this problem before he went to Rome. Those are just three things that occur to me. You will all have other barriers that you will think of, but we must not have barriers at the basic level where the Church never fails us, cannot fail us. We must not put up barriers, it seems to me, in that area. Well, I think it's Urs von Balthasar says somewhere that when people say the Church should do this or the Church should do that, what they really should be saying is I should do this or I should do that. And I think that's the essence of what Joe Kamonchak was saying to us in his lecture this morning. Yeah.
Some people have already been busy over the break, obviously. I've been handed a set of questions which deal with the nature or the issue of vocations, and what I might do is just read a couple of them to give you a flavour of them, and then invite our panellists to comment. The first one: as a parent, I value opportunities to discuss with my children their thoughts and ideas about their life's vocation. But as a Catholic woman, I am reluctant to encourage my sons to consider priesthood until their sisters are also enabled to test their call. And the second example: Father Joseph, what would you say to a young man or woman trained and gifted in music, liturgical understanding, leadership and faith, or willing to learn and grow in such, who is passionate about working full-time with and for the Church, the people of God? My dream, I'm 33, is that trained liturgy leaders, or music leaders for want of better terms, will be prominent and sustainable in the future Church, fostering the attitudes of importance and centrality of that which we celebrate and proclaim. So there are a couple of questions from several dealing with vocations.
On the second one, obviously I'm in favor of that, and at least in the States there are places where one can go and pursue the type of training in music and liturgy that would be very useful to have if one wanted to become a music coordinator in a parish. There are opportunities. I presume there must be something similar here too.
On the other question of not encouraging a son to become a priest until you can encourage a daughter, well, you can do that if you want, but it's going to be a few possible vocations that are lost because you do that. I know that there are some people who would say, the heck with this, no vocations crisis. If it is, let it get worse. And then we can ordain women. I don't think that's the way it's going to happen, actually. But it's a bit, I just say it, I wouldn't be in favor of that attitude and saying, well, I'm not going to encourage a son until I can encourage my daughter.
Could I just add just a couple of things? If I could refer to Cardinal Martini again, he was asked this question, when will there be women priests, in 1998 or 1997, and he replied, well, not in this millennium. But he did go on to say that he saw it as something very much in the future, because there would be a schism in the Catholic Church if anything were quickly done down along this line. Of course, my Anglican background perhaps comes out when I say that for me vocation can be very much what I do in the tablet, for example, as I do see as a vocation. And I think that priests, before I was a Catholic, there was a celibate priest. I didn't know any Catholics, but I did know this priest. I enormously admired him. He seemed to me to be free in an extraordinary way. I've never lost that. We all have this. We all know that in the end, that we have to have our priests, and we have this great love for them. But I do think at the moment there's great demoralization amongst priests, for very obvious reasons. And I hope that the whole clerical culture question will be addressed by the Church, because until it is, I don't think we'll get vocations flowing back again.
I want to pick up on that point, because during the break for tea, a gentleman said to me that he thinks that in the future the whole image of what a priest is going to alter, and not simply the image, but sort of the distribution of competencies and those sorts of things. And I tend to agree with that. If this scandal that we're still living through in the United States has any effect, I think it's going to be along those lines, because you have a number of people have said that the problem here is the clericalistic culture, and that this has really caused what the major problem is. I don't think that's an explanation actually of what has led this small minority of priests to engage in this horrific activity, but I do think that it helps to account for the way in which bishops have responded or not responded. Is that there is it's sort of like circling the wagons and trying to avoid scandal, in some cases avoid financial consequences. But there's also a problem. The bishops who are here are obvious exceptions to this, but when I was in high school, I had a professor who said, if you ever become a bishop, two things will happen. One, you will never have a bad meal again, and second, you will never hear the truth again. And I think that that's part of the problem, is that there is a wide clerical culture which separates, especially the higher up you go, the more separate you are, the less you are interested in what is going on. And that, I think, desperately needs to be changed. I think that what can happen through all of this is if the laity continue to urge these problems, they will not be able to be ignored. And I think, if I may speak of the priests in the United States, it's hard to speak for them all, but we feel, in a sense, pressed between the laity and the bishops because of a certain amount of collective shame we feel at our brothers who committed such horrible things, but also because the priests in New York, in the United States that I know, are furious at the bishops. Furious at them. So we kind of have both of those sentiments going on. I think, as far as I'm concerned, the clericalistic culture has to go. I've done a good deal on the history of ordination, for example, and as far as I'm concerned, ordination and clericalization are not at all the same thing. You can have an ordained ministry, a ministry that arises out of a sacrament that differentiates within the community, which is not clericalistic. Clericalism was a particular problem that came upon the church at a certain moment, and it has thrived. Is that the past tense of thrive? And I think it could easily go. It has already gone in many parts of the world. And I think in those kinds of contexts, the very meaning of what a vocation is will also look differently. It's not, you're not looking for somebody to join a caste.
Vocations is obviously a very big topic, because I've got a whole lot of questions that I'm trying to synthesize a little bit on that topic. Can I pose another two? And I think it picks up on a comment I think John Wilkins made last night about how we do need to look at the theology of priesthood again as a very important question. So these two further representative questions. In Joe Kamonchak's response to the challenge of the lack of vocations, he merely said that maybe there could be ordination of married men. I asked the question, has it ever crossed his mind that the ministry of priesthood should be rethought, renewed and reformed to allow all of God's people to access this ministry, especially as he stated that the Eucharist is the central part of our church? Then the second representative question, the comment, I'm disturbed that you encourage us to foster and even suggest religious vocations in our young, when our present seminarians in general here in Australia, so this may be a little unfair and perhaps your comment might be confined to the American context, Joe, but our seminarians here in Australia are so untypical of normal young people of these days. They present as serious navel-gazers who delight in dressing up in clerical garb with no real skills of ordinary communication with people in future pastoral life. Their spirituality smacks of Catholic fundamentalism and an obsession with surety in religion. Married men, yes to ordination, obviously no mention of women, but does it leave open the question that new forms of Eucharistic experience based on the signs of the times could be developed and experienced round word and meal shared? Word and meal shared.
The answer to the first question is yes. I've thought a lot about ministry, and I've written a lot about ministry. I've even published an article on the ordination of women, one of the first ones to be published in the United States, 1976. So I have thought about all of that. Second question is the character of seminarians today. There are similar stories told about seminarians in the United States. I don't think it's true of them all. I'm thinking of the priest who was just ordained in for the Diocese of Honolulu, with whom I stayed on my way out. I had him in class last fall, along with 2 or 3 others. They were quite remarkable young men, intelligent, not at all fundamentalistic, etc. If you're not going to encourage the healthy people to become priests or to think about becoming priests, then all you're going to have are unhealthy people. That's the first part of that comment. The second one is I think that we need a fuller notion of Eucharist and ordination. I simply will say that the idea of an ordination, a sacrament for setting people apart for service in the church, is very ancient, has good New Testament foundations, and is certainly in place by the end of the 2nd century. We have a very early ordination rite in Hippolytus of Rome. So this is not the medieval invention. And
So I want to insist once again that this is an important thing. Now, in the early church, this is one of the differences that has to do with the Eucharist. In the early church, one was ordained for leadership. So the early ordination prayers asked that the spirit of leadership come down upon this person. And it was in virtue of being the leader of the community, which also requires gifts of the Spirit, that one also presided over the Eucharist, the community's prayer. What has happened in the course of the centuries, of course, and is the typical case now, is that you are ordained to celebrate the Eucharist, and then they go looking for a community over which to place you. So it's kind of reversed the thing. The Eucharist, obviously, the church gathers around the Word and the meal. And so I agree entirely, but I think you can have a very good theology of people gathering around the meal and the Word, which also recognizes the significance and the importance of ordination.
John, do you want to say something?
Well, is this working all right? Yes. I think that we certainly in Britain we do find that our seminarians tend to be very conservative. They tend to be. Joe's quite right. It isn't necessarily so. And I've noticed that seminarians from the English College in Rome they stress this counterculture thing. The church is a counterculture, which we've been talking about. And as we said, it is, but they stress that one would like to see a more penetrating the culture, more of that sort of idea. I think we do have a question with seminarians, and of course there are so few of them now that there's a great pressure to take any candidate who applies. And I think it's rather important that on one of the ways that the progressive and the conservative wing differ from each other and part company is over what they think should be done about the lessons of the sexual abuse crisis, because the progressives tend to say that clerical culture is what you've got to look at, whereas the conservatives tend to say, on the contrary, it is the loosening of rules that has caused this difficulty, and you want to tighten up, and particularly you want to tighten up on the seminaries. I think we've got a real problem there. And as for married men being ordained, which I really would like to see in my lifetime, of course, it isn't going to solve a lot of problems. First of all, we've got to pay for them, and we'll have to do that. And we have this tradition of celibacy, which started very early in the church. It isn't something that's brought in later because of property. Nobody knew who the property belonged to. But it starts right at the beginning that there is this special emphasis, special respect for the celibate state. And maybe we would have to have orders of some sort where the priests in those orders were married men. But we must do that. I mean, St. Peter had a mother-in-law, didn't he?
Now, a couple of questions directed more to John Wilkins. John, does your experience and analysis of synods cause you to feel disillusioned? And I think along the same line, you made mention yesterday that the Second Vatican Council played a role in attracting you to the Catholic faith and led to your conversion to Catholicism. Would the state of the Catholic Church today have had the same attraction to you?
Yes, oh dear. I mean, I have wondered.
Good questions.
I have wondered about that. I mean, I think the answer is that humanly speaking, no, I wouldn't have been drawn to the church today in the same way, humanly speaking. But these things, they're not just that, are they? Am I disillusioned with the synods? Yes, absolutely. This body, which is meant to be the continuation of that wonderful collegiality at Vatican II, that's the idea of it, has been emasculated and almost destroyed. I was very interested in what Joe was saying about that this morning. I am completely disillusioned with these synods as they operate. I'm not disillusioned at all with the conviction that somewhere here lies the future for a structure in the church that embodies collegiality.
Do you think the church, i.e. we the people of God, are far too absorbed in our own existence to the point of idolatry, and not enough concerned with the work of the Spirit also in the other religions and in the relationship of Jesus Christ to these? Shades of Father Dupuis.
I think that can be a great temptation. I think it's one in particular that affects the church as it is being realized in Asia, or in the different countries and areas of Asia, and I imagine you feel it particularly here. Yes, it does. I think that what Dominus Jesus wanted to address was the problem of, is it possible to retain one's belief in Jesus as the unique savior of the world, and also to engage in serious interreligious dialogue? And as you know, there are a variety of views about it. I think the doctrine was ineptly written. It was almost guaranteed not to be received in the style and manner and tone in which it was written. I do think it addresses a very serious question which goes to the heart of the faith. I don't think it's necessarily a navel-gazing self-absorption to reflect upon what it is that gathers us together. And I think what gathers us together is what gathered the first church together, and that is a powerful realization that God was in Christ, reconciling the world to himself, and that his Spirit has been poured out and has created the new community. Occasionally people say, well, we shouldn't proselytize. I like to use the example, if you come upon a spectacular view, you cross the hill and here outline, it's a natural thing to say, oh my God, how beautiful, and to want to share it. Say, come, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. That's something of what I think is the inner urge towards the missionary on the part of Christianity. Never mind the fact that each of the four Gospels ends with a missionary mandate, and so does the Acts of the Apostles. Never mind that Paul devoted himself to going around. It's this, I think you need to have a sense of the beauty and of the truth of Christianity, and to say, this is what I believe. Now, it doesn't mean going around and forcing people. It doesn't mean going around and bribing people. That's what I would call proselytism. But if what we say is true about Jesus of Nazareth, if what we say is true about him, how can he not tell the world? Now, this doesn't mean that you have to say he is the only figure in whom God has ever acted. It doesn't mean you have to say that there are not truths to be found elsewhere. But it is to say something about what gathers us together. This is what we believe we were given, utterly without our merit. This is what we were given to believe and to enjoy and to exult in.
Well, I think I agree with Joe. I think this is absolutely crucial question for the third millennium, absolutely crucial question. After the 11th of September, even more crucial than before. Jacques Dupuis' approach to this very difficult question is partly based on the beginning of the Gospel of St. John, where the Spirit was in the world from the beginning, before the Incarnation and before the Church. That's a key text for him. He always goes around this text at the beginning of St. John. And he has God as a potter with two hands, and one is the Word, which is more than the incarnation of Jesus Christ, and the other is the Spirit. And he works out how these two hands work in the world. And the thing that is controversial here, which Dominus Jesus denies, is that for Jacques, the other great world faiths are part of God's plan. Now, for Dominus Jesus, if I'm correct, the other world religions are seen more as they're human inventions, they're a human search. But for him, they're part of the divine plan. And then you get the whole problem that for all of us, Christ is unique Saviour, how do you reconcile and so on. But Jacques is convinced, and I'm convinced that he's right, that if his approach can be validated, the whole concept of the Trinity, it expands. The faith in the Trinity becomes something even more marvelous and mysterious than it is now. I think he's quite right about that.
Joe says that the difference Jesus of Nazareth made was that from him there started a church. I would say that the difference that Jesus made was that he spoke out for the poor and oppressed against the powerful. He stood up against rigid law in favour of the spirit of love. In looking at the church today, it appears to be very middle class. Even in developing countries, it appears to be a way for the poor to access those middle class values and worldly goods. Could Joe please address the issue that any future church would need to return to the central message of Jesus, to speak out and walk beside those who are poor, oppressed and marginalised, to be a prophetic voice in an increasingly triumphalist world where powerful Christian countries, Christian in quotation marks, continue to oppress third world countries? And taking the last line of another question on a similar theme, did Jesus look more like a duck or a bird of paradise?
More like a duck. I notice in the first question, again, the church is used in the third person. The church should be this, the church should be that. I'd like to, if it, in a way the person who wrote it, to put that into the first person plural. We are this, we are that, whatever, and it may have been done. The statement that John Knox makes about the church is the only difference Jesus made. You can argue, yes, that Jesus went around and healing the sick and doing this and doing that, but if he had not been raised from the dead, there had not been people who believed he had been raised from the dead, would his name have come down to us? Would anyone be interested in going back and trying to discover the real Jesus of Nazareth? There were a bunch of other people making messianic claims at his time. There were other movements. There isn't a single one of them that survived 2 decades after the death of these people. Jesus made a difference because there were people who believed that he was the Christ, that he was the Savior. And they went out and proclaimed his name and brought the message of the love of God for all of us, which requires of us, all of us, the love for one another, and in particular, the love for the poor. The church has retained as its constitutive gospel the account of the parable of the Last Judgment. When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me to drink. It's been an integral part. Now, do you want to make the claim that was made about the church in this, that we're a middle-class establishment? Is the church in East Timor a middle-class establishment? Is the church in Chad a middle-class establishment? Is the church in a parish working in the inner city a middle-class group? No. The church in Australia, the church in the United States may be a middle-class group, content with our bourgeois existence. But you can't speak of the church being this, right? Say the church in Australia if you mean that. Say we if you mean that. But the church, the one church with which we are in communion, also includes all of these churches which are suffering with and along with the poor. It includes the missionaries who are going out. It includes all the lay people who have devoted themselves a year or 2 or 5 or 10 or 15 to the service of the poorest of the poor. And I think we need to have a sense of that, because This is not the church. You could argue in a sense. I would do the same thing if I were in the States, okay? You are the church. Yes, you are the church here. But you're not the whole church. And the church is doing marvelous things in other churches. And if you think that this church needs to be, in Australia, needs to be more and to the needy, then it's up to you to make it more committed to them, to see that it is. I mean, that's why I was puzzled at the beginning, that there were so many questions about vocations. Vocations is 2 paragraphs in my talk. My main talk was about what other people besides the ordained need to do.
John, do you want to? No. Now, this question has a couple of parts, and one of them is a little ambiguous, so I may have to answer it on one meaning because it talks about catalyst. We can believe in Jesus and follow him faithfully and not be Catholics. We cannot be Catholics unless we recognise and respect the supremacy of the Pope in Rome. We are still, in effect, all Roman Catholics. Where is the reality in saying otherwise? Is one of the hidden agendas of this movement a complete or perhaps even a partial break from Rome? Now, I read the whole question in fairness to the questioner. If the questioner is referring to this movement as catalyst, then I can certainly say we have no hidden agenda and we are certainly not proposing any sort of break from Rome. If the questioner is talking about the general movement away from a recognition of papal supremacy, then I think it's more in the territory of our distinguished guests, so they might like to tackle it accordingly.
Well, my experience of catalyst, it certainly is that it's not denying the jurisdictional primacy of the Bishop of Rome. There are a couple of places in this council documents in which it speaks about the right of the faithful to organize themselves for the good of the church and for the sake of its mission in the world. I regard Catalyst for Renewal as an example of the faithful, including both lay people and priests, gathering together and associating themselves for the sake of the good of the church and for its mission. And to gather 900 people like this around is a remarkable thing, and they have every right to do this. In the church, according to the council, there are 3 types of associations. One of them is lay, it's initiated by the faithful. Second one is that it's kind of initiated by the faithful and looks for a formal authorization by the clergy. And the third one are associations established by the hierarchy. So there are these 3, and it's perfectly legitimate to have a group like Catalyst for Renewal. That's as far as the ecclesial status of this is. I don't think you can be a Roman Catholic and deny the necessity of communion with the Bishop of Rome. That's part of our identity as Catholics, and it is something which is the object of considerable and very interesting ecumenical discussions, as, for example, between Anglicans and Catholics, or between Lutherans and Catholics. And there's also, the issue has begun to raise the question, as I mentioned yesterday, of whether or not universal communion does not require some structures of universal authority. And this is a very interesting thing that's going on. So there's tremendous benefits from being in communion with the Bishop of Rome. That one part of the canon of the Mass, we pray for our John Paul, our Pope. That's an important part. It's saying, just as in the Eastern Patriarchs, they do the same thing. We pray for Patriarch so-and-so. We're praying for them. It's very crucial. I think in the course of history, obviously, there have been lots of churches which have said we're denying denying the authority of the Bishop of Rome. Okay, that's what Protestant churches are. We're not Protestant church.
Perhaps to John Wilkins, picking up on... Oh, you want to go on, John?
Could I just add very, very briefly? I think I'm right in saying that when the doctrine of collegiality, when Vatican II tried to adumbrate this doctrine, it was precisely this question that worried them, that it mustn't be seen that they wanted to take away from the Pope by giving power to the bishops. The way that Cardinal Murphy O'Connor, my cardinal in England, puts it, is he says, Peter never without the 11 never without Peter. I think that's a very good expression. I'd just finally say, the Pope himself has asked for help in how to make his office more better adapted to express the love and communion of the Church, which was what his office is about. He himself wrote those words. So if he asked for help, we are justified, surely, in considering his request.
I agree entirely with that. I think one of the interesting things is if you distinguish between the Petrine ministry and the papacy, for example, you could argue that 90% of what has emerged as the papacy is not crucial to the exercise of the Petrine ministry. There's a very good book out called A History of the Papacy, and it's a history of the institution. It's not a history of popes, it's a history of the elaboration of this. And I think that the centralization of the last 2 centuries could easily be tempered considerably in many, many areas, which would not mean that I would be denying the Petrine function. But there are all kinds of institutional inertial forces, of course, that don't want to interrupt it. But if I say 90% of what passes for the papacy today is not crucial to the exercise of the Petrine ministry, there are all kinds of opportunities for further reform.
While we're on the topic of lay associations, Joe, has the Common Ground organization in the US enabled Catholics with different views to converse with each other?
Those who come to the meetings, yes. They have had a certain amount of difficulty getting representatives of conservative groups to come, because as you may know, when this was first announced by Cardinal Bernardine, there were a group of people who were vigorously opposed to the very idea, on the grounds that it sounded like, the common ground sounded like least common denominator Christianity, even though the founding statement of the group has a powerful Christological affirmation and insists that Jesus Christ is the measure and not the one measured, that kind of thing. But a lot of people said it's the typical liberal notion of dialogue, which is all process and where the truth is simply something out in front of us. And so if you have any kind of convictions about the truth, then you can't bring them into the discussion. I don't think that's true. I think you can have a notion of dialogue that occurs within a recognition of the truth as it is in Jesus, to quote St. Paul. Now, at the meetings, I've been to 2 meetings myself, there have been 2 others, I would say genuine conversation takes place. They have made a point of it, that they have liturgy all over this weekend. They have an opening liturgy, they have liturgy of the Vesper, Lauds and Vespers, and they have Eucharistic liturgy. And that has been a very powerful part of this, because you may get into a rip-roaring discussion with somebody, and you both go in and you both begin the liturgy with an act of repentance, and you both put yourself beneath the same word of God, and you both receive the bread and the body and the blood of Christ. That's itself been very powerful, to recognize. He believes what I believe. We both say the creed, and that powerfully enters into it. So it has helped. Now, it has been taken, I don't think the way this can go is by national meetings. They have these national meetings every year, but they have also tried to encourage this be done on the level of a diocese, and even better, that it be done at the level of parishes. There have been universities which have held common ground meetings. So I think it does, but you have to have some people who are willing to enter into it. And my own feeling is certainly that we're having trouble on the national level getting conservatives to join it. But there also is, I believe, on the part of liberals, at least in the United States, there can be the same kind of sort of dogmatic tendency not to take other people seriously. In particular, it seems to me to be the people on the left who tend to psychoanalyze the people on the right, while the people on the right tend to accuse the left of heresy. So I'll yell at you, you heretic, and you'll yell back at me, you fundamentalist psychotic.
1,000 years ago, those were called mutual anathemas, weren't they, Joe? I think probably our last question, it's from one of our younger guests, and it's a source of great satisfaction to us that we were able to offer free attendance to a large number of young people for the weekend. And the question is this. While I understand the distress for Father Kamonchak and his colleagues at the ignorance of the history of the Church he finds among young people, I am distressed by his apparent mocking of them. Surely at an event like this we are seeking to bridge generations of Catholics rather than further isolate and foster misunderstanding of one group towards the other. If indeed Vatican II was arguably the most fundamental shift in the life of the Church in the last century, or indeed since the Reformation, a generational split is not surprising. How might we reach out to young people rather than continue to isolate them and invite them to share in the richness of their heritage?
Well, I didn't mean to mock. I was trying to express the what is at times flummoxes us. Is that an American verb, flummox? Because of so many things that we took for granted, and it startled us into recognizing that a lot that we took for granted we could no longer take for granted. And if someone has taken offense at my story, I apologize. Somebody remarked the other day that you need to meet the people, you need to meet the young where they are, and I think that that's the case. Many of the young are very committed to social justice. I would not idealize and romanticize that. However, at least in the United States, they would be a minority. A lot of people out there spending, a lot of young people out there spending most of their time in arcades playing guns, you know, running those things. So, I mean, this is just a fact. Is it a majority of the people? If you look at a typical college or in the United States, the majority of the people there are not involved, not looking forward to social justice-oriented careers and ministries. But there are, and when there are, you should encourage it. I think it should be part of every Catholic colleges and university to promote this, and to require it. A lot of Catholic high schools in the United States require a service dimension in their education. Those are all ways in which you can do it. I think you need to have programs in parishes, in schools as well. There is a place up, the parish I'm most closely associated with in Manhattan now has a program for young Catholics, which is very, very successful. They have managed to gather people in, and this is a pretty yuppified area. So these are young people working already on Wall Street, working in the media, working on Broadway, those kinds of things. They have programs. I think one of the most crucial thing would be to open parishes up and to have parishes precisely trying to invite in all of these people who seem not, at least temporarily, no longer to be part of the Catholic thing. But I also think we owe it, and I'm here reflecting a lot of the students that I see. We owe it to them to help bring them into the riches of the Catholic tradition. And I'm very distressed that in the United States we don't do this. I think television could also do it. It's remarkable for me is that Protestants have dominated the religious broadcasting in the United States. Now, Protestants are word-oriented. Catholics are image-oriented, symbol-oriented, sacramentally oriented, and one would think that television would be far more appropriate to a Catholic sensibility than to a Protestant one. And yet we haven't yet managed to come up with the ways in which we could use this marvelous instrument of communication as a way of showing what the faith is all about, what Christian life is all about. And I think that's a great failure on our part.
When Cardinal Cormac Murphy O'Connor made his famous remark in Britain about Christianity almost being vanquished as a background to moral decisions and political decisions, he included in that very interesting address
a paragraph where he criticised perhaps the younger generation, talked about the me generation. And I really thought that was a great pity that in this very interesting address he did that. I mean, I think young people, compared with my generation, they're very anti-racist in Britain. They accept a radical equality between men and women, which my generation didn't do. They have a very strong sense of the environment, which in my generation I did have, but it was very unusual. Now they all have that. They're less good, I think, than my generation at sticking things out because they don't quite see the point. But what we mustn't ever do is blame the young for not being attracted by what we're offering. We have to ask ourselves questions. Another thing about young people, of course, is that the World Youth Days, which is the Pope's own idea, it's amazing how they flock to these. I mean, in the Philippines, I think 4 million people, the biggest crowd in the history of the world, sometimes said. In Paris, 1 million young people. I mean, there's something happening there, isn't there? And of course, partly this counterculture thing I keep going on about, they're attracted by that. I mean, a student magazine will have the Pope there because he's a great critic of capitalism, and they warm to that. Well, a lot of my generation, they're very keen on capitalism. So, long live the young, that's what I say.
I think on that very forward-looking note, it's appropriate to end the question and answer session, and it falls to me now to just say a few words of very brief summary and gratitude to our speakers. I hope our friends from Tasmania are still here, because I'd like to recall an occasion at which Archbishop Guildford Young spoke, and you can, Taswegians, please start puffing out your chests with pride again. I found an account of a sermon he preached, a homily he gave in Melbourne in 1968, what was described as a very cold midwinter of 1968, so we can empathise with the cold at least. And briefly, this is what he said. His theme was the Vatican Council. He began with a short review of the modern world, in which he said Christianity has sunk to being a sect, and in which atheism had become fashionable. This was the situation against which the Pope had called the Council. The Archbishop told, with brief references to the main documents which it had produced during its 4 years, how the 3,000 bishops from 80 countries had confessed that the Church in its history had sinned in their treatment of fellow Christians. Despite its success, however, there was a real danger, and this is 1968, there was a real danger of its fading out as other promising councils had done. He recalled that the Pope John had likened the council to a Pentecost of fires. See, he said, that the wings of this Pentecost could become a dying sigh. He stressed with deep sincerity the work that needed to be done. The council was only a beginning, said Young. He pointed to a length of the road ahead, while leaving no doubt that it was the right one. He warned against the critics who said that this movement was dictated only by fear, the huddling together of the different branches of the Christian Church. And he concluded by saying, "Study this council, make it the dynamism of your lives." Now that is remarkable, because it mirrors what the Holy Father said in I think Novo Millennio in Eunte, which was the inspiration for this conference, that we should study the documents. And we've had the great good fortune to have John Wilkins and Joe Kamonchak and the distinguished speakers and facilitators yesterday afternoon to enable us to do that. But I think they have particularly disclosed to us one of the secrets of why now, 40 years later, is a particular moment of grace in analysing the Council. The last question talked about bridging the generation gap, and 40 years on, I think, offers two unique things that come together. The first is that we're blessed that there are still people around who were there, Rosemary, but others who were there, like Joe, as seminarians. We'll hear from Archbishop Pell later in the year. He was in Rome for 3 years of the Council. And they're here to tell us what it was about, to talk about the experience and to make it real. And I think there is real precedent for that in our own Gospels, because we know that the Gospels were written not by the eyewitnesses, but by the people who heard it from the eyewitnesses. So we have the good fortune that the people who were there and who remember it can talk to us about it and analyse it for us. But the second element of the grace is that 40 years on, we're starting to move away from it far enough in human terms that the work of excellent historians like Joe begins to make real sense. That we have a sense of perspective, that we can concede that some things were not well done after the council and need to be done better, but we can also rejoice in the good things. Joe Kamonchak, if I can use the American expression, is undoubtedly the Dean of Vatican II scholars. And we've had a great good fortune to have him with us over these 3 days. Now, there's a habit that has grown up since the council that every now and then when a consistory is called, a couple of theologians get elevated to the Sacred College. I'm sure Joe really doesn't want that, but particularly when you recognise that usually what happens is they're people who got into trouble a long time ago, and it's a sort of comeback, all is forgiven, and they're always over 80 when they're appointed, so they can't do any more damage because they can't vote. But if Joe ever wants a write-in vote, he'll get it from Australia. John Wilkins, I think...
Don't do that to me. Okay? Just one little last anecdote. There is a debate among theologians as to whether the ordination imprints an ontological character on the soul. Is that the best way to present it? And I had a Dominican friend in France who kind of opposed that notion, and one of his colleagues said, listen, there's empirical proof that Episcopal ordination effects an ontological change. And my friend said, what is that? He said, look what happens to a theologian when he's made a bishop.
John Wilkins, on the other hand, I think demonstrates and gives flesh to one of the great paradoxes of successful journalism. It is, of course, an ideal of the journalist to be objective and dispassionate. But Dr. Johnson once remarked in his wonderful story Rasselas that inconsistencies cannot both be true, but when imputed to man, they can both be right. And whilst being objective and dispassionate, I think it's fair to say that the greatest journalism is written by journalists who love what they write about. And John is obviously a man who loves the church and does us a great service in his role at the tablet. And it's been marvellous to have him here, and we hope he'll come back to Australia again.